Hogwarts, Forbidden Son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The head of Gryffindor gave a small talk to a Ravenclaw airborne in Slytherin. Tom, how was your night? Tom got up from the bed, raised his arms, and saw that he was wearing the wizard robes he wore during the night to last night. It turned out that all this was not a dream. He rubbed his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was already bright, and he didn't know how long he had slept. After confirming the environment he was in, he looked in the direction of the sound. Dumbledore was sitting at the table in the bedroom, holding a round red apple in his hand, and took out a small silver knife to peel it. Mr. Aberforth. Tom rubbed his eyes again, took a closer look, shrank back, reached under the quilt, pulled out the wand hidden in the sleeve, and then raised his head to say hello. Professor Dumbledore, when did you come back? Last night. Seeing Tom's tense movements, Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile and realized that he shouldn't laugh in this situation. So he lowered his head bitterly and said, "It seems that my brother's teaching is very good. Not bad, is it?" Although Mr. Aberforth did not disclose his identity, his courses are indeed very popular. Tom nodded politely but restrained and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, what is your business here looking for me?" Coincidentally, I just returned to England last night, and it suddenly occurred to me that something needed to be done, and my owl was not with me, so I had to go to the owl room to find one. Dumbledore's blue eyes examined through the clear half-moon lenses. Looking at Tom, he said in a deep voice, "Then I saw a little wizard leaning against the wall in the corridor at the door of Professor Sykes." Tom, I'm not talking about you, but sleeping on the ground is not only dirty, but also cold. Thank you, Professor, said Tom dryly. I'm sorry, Professor, but I shouldn't be wandering around in the middle of the night and sleeping outside. It doesn't matter, Tom. The current Dumbledore professor is Aberforth, and I won't deduct points for you. Dumbledore stood up, picked up the alarm clock on Tom's bedside table, and waved it into an alarm clock. He placed the peeled apples on a white porcelain tray, and with a light finger of his wand, the apples split into several even pieces. He put the tray on Tom's lap, and said with concern, "Tom, you must pay attention. Rest. The root cause of my illness, when I was young, is still often recurring." "Okay, thank you, Professor," Tom said with a smile on his face. "I don't have class this morning, so I plan to have a good sleep in the dormitory. Night is the time exclusively for sweet dreams." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Whatever you want to do in the future, you can do it during the day. There is no need to stay up late." "I see, Professor. By the way, Tom," Dumbledore asked casually, sitting on the bed opposite Tom, "I've been away for so long. Is there anything you want to tell me?" "No," Tom replied categorically. He felt that Dumbledore was simply incomprehensible, and he asked provocatively, "Professor, do you think I will tell you when I was driven by you?" Seeing Dumbledore's troubled face, Tom was full of pleasure. "Then I won't bother you, Tom." Dumbledore realized that he needed to leave, so he turned around and was about to walk outside the dormitory. After taking 2 steps, he turned his head and said as if suddenly remembering something, "Excuse me, Tom, it's not a wise choice to share memories with others, let alone sink your consciousness into someone else's life." Tom lowered his head, thrust both hands under the covers, and recalled the time he and Nelson had secretly practiced occlumency, the magic circling wildly in his head. Ms. Grey is the most tragic ghost in Hogwarts. The era of her life and her legendary status will always make Hogwarts students infinitely curious. To be honest, I was in Hogwarts back then. When I was studying, I also thought about discovering some legendary treasures on campus, such as Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and Ravenclaw's crown. Dumbledore turned around and stood still, staring at Tom seriously. He said, "It seems that you have won the favor of Ms. Grey. This is your adventure. As a teacher, I'm sincerely happy for you." "Thank you." Tom thanked with difficulty. Waking up on the bed was enough to make him feel strange. When he saw Dumbledore sitting opposite him, he already had a clear answer in his heart. Dumbledore was afraid he already knew what happened last night, but he didn't know how much he had seen. Tom held the wand that had slipped from the sleeve, raised his head, and said the truth. Professor, to be honest, I'm just interested in the Ravenclaw lounge. The knocker at the door is only of interest. I understand. Dumbledore, who discovered Tom's little secret, nodded with a smile, and the conversation finally entered his familiar rhythm. Dumbledore said, we can easily find unexpected discoveries when we are exploring something, such as I once was looking for a toilet in the corridor on the 8th floor, and I accidentally found a room that may be the most magical room in Hogwarts. Really? That's awesome. Tom looked down again. So Tom, although you are a Slytherin, Ms. Grey has chosen you out of thousands of students over thousands of years and hundreds of years. This is your destiny, isn't it? Dumbledore said. Leto said happily, but the times are constantly improving. Those old things may be powerful, but they may not necessarily adapt. I think you should need a little help. Help for what? Asked Tom, looking up. I came here this morning, just to tell you about it. Dumbledore blinked. I've already dealt with off-campus affairs, and I'll be teaching at Hogwarts for a long time to come. In the meantime, Tom, may I invite you to my special session? What's that? Although I always believe that education is equal for everyone, it may be more efficient to entrust some things to more talented people. Dumbledore lowered his head, stared at Tom from above the glasses, and said after a long silence, Tom, I think you deserve my help. Why? Tom was puzzled. Why me? What exactly are you trying to do? What do I want to do? Dumbledore seemed to be stumped by this question, and began to think about it. After a while, he didn't understand what he wanted to do. It's just for your own good, Tom. For my own good. Tom laughed angrily at this sentence. His eyes widened, and he tilted his head to look at Dumbledore, his face full of disbelief. Do you remember? The last time you said this, he used the disarming curse to take away Nar's wand, and then drove him to the war-torn Europe, and now he even got together with a notorious dark wizard like Grindelwald. You want to do me good now? Where can I go? To Africa? I Dumbledore murmured, and it was difficult to look directly at Tom's eyes at this moment. He had never tasted failure in his life. Apart from his lover, only Nelson had brought him the same regret, and he shot at Tom. Nelson's curses the irreparable mistakes in his career as a teacher. You have to believe me, Tom, although I have my own plans. In my plans, there is no option to hurt you. The young Dumbledore didn't have as much experience in the future, and he hasn't reached the level of old age where he doesn't tell others. He is still willing to confide part of his heart to the people in the plan. To be honest, there are not many wizards in the world who can defeat me. I just want to train you into a powerful wizard who can defeat me. Don't you think that you will go crazy and destroy the world, and you are afraid that no one will stand up to stop you at that time, so you cultivate a savior in advance? Tom's eyebrows almost went to the sky. The man looked at Dumbledore and said seriously, I don't think you need to have such thoughts. Listen to me, Tom, the key to this matter is not me, but you. Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, do you still remember the fire you experienced when you went to France last year? Tom frowned, thinking back carefully, and only for a moment he remembered the fire that was about to burst through the door and burn himself into coke. When he packed his luggage and was about to leave, the ball seemed to be alive and conscious tongues of flame rolled up the building, enveloping it in an instant, and the next instant, when Tom felt the windows of his own room about to melt, the flames were gone, and so were the Voldemorts filling the sky. So Tom once suspected that his experience was a hallucination. He looked at Dumbledore with scrutiny and asked, Professor, could it be that it was Gellert Grindelwald who started that fire? Dumbledore explained, I confronted him in Paris, but he set the building you were on fire with fiend flame, trying to come and force me back. And he succeeded. Dumbledore shrugged, but it doesn't matter. It's not time to knock him down yet. These magics are nothing to me, but to you, Tom, as far as I can see you can't even break out of Grindelwald's blockade. I really can't. Tom bowed his head dejectedly. I can't do anything about that kind of flame. It's not just fiend fire, Tom, Dumbledore persuaded. Do you know about Nelson's parents? Do you know who his real enemy is? That's not some Polish muggle. with his character. Sooner or later he will against Grindelwald. If you study at Hogwarts step by step until graduation, I don't think even you will cause any interference to enemies of that level. As far as I know, Grindelwald is ingrown. Nelson yourself. You guys are so funny. Grindelwald cultivates a person who will seek revenge on himself, and you want to cultivate a person who will knock you down when you may become crazy in the future? Are you a combination? Tom let out a dry laugh and stared at the pattern on the quilt for a long time, as if wanting to see flowers. The two of them froze in this movement for more than a minute, until Tom suddenly said, "Professor, our extracurricular, when does the tutoring start?" It is impossible for him to give up this opportunity to make himself stronger. "Just next Sunday, Tom." Dumbledore's tense face relaxed, and he said with a smile, "I knew, Tom, if it were you, you would definitely make the right choice. Who knows? Maybe both of us made the wrong choice." Tom also relaxed, shrugged, and asked, "Professor, what are we going to learn? Are there some ancient runes or powerful magic?" The power of magic is not determined unilaterally by the spell. It depends more on the magic power of the wizard who casts it, and the knowledge of the spell. What I will teach you is not just about magic, but something new, the knowledge about the essence of magic that has never been touched. Of course, it can also make your spells stronger, but those are just minor details. That's why, Tom suddenly realized, "Professor, to tell you the truth, I did know some secrets from Ms. Grey, including the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's crown. Do you need me to fetch it?" Tom decided to tell Dumbledore part of what he had learned last night. Having the Chamber of Secrets, he actually paid more attention to the antique crown itself than the illusory knowledge sealed in it. "Don't worry, I think it's really difficult for you to control that legendary artifact now, not to mention, I personally think its legend may be greater than its essence." Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction and said, "You want to use it now?" "What I did was to study with me, and it was interesting to think about it. A head of Gryffindor gave a small lesson to a rare of Ravenclaw from Slytherin, so we set the place for the first class to be in Hercules, in Chipper's basement, to make the Big Four feel a little involved, where potatoes are stored for the winter, and it's empty right now." "Tom, thanks, but I'm the heir of Slytherin." "Okay." Tom nodded, recalling what Dumbledore said just now, and asked curiously, "Professor, you just said that now is not the time to defeat Grindelwald. Can you easily defeat him? Isn't he the most powerful dark wizard ever?" "If it was me and Grindelwald duel, the result is not easy to say." Dumbledore nodded, shook his head again, and said, "But he has a weakness, a place that he thinks he is good at. Over the years, he relying on it more and more in a life and death battle. A small weakness, let alone such a huge hole, can be fatal." "What are you talking about?" Tom was confused. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder. "After you graduate, you can find a stable job in the safe magic world and live in a stable community. Have a safe life, I promise. Professor? So now, go to sleep." Dumbledore waved and closed the curtains and walked out of the dormitory. The trauma caused by memory will take a long time to recuperate. Chapter 150 to the center. In the second week after meeting Newt, Nelson came to Krakow according to the agreement with Andre. Under the operation of the German army, this ancient city in the center of Europe has changed greatly since the last time Nelson left. With Krakow as the center, a large number of military camps, research centers, military factories, and concentration camps for political prisoners and captives have been established around the city. Among them, the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp is the largest, and the war victims who have already moved in there are also many people. Crazy scientists from Germany have already set their sights on this resource-rich treasure land and have submitted applications to establish research centers. Those vacant buildings are just for them. What the despicable Herbo saw from Pythia's prophecy is happening, and he is inevitably slipping into the abyss. When Nelson revisited his hometown and once again climbed to the top of the mountain, where Herbo's remnant soul was hidden, he held the green title in his hand. With a ring in the shape of a tailed snake, his mood inevitably became depressed. "Mr. Wertning, that building over there is prepared for you. It's called the Central." The saint who followed him was full of energy for the leader who came to inspect. Pointing to the tour guide, he pointed to the circular building located in the middle of a huge plain on the west side of the town, and said warmly, "I heard that you are going to stay here permanently. We specially use the most authentic British decoration in your residence. There are also professional chefs to provide your hometown flavor." "I don't need the flavor of my hometown. Actually, I'm not British." Nelson's thoughts were interrupted by the black-robed saint, and he was pulled back to reality. He looked at the huge circular building, looked at the familiar shape. He asked confusedly, "If I remember correctly, a magical transmission center is going to be built here to transport wizards and supplies across continents, isn't it?" "That's right," the saint nodded. "You really care too much." Sure enough, no matter what era and what camp, there are always people who are good at flattering people and seeing every corner. Nelson got the answer and continued to ask, "So what is that? A particle accelerator? Is it necessary to build a teleportation array so big, or is it the whole thing? This building is my office?" Nelson narrowed his eyes and looked at the black building in the distance. From above, it looked like a black disc carved with mysterious patterns. It was pitch black and hardly reflected light. Only the metal edging at the corners could vaguely express it. The structure, the circle at the top, is very round, engraved with the mark of the saint, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Since it was too far away and there was no reference, he couldn't tell how big this central building was, but he could tell, just based on the area of the farther disk in his field of vision being as large as a newly completed building complex at the foot of the mountain. It's definitely not that small. Nelson can imagine what kind of urban legends about the Central will be circulated on the internet in a few decades. Particle accelerator? What is that? The black-robed saint replied with a puzzled expression. "Sir, since this is the operation center of intercontinental transmission, the area must not be too small. In order to maintain long-term stability, several with tens of thousands of magic props, this area is just right." "That's it." Nelson nodded and said his suggestion casually. "I think lightweight and portability are the general trend of technological development. It can only be done to this extent now." The tone of the black-robed saint could not hear any apology. He seemed to be very satisfied with his results, and he just continued to explain. "Mr. Wertling, according to Grindelwald, your lord's request, there is a field specially prepared for you on the top floor of the hub." "What venue?" A question mark slowly appeared above Nelson's head. "Didn't it be fine for me to come and take a look occasionally? Is there anything wrong with me? I'm not sure about this." The black-robed saint shrugged and said, "This is Lord Grindelwald's order. Maybe he has some considerations. You can go and see for yourself. By the way, can you apparate?" "I will." Nelson squinted at him, straightened his collar, took out his wand, and disappeared instantly. "I'll go to the upper floor to have a look." "Nelson, is that all you can do?" The upper floor of the center is a large room similar to a warehouse, which perfectly restores various environments such as blocks, forests, flatland, corridors of the British Ministry of Magic, and the headmaster's office of Hogwarts. Before Nelson arrived, Grindelwald had already waiting for him here. He seemed to be obsessed with the duel game he initiated, and sent out the invitation the moment Nelson opened the door. "Mr. Grindelwald, I only know a little bit of spells." Nelson hid behind a mailbox, stretched out his wand from a blind corner, and fired spells in the direction of Grindelwald indiscriminately. "When you are fighting with people, do you still have to inform others that you know less spells and need him to stand still and let you fight?" Grindelwald asked back, approaching Nelson with empty hands. Hearing the sound getting closer, Nelson gritted his teeth, pulled out his other wand from his pocket, and shot backhand at Grindelwald one by one in each hand. In an instant, all kinds of spells flew towards Grindelwald. Nelson didn't know what was going on behind him, but only heard Grindelwald's footsteps without even disrupting the rhythm. He was still strolling through Nelson's hail of bullets, and he didn't know whether it was Nelson's bad luck, or that he couldn't aim at this angle at all. None of the dozen or so spells he fired in a row flew in the direction of Grindelwald, but the furnishings in the room were blasted to pieces. "That's right, your left and right hands can cast spells proficiently, which is great," Grindelwald said in a calm voice. "But why do you have to shout out the spell every time before casting a spell? Even if you can't cast spells silently, it's not necessary, is it? Could it be possible to increase your magic power if you have a loud voice?" Could it be that your 90-degree obstacle curse can hit me if you speak too loudly? Really? Nelson leaned against the post box and panted heavily, taking the time to recover his strength, not to mention the consumption of mana. The string of rat-like retribution just now was enough to make a person with low lung capacity lose his breath. After a while, he stuffed the black walnut wand that he was not using very well into his pocket, took out a handful of small silver balls, picked out one of them, and threw it behind him. A huge tiger rushed towards Grindelwald from the air. He opened his bloody mouth and bit his neck. Besides, your act of casting magic indiscriminately is a waste of your own magic power. Grindelwald continued to comment, without panic facing the tiger. Even if you use your feet to hold the wand, so what can you do? If you can't hit anyone, what's the difference between 10,000 ways and one way? Feeling the bloody smell rushing towards his face, he nodded in satisfaction. He finally pulled out his wand and waved it casually. With a puff of green smoke and a bang, the tiger turned back into a small silver ball and fell to the ground, bounced again, sending out a crisp echo in the empty room. Nice transformation. I like the fur color of this tiger, Grindelwald said with a hint of appreciation in his voice, and then he changed the topic. But only transformation is useless. I don't think you should be so stupid trying to defeat a wizard with a mindless beast. Indeed. Nelson was overjoyed when he heard the crisp sound of the ball bouncing and falling on the ground, and silently counted down. 5. A wizard who only specializes in a certain kind of magic will not become a real strongman, Grindelwald said. When I was young, I had an enemy whose black magic was the most powerful I have ever seen. He once took out a dragon with a killing curse, and in that alone, he is the most powerful dark wizard in the world. 4. Nelson carefully felt the gap between the bouncing of the ball on the ground and sandwiched a handful of silver balls between his fingers. But he died in the end. Do you know how he died? 3. Nelson pinpointed the time when the ball hit the ground again and pressed his hands full of silver balls to the ground. He was poisoned to death by a trainee aura from South Africa, Grindelwald said with a hint of ridicule in his voice. Who would have thought that a dark wizard who is so proficient in black magic can't even understand potions in the 4th grade? He had more than 40 bottles of antidote on him, but he just didn't know which bottle to drink. 2. Gently exerting force with his palm, Nelson gently pushed the silver ball full of hands in the direction of Grindelwald. The trainee aura couldn't apply any deadly poison at all. It was the dark wizard who mixed his various antidotes and poisoned himself to death. Grindelwald sighed. What a pity. I wanted to ask him for advice. 1. Nelson saw from the corner of his eye that the balls had left the back of the mailbox. Before Grindelwald noticed them, he jumped out from behind the mailbox, raised his wand, and pointed at Grindelwald, and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. He raised his wand, not because he was afraid of Nelson's killing curse, but because he was a little worried about what kind of spell this non-standard spell could create. He waited, but found that there was no green light coming from the tip of Nelson's staff. Only then did he realize that the voice and picture of the boy opposite seemed to be out of sync. 0. Nelson is a humble person who is good at taking suggestions. Before he shouted the extremely non-standard death curse, he had already cast apparition quietly. Grindelwald watched his figure become unreal, and then appeared in front of a container at the far end of the room. He opened the door, walked in, and closed the door behind his back. Grindelwald's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he clenched his wand tightly and looked around, as if he was facing a big enemy. Then, his sidelight caught the little bull that Nelson turned into a tiger at first. Its kinetic energy has been exhausted, and it stopped on the ground at this moment, with cracks rapidly appearing on the surface. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, and transparent shields emerged around him, forming an airtight cover. His eyes were focused on the small ball that was gradually cracking. When the cracks covered the surface of the ball, it exploded from the inside out, bursting out with a burst of intense glare. Grindelwald was blinded by the white light, and in the next second, he heard the sound of dozens of small balls bouncing on the ground. They are dense, like raindrops, like an army, like a swarm of bees. When the first crack sounded, Grindelwald chose to apparate directly into the container where Nelson was hiding. He had a hunch that, if he stood there, he might make a fool of himself. Nelson was clawing at the door of the container, looking out with relish. There were bursts of dull explosions in the distance, and a green mushroom cloud rose from where Grindelwald had just stood. "What did you do?" Nelson felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up and found that Grindelwald was also looking out through the crack of the door. Seeing the horror outside, Grindelwald took a breath. He pushed open the door and looked at the ground that had been completely dyed green. He sniffed the smell in the air. It was just ordinary dye. If you get hit, you won't suffer much harm, but you will definitely be greatly insulted. "Mr. Grindelwald, that's just ordinary dye. Those little balls at the end are what I use for marking and signaling," Nelson explained without moving. "Green fireworks. For survival and okay. Grindelwald held his forehead. "Then what is a small ball at the beginning?" "That's a small ball I specially customized. It's hollow, and a one-time powerful lighting technique is sealed inside. I improved it, shortening the life of the light source, but greatly improving its brightness," Nelson explained. Thinking, he hummed in satisfaction. "Ancient people, this is called a flash bomb. This is called modern warfare." "I see." Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully. "When I destroy its transformation, it will explode, depriving me of my vision with glare." "Yes. Good idea." Grindelwald patted Nelson on the shoulder. "But have you ever thought about what would happen if you didn't have these props around you? Like now?" He took his wand and flicked Nelson's pocket, and it sealed shut. "Mr. Grindelwald, I know this spell." Nelson raised his wand. "It's as bright as the day." A flash of white light flashed, and Grindelwald closed his eyes again, feeling empty. When he opened his eyes again, Nelson was already standing opposite the pool of green paint. "You are really clever." He smiled and shook his head, appeared opposite Nelson, picked up half a small ball on the ground, and cast a spell softly. A big black bird appeared on his wrist. "I have seen you transformation. Come see my transformation. Beat it." And that's it for today. Grindelwald seemed to be confident in his transfiguration. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the big bird that jumped at Nelson. Looking at this strange eagle-like bird, Nelson felt a strong sense of oppression. The cold claws and beak made people shudder. This should be a hard battle. Chapter 153, Grindelwald's Conspiracy. "Mr. Grindelwald, I think we should start with simple things." Nelson looked at the strange bat on the opposite side, as if facing an enemy, and seriously gave what he thought was a pertinent suggestion, such as quail or something. "I heard that when other people learn to fight magical creatures, they start with boggarts or leprechauns and the like. Do you think you can only win against one quail?" Grindelwald's mouth twitched. "It's just an ordinary bird. You see, it has no special ability except for flying. It's just bigger, and compared with the real magical beasts, it is still far behind. Did you know that your Professor Dumbledore has a phoenix in his family? It only needs one claw, which is enough to wipe out this mere appearance bird. What's more, if you fight with me, you will only use some boring things like paint. I'm just afraid of hurting you by mistake." Nelson spread his hands. You hurt me by mistake?" Grindelwald laughed angrily. He grinned and said, "Are you afraid of provoking me? But I told you before, if you can really hurt me, I'm too happy to be in time." "Why are you so obsessed with cultivating me?" Nelson finally asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. "Do you want to know? I'm a little curious. Have you seen anything from the future?" Grindelwald asked back. "I can tell you, as long as you can defeat it. No matter what method? As long as it can defeat it? No matter what method you use." Grindelwald nodded. In his cognition, this bird should be the limit of Nelson's ability to fight against magical creations. He also wanted to see how far Nelson could do it. Nelson was in his eyes. It was like the fog of confusion produced by the talent of transformation. Even Grindelwald, who was as experienced as he was, couldn't see what was hidden in the eyes of this drifting young man. Grindelwald smiled sullenly and glanced at the black flame burning on the tail of the giant bird in the blind spot of Nelson's vision. "As long as you can defeat it beautifully, I will tell you everything you want to know." "Okay." Nelson nodded. He could finally try the ultimate move against transformation spells that he had already constructed in his heart. Under the gaze of Grindelwald, Nelson raised his wand, pointed at the giant black bird suspended in the air, and uttered some obscure and strange spells in his mouth. which was exactly what Nelson learned from Tom. Slytherin's transfiguration charm, but unlike in the past, what he said was a wrong version of Slytherin's transfiguration charm. Boom. Accompanied by a slight explosion, a cloud of white smoke burst out centered on the giant bird. Under Grindelwald's surprised expression, the white smoke quickly dissipated, leaving behind an emerald green toad with a few black feathers hanging on its body struggling in the air. It puffed up its cheeks and let out a croak. Grindelwald looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. As Dumbledore's former best friend, this great wizard known for black magic also has extraordinary attainments in the transformation spell. From his understanding, Nelson should try his best, and started a bitter battle with the big bird. The condensed fierce sapphire and the feathers, that were as hard as fine steel, were all gifts he had prepared for Nelson hidden in the giant bird's body. What is this? He quickly accepted his little failure, and instead became curious about Nelson's methods. This is a product of the failure of ancient transfiguration. When I fail to transform an item, it will turn into a toad like this. Nelson's face was a little pale, and it was necessary to transform such a huge magical creature alive. The failure also consumed most of his magic power, but the joy in Nelson's eyes was not affected at all. The use of this spell was exactly as he imagined, and it seemed that he had mastered another ultimate move against transfiguration. When it transforms successfully, it will be more stable than normal transformation spells, but when it fails, it will be like this, and I don't know why. Nelson shrugged and went on. Its spell is you don't need to tell me. Grindelwald waved his hand. You just need to know this kind of spell yourself. Unique spells are the greatest wealth of every wizard. Okay, Nelson nodded. Does that count as my win? Of course, I can still renege on my debt. Grindelwald turned around gracefully, picked up the croaking toad from the air, looked at it for a moment, then threw it aside, and said, as a reward, next you my magic learning is personally supervised by me. To put it bluntly, learning from a wizard like me is an opportunity that many people dream of. Mr. Grindelwald, you said you would tell me, of course I'll tell you. Nelson. Grindelwald smiled and waved his wand, and Nelson suddenly felt the world spinning around him, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and soon became a warm room with exquisite decoration and a burning fireplace. Sit at will. Grindelwald pressed Nelson's shoulders, and pushed him onto a knitted sofa, saying that he could sit at will, but he still arranged a place for Nelson. Nelson noticed that the pattern of this sofa cushion was exactly the same as the one in Dumbledore's office. Maybe the two of them went to the furniture store to buy it together. Mind if I have something to drink? As soon as Grindelwald finished speaking, he took out a bottle of mead from the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass, leaned against the fireplace, and asked, you are a prophet. It should be understood that I sometimes see some images that seem real and unreal, and some situations are so bizarre that I always feel that I'm delusional. Some. Nelson nodded, not knowing what kind of medicine was sold in Grindelwald's gourd. I was plagued by these memories when I was young, and it wasn't until I was older that I realized that what I was seeing were real memories. Grindelwald said, intoxicated, swallowing a sip of wine. Those happened in the future, true memories, which may come from my future self, or maybe what the world wants to tell me. But the prophecy is actually not accurate. No, it's absolutely accurate. Grindelwald shook his head and said sternly, I know that there are many talented guys like you in history who think that what they see is false, and such people are most likely to be played by fate. I must remind you that facing the fate that you can see is the most suitable way to deal with this gift. Nelson nodded. In his heart, he always believed that those who are most likely to be played by fate are those who believe in fate too much, such as Voldemort, who will create an enemy for himself in the future, and Grindelwald, who is now a little crazy point, but he just shook his head and didn't say much. I know what you're thinking. Grindelwald stared into Nelson's eyes. When the two looked at each other, Nelson saw the color of the pupil of his right eye turn from dark to bright. Grindelwald's voice was a little excited, and he held his chest. Said, I saw in the prophet that Muggles made steel fighter planes, and saw them create strong ships and cannons that could destroy the world. At that time, I thought, Muggles, those people who can't feel magic at all, how could a foolish guy have such great power? But later when I actually saw the fighter jets whizzing over my hometown, I felt a deep fear. Those fragments of destruction are the most real reality. This is Nurmengard. That's right, that's my original intention of establishing Nurmengard. As it turns out, I was right. Grindelwald looked out the window, and Nelson followed his gaze to look out the window and found himself in Nurmengard. This should be the high tower where Grindelwald lived. He saw that the sky outside was covered with a faint blue film, and sporadic wizards were fighting at the border of the film, but Grindelwald didn't seem to care about the ongoing battle at all. Looking back, looking at Nelson, he said, so much so that I'm more and more afraid that I will become the kind of guy who is bound by fate, and I feel more and more that a shackle is being put around my neck, getting tighter and tighter, making me can't breathe. So you know how happy I'm to see you? Me. Nelson, who was inexplicably mentioned, pointed at himself, very confused. What does this have to do with himself? I foresee so many things that the world thinks I'm a lunatic. Grindelwald looked at Nelson, not hiding the heat in his eyes at all. He stepped forward and said to Nelson, when everything I foresee, when everything is happening around me, the fear has completely surpassed the pride. I hate my foresight more and more, because when everything happens, I have foreseen it, and what I fear most is that at the end, there will be a horrible future awaits me. Terrible future? Nelson's throat clenched. But everything has changed, Grindelwald said cheerfully, dancing. Nelson, do you know where you are special? You don't exist in my future. Without me? That's right, Nelson. Grindelwald took a step forward, and Nelson dodged back in fright. He reached out, grabbed Nelson's collar, and said loudly, Nelson, in all the futures I know, there is no you. Do you know what this means? Nelson shook his head. You know what that means? Grindelwald seemed to think that Nelson should know everything, and he said excitedly, if my life were a book, then you would be the character that the author doesn't know, and you might come from the pages of the book. It may come from a waste manuscript with a wrong title page binding, or it may even come from another book. Your existence is not bound by any plot, any outline of any story. You can change the whole story. Nelson pursed his lips, and under Grindelwald's gaze, he spoke slowly. Then what do you need me to do? I will not let you do anything. I will not ask you for anything. I will ask for nothing from you. Instead, I will give you everything you want. Magic, power, wealth, power, fame. Grindelwald's eyes were full of delusion. I will not try to interfere with your decision in any way. It will make you involved in my story. I just want you to do everything you want with your own ideas, and the horrific ending I dread will definitely be changed compared with what you Professor Dumbledore likes to do most. I'm more willing to let it go, and I believe that you will definitely bring me unimaginable surprises. Can this be considered as having nothing else to do? Nelson asked softly, turning his face to one side. I will give you all the support you want. Think about it. Since you came to Nurmengard, have I distorted any of your thoughts? Grindelwald asked back. Even I know that I'm yours. Enemies are not stingy about cultivating them, and speaking of this, I feel a little strange. What's strange? Nelson, are you Nelson Wertling or Nelson Williams? When I tell you that I'm your father killer, I can't even see a wave in your eyes. Sometimes it really confuses me that you act more like a muggle. What do you really want when you follow the crowd like this? Grindelwald stared at Nelson's side face, as if he could see flowers from above. After a while, he loosened Nelson's collar, clapped his hands, and said to himself, you don't seem to have your own attitude towards anything. I can't see what you care about except your own friends. This is not the psychology a strong person should have. I'm not a strong person. It's just that you think. Nelson, do you think you are weak? Grindelwald retorted. I can't even imagine how far you will grow in time. So what exactly do you want? I don't know what I want either. Nelson shook his head with a wry smile. I came to Europe with a purpose, which was the only thought left to me by my most important elders. But now I feel instead that only with my own strength, I can't do it. What? He wants peace. It's pretty weak, isn't it? Peace. Hearing these two words, Grindelwald opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Haha, even if you say you want to be the king of the world, what kind of ideal is this? Isn't it possible? Nelson felt that this era full of war was completely different from what he had imagined. If he wanted to make a change, even with the help of magic, there was no hope at all. Of course. Looking at Nelson's speechless expression, Grindelwald laughed out loud, and he changed the subject. If you were to fight alone, you might not be able to do much after the battle is over. However, with my help, everything will be different. Grindelwald's eyes shone with confidence. Under my teaching, you can become the greatest wizard in the world, and you can have the power of imagination. At that time, you can do all the things you want. Chapter 154 Promise. But what's the use of that? Nelson stared at Grindelwald standing in front of him, and looking down at him. Since you believe in fate so much, what's the point of your actions? You didn't see me in the future. Maybe it's just because you didn't see me. It's all about me. You can't know everything that will happen in the future in detail. You look down on yourself too much. Grindelwald lowered his head. The distance between their eyes was so close that Nelson could only see his two pupils of different colors. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Nelson's hair, and gritted his teeth said, 12 years ago, in Paris, I had already discovered you. If your mother hadn't hid you in a Muggle home, you would have been trained by me when you were babbling. Even so, now you have been able to do too many things beyond my expectations. From the moment I saw you, the future is changing. What you know may not be the real future. Nelson found a trace of imperceptible fear in Grindelwald's tight-knit pupils. He grinned and laughed. Mr. Grindelwald, have you tried? Have you ever changed it? Grindelwald's pupils vibrated, and he straightened his body slightly, as if he would remember something bad. It seems that you have done it. Nelson smiled, stood up with the armrest of the sofa, and squeezed out a space in front of Grindelwald. He shook his head, raised his head slightly to look at Grindelwald, and said seriously, I have always believed that the future is unknowable. People are emotional animals. You can't even predict the direction of a leaf falling. How can you see through all kinds of incredible decisions made by people? These weird choices constitute what happens in the next second. Every moment, an expected future collapses, and an unexpected future is formed. What do you want to express? Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, and Nelson could no longer guess his psychology by reading his eyes. He paused and asked, so what kind of decision will you make? What are we going to learn in our first class? Nelson bypassed Grindelwald with ease, walked to the coffee table, took out a wine glass that was slowly deforming from his pocket, picked up the bottle of mead, and prepared for himself poured a glass and asked, I'm also curious about what the future you foresee will look like, and I'm even more curious about whether the future I expect can actually be realized. Grindelwald looked at the way Nelson held up the wine glass to toast himself, a little dazed. In his eyes, several completely different figures were slowly overlapping, and soon superimposed on the young man in front of him. He shook his head, banishing these strange fantasies from his mind, and frowned as he stared at the glass in Nelson's hand. Minors are not allowed to drink alcohol. As soon as the words fell, the mead in Nelson's hand bubbled and gradually boiled. He felt the wine glass in his hand bursting with heat, and a ball of steam rose from the glass with the strong smell of wine. When he lowered his head, when I looked into the wine glass, I saw only a glass of clear honey water. Cheers. Grindelwald picked up the glass and walked forward, lightly touched the quilt in Nelson's hand from the side of the glass, and then took a sip from the glass. Mead. Something as sweet as honey. In the end of the world, how much more can there be? Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson picked up the glass, and took a sip. After a sip, there was only a faint sweet taste in his mouth. I think this glass of honey water is very sweet. Honey water, of course it's sweet. Grindelwald stared at the cup in Nelson's hand and laughed. Tom, you should relax while studying. Dumbledore took out a bottle of the reserve from the wine cabinet in his office, glanced at Tom, shrugged, and took another bottle from the cabinet. I always pay attention to the quality of my sleep. Tom shook his head. In the whole of Hogwarts, I may be the only one who sleeps with a blindfold on. Why? Dumbledore took out a towel and wiped the dust off the two bottles and threw the last one at Tom. Just when Tom thought the bottle was about to fall, it wobbled. He flew up, shook his belly, bumped Tom's head lightly, and knocked his head against the cabinet next to him, as if urging him to get a cup out quickly. Dumbledore wiped the bottle in his hand and asked curiously, what's the use of wearing a blindfold while sleeping? I learned that if there are light sources around when sleeping, it will affect the quality of sleep. Tom pressed the wine bottle on the table, saw the trademark of 2 brooms, and stretched his arms to reach from the cabinet while controlling the struggling bottle. Get out a cup. You can just say that Nelson told you. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said, for the past 3 years, you have always avoided mentioning his name in front of me, and I won't be offended just because I heard Nelson. Crazy. Not to mention, I have said countless times, it was me who was wrong. Tom just smiled and asked, if you could go back to 4 years ago, would you change your approach? Dumbledore stopped wiping the wine bottle, and he turned his head to look at Tom, as if he couldn't see clearly through the glasses. He took off his half-moon glasses, squinted at them, and passed after a long while. I pursed my lips and shook my head. I really want to lie to you, or give you an answer you want to hear, but it is really difficult for me to do deception. If there is another time, I will still do it. If it is true, let Nelson kill that muggle, and he really can't turn back. Professor, I think this is the answer I want to hear. This may be the biggest difference between you and Nah, and it is also the quality you stick to the most. Tom smiled. 3 years later, he has grown from a boy to a tall and healthy boy, even a young man. He will take the owls in the second half of the year. Compared with when he parted from Nelson, he grew a lot taller. His half-length hair was casually placed behind his head, and a few strands were blown on his forehead by the wind. The facial features on his face were more three-dimensional and fuller. Adjectives such as the high nose bridge and the deep eye sockets do not feel awkward on him at all. This should be a face full of affinity, but his 2 high brow bones and eye sockets make his eyes always hide in the elusive shadows. He even looked a bit sinister, and his black hair and black eyes were paired with a black wizard robe. Apart from the silver and green coat of arms of Slytherin, he could not find any other colors on his body. His accessories were also black. A pendant inlaid with amber reflected the dark red light on his chest faintly. These black clothes made his already fair face even paler. Dumbledore quietly took the wine glass that Tom handed him and observed it carefully, as if there were some special patterns on the transparent glass that were attracting him. Tom raised his bony right hand, and on the middle finger was a ring that unzipped the cap of the butterbeer bottle. For a while, the room was so quiet that only the sound of Tom pouring the beer remained. The gas in the bottle gushes out along the gap, exposed by the pull ring, making a sizzling sound of water vapor splashing. Tun tun tun. Tom picked up the bottle and deftly moved it along the glass. The wall poured butterbeer into the glass, and when the glass stood still, there was only the sound of tiny bubbles popping in the room. At this moment, Dumbledore spoke slowly. I wanted to invite you to drink mead. He skillfully tapped the bottle with his wand. The cork popped out from the mouth of the bottle with a whoosh, stretched out 2 thin legs, and began to jump on the table tap dancing. He said while pouring wine, but considering that you are underage, as a teacher in the school, I can't take the lead in making students violate the school rules, so I can only let you drink butterbeer. I quite like butterbeer, said Tom, shaking his glass, the bubbles clinging to the sides of the glass bursting more rapidly, and staring at the slow bubbles in the ginger soda. And I don't like drinking too much. I think the taste is very ordinary. Have you ever drank it? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, lowered his eyebrows, and said thoughtfully, indeed, every time Horace holds a party, he will drink a large amount of mead from the 2 broomsticks, and the fire whiskey is even more so. More than twice as much as mead. I didn't say that, Professor, Tom said, shaking his head. I just think that the smell is not suitable for me. You know, the person I hate the most is a drunk. Okay. Dumbledore nodded and asked, how is your preparation for the owl's exam? Are you confident? Are you confident in yourself? Professor, if you have confidence in your teaching, then my exam will be fine. Tom shrugged. If it wasn't for waiting for Na's progress, I even think I can directly going to take the Newt's exam. I heard that you did something that the examiner had never seen before in the Newt's exam. What is that? I don't know. Dumbledore shook his head, winked his eyes, and said with a smile, spreading his hands, you mean the transfiguration exam, right? I remember I just did some ordinary transformations, and I don't know what the examiner has seen, let alone what he hasn't seen. You are so informal. If it were me, I might engrave this incident on my epitaph. Tom complimented dryly. Biography. Made an unprecedented operation in the newts exam. Then your epitaph may have to be very long. I suggest you build a wall in the cemetery to record your life. Dumbledore joked, raising his glass, and asked, by the way, you just said that you weren't waiting for Nelson's progress, so he's coming back for the test? Who knows? Tom shrugged. I remember his student status has been at Hogwarts, right? Yes, Aberforth has always kept his student status for him. Dumbledore smiled dryly and shook his head. My brother, you know, he has always had opinions on me, so he especially likes to add trouble to me. But this he did something wrong, and I also advocate keeping his learning experience. After all, although he left by himself, he is not the one who caused all this. Then he might come back, Tom said, shaking his glass and finding a sofa to sit down. He told me that the thing he is best at is exams. Have you talked to him? Dumbledore asked nervously. I remember you have 2 double-sided mirrors. We've been in touch, Professor, Tom replied, but I don't want to say too much. I understand. Dumbledore nodded, tasting the contents of the glass in unison with Tom, and after a while, raised his mouth again. By the way, Tom, I heard Minerva say that Nelson, after asking him about the animagus, is he ready to try the animagus? Professor, he will surprise you. Tom's eyes flashed with excitement, and for a moment, Dumbledore found that his pupils turned scarlet like jewels on his chest, which had happened over the past few years. It has happened too many times, and the frequency of this year's occurrence is slowly decreasing. He blinked and found that Tom's expression had returned to normal, and he was saying slowly, I have been studying with you for the past few years. Alvermorny didn't let himself down. I even think Alvermorny's teaching level is no worse than ours. Alvermorny is a school of magic with a long history, and its teaching level is really good. Dumbledore showed an embarrassing smile. So does he need some help? I think I still have some skills in transfiguration. Established. No need, Professor. Tom refused. I think Na has made enough preparations for himself. He is looking for a place with suitable weather. Recently I heard that this magic has certain requirements for the weather. Yes. He's well prepared, and the professor, with all due respect, if you understand, you don't need to say it. Dumbledore put down the wine glass in his hand, sat behind the desk, looked at the empty photo frame behind him and said, Tom, it's getting late. Is there anything else you can do? If nothing else, I think you should go back and put on your blindfold and get some sleep. Okay, Professor. Tom drank the butterbeer in his glass, picked up the bottle and asked, Professor, can I take it away? Dumbledore nodded, raised his wand and waved it. A wooden box flew down from the top of the wine cabinet, staggeringly followed Tom, and there was the clang of glass bottles. Bring some to your friends. He nodded with a smile. Thank you, Professor. Tom thanked, and led the box to the door. After twisting the door knob, he turned his head and asked, Professor, do you remember? You said 3 years ago, when I graduate now, I can find a stable job in a safe magic world, live in a stable community, and spend a peaceful life. My promise is still valid. Dumbledore picked up the glasses that he took off before, put them on the bridge of his nose, crossed his hands, propped his chin on the table, and said in a deep voice, I'm glad you still remember this sentence. So it's time for things to end. Chapter 155 The Enemy Chapter 150 Chapter 8 I shouldn't believe in old Jack's evil. I don't know what I'm trying to do. On the boundless sea, a dilapidated frigate is slowly driving through the water spray. Under the venomous sunlight above, the water spray it breaks through the sea is like a sparkling Christmas tree, and this ship is the antique colored ball on top of the Christmas tree. Standing at the bow of the ship, little Jack was wearing a white captain's cape. It was hard to imagine what he had gone through. In just 3 years, he changed from a sailor who was an intern on a cruise ship to a man who looked quite mature now naval commander. Several years of life at sea had left Jack with sunburns that would not fade away. His dark brown skin was as rough as gravel. There was a fresh scar under the corner of his left eye. A Bailey that was as worn out as a boat. The cap was casually placed on his head. He was smoking a low-quality cigarette, struggling to wipe a damp match on the fence. This was his last half pack of cigarettes, and he hadn't returned to land for half a month. His right hand was splintered and hung around his neck with a dirty bandage. After a lot of effort, the match was finally lit. He put his mouth on the flame, lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a strong puff, and threw the burnt match into the sea. After a few seconds, he exhaled a thin column of smoke. The low-quality cigarettes were no better than the high-end ones, provided to high-ranking officers. They didn't even have filters, and the smoke made Jack's eyes red, but he was already familiar with this feeling, so he just blinked his eyes and continued to suck on the cigarette. A flock of seagulls hovered in the surrounding sea area and soon plunged into the water to eat. The war decimated the fishery in this sea area, but gave the fish in the sea enough time to recuperate. Jack could even see the flock of birds with his naked eyes. The sea below shone with scales, and when he finished his cigarette, the seagulls were full and flew away in a file. Jack spat the cigarette butt into the sea, followed by a mouthful of thick phlegm. He felt a little itchy in his chest. Maybe it's been a long time since I took a bath. He twisted his neck indifferently, put his left hand into the neckline, and scratched hard. Scratching let out a pleasant moan. His nails touched something hard. He took out the necklace with the pendant box from his collar and gently opened the cover with his thumb, revealing the photo stuffed inside. A cute girl with a round face is smiling at the camera with a flowery smile. The Blanny is a giant class frigate. It is poorly equipped and poorly maintained, but it is still the most reliable friend of the Allied forces at sea. The giant class frigate under Jack's feet has been launched for a long time, but it is surrounded. It is a legend in the small circle of the world. It has experienced several major battles with heavy losses, but it is lucky to survive until now, precisely because it has many small problems, and it is always overhauled in the shipyard during the war. Captain Jack is the second commander on this frigate, under the command of Major Doug. Under normal circumstances, his main job should be just to be a helper, but Jack said that from the first day he was assigned to this ship. I have never seen the so-called Major Doug, and I can only see the signature of this Major Doug flamboyantly on the report documents when he regularly docks at the pier. I heard that the father of Major Doug was a well-known member of Parliament in London. He arranged for his son to enter the Navy, but he kept taking sick leave to prevent him from entering the most dangerous battlefield. I hope it's syphilis. Jack leaned on the railing, made a sign of the cross with his healthy left hand, and silently blessed in his heart at least 3 periods. His military rank was also promoted by firewire, because no one is willing to accept this mission to set mines in the warring sea area on this ship, except for professionals engaged in mines and a few veterans who sailed the ship. The other sailors there are only a group of low-spirited people left. They don't know a single character, or they boarded this broken ship that will disintegrate on its own, either for the sake of serving the country or for the generous pension. I finally know why old Jack always wants to watch fireworks. Jack spat into the sea, glared angrily at the scorching sun, and said cursingly, I can't see anything in this sea except birds, and you can't see them. How about blowing up a boat and letting me see the fireworks? God seemed to have heard his prayer, and soon, a column of water more than 10 meters high suddenly arose on the sea hundreds of meters away. Bang! In the next second, Jack heard the sound of a cannonball entering the water. What the hell? He yelled as he turned and ran towards the command room. Did anyone see who attacked us? Captain Jack, a young red-haired sailor, stood on the top of the mast, retracted his binoculars, and reported loudly, it's a ship a circle bigger than us. What model? Jack asked loudly, running under the mast. Report to the captain. I don't know. The sailor replied confidently, opening the partition under his feet and sliding down the rope while explaining, we were dragged aboard within a month of class. We haven't learned yet the lesson on ship models. I'm fucked, Jack shouted cursingly, pushing away the staff in the command room. Where's the radar, soldier? Have you gone drinking? Report. The radar is broken. A yellow-haired boy raised his head and reported tremblingly, I haven't seen the image of the incoming ship yet. I knew it. Jack rolled his eyes, sat on the captain's seat, calmed down quickly, and gave orders loudly, let everyone prepare to meet the enemy. The equipment on our ship is all broken. Try to get closer to them. He didn't need to say too much. The crew knew that this was a moment of life and death, and they were doing their own things in an orderly manner. Jack squinted his eyes and saw a hideous mast rising from the arc-shaped sea level ahead. Whose ship is it? He asked the red-haired sailor who had just seen the enemy and was getting ready to climb up again. Did you see the flag on it just now? I see clearly. Sailor nodded. Whose is it? Germany? He asked nervously. No, Captain, I don't know that flag either. The sailor scratched his head. He had no education, and how could a low-level British who struggled to read, write, and read have the time to know the flags that are so dazzling? He replied, but the captain is definitely not Germany. It should be the Servant Army, but I don't know which country the Servant Army is from. I hope it's not de Gaulle sitting on it and sailing the boat himself. Jack took out the telescope from the drawer, crossed himself on his chest, and then held it up in front of him, muttering tremblingly, I hope it's a fishing boat, a sampan boards and such. At the same time, on the sea more than 10 nautical miles away, several huge monsters with German flags are guarding a medium-sized cruise ship and moving fast from east to west in the opposite direction. The flags hoisted by this special fleet are not consistent. On the prows of the most central ships, a simple black flag was fluttering in the wind. The triangular logo of the Deathly Hallows landed in the center of the flag, making the hearts of those who knew the meaning tremble. Master warning, a sea battle is taking place 10 nautical miles ahead. Should we fire a warning shot, or wait a while before crossing? All the cabins of the cruise ship were opened up and transformed into a hall full of bookshelves. In the center of the hall, Nelson, who was sitting at the table reading, was disturbed by the footsteps of the approaching people and raised his head from the book. There are 2 thick stacks of books in his hand, and the stack farther away is as tall as a person. Nelson closes the faint green book in his hand, picks up the silver chain on the table, and wraps the book around, wrapped it up, carefully put it in the lead box, and closed the lid, took off the gloves, and looked up at the person coming. The sorcerer who came to report saw Nelson's face. Compared with 3 years ago, he has not changed much, but his facial features have become more mature, but the boundaries of his appearance are still soft, and his blue eyes are like the shadows outside the window. Sea water, but a little too clear, like the sky can't see the end point. His appearance is still the same, but his temperament is quite different. Compared with the bitter and bitter look 3 years ago, Nelson's face always looks smiling, with the corners of his mouth turned up, but his eyes are calm. The black-cloaked saint stood opposite Nelson, only took one look, then lowered his head, not daring to vent his breath. Who? Nelson put away the lead box, fiddled with the crucible boiling the purple liquid on the table, and asked, isn't it a tacit truce these days? Why is someone fighting in front? It's a British frigate. It seems to be setting mines. It was discovered by a cruiser of the Polish Navy and is bombing. The black-robed wizard raised his right hand, and the 3-dimensional naval battle scene was slowly unfolding in front of him. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Every time he saw such a scene, he was amazed, thinking that he was watching a science fiction movie. Let me see. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Does Poland still have a navy? Yes, my lord, the black-robed wizard replied. Germany was occupied very quickly, and there are still some left. Some went to Britain, and some remained in the mainland. Nelson nodded, stood up, and walked around the table to the black-robed wizard. There was a loud jingling sound from the pocket of the long black trench coat on his body. People, little white things bouncing away from the table. This scene made the black-robed wizard shudder. Well, I have been staying on the shore for the past few years, and I don't know much about the things in the sea. Nelson narrowed his eyes, bent down to look at the 3-dimensional image in the hands of the black-robed wizard, took a breath, and sighed. Amazing it's. My lord, what did you say? The black-robed wizard was a little puzzled. I mean, this small ship is amazing. Are the above patches made by that big ship? No. Can this kind of boat go into the water? Nelson felt a little respect in his heart. Is this goblin technology? I'll go and see what's going on. I think this broken ship is going to sink. He took out a small ball from his pocket and threw it towards the door. A bird that was too fast to see clearly disappeared into the air in an instant. Compared with 3 years ago, the production industry of small balls has also improved. It has advanced from small silver balls to small silver balls plus, small silver balls pro and some other special versions. Grindelwald always appreciates he was puzzled by this confusing behavior of preparing props. In his opinion, if Nelson didn't wear a coat, he would simply be slaughtered. In order to refute him, Nelson specially spent a lot of money to create a magic that can summon the coat anytime and anywhere on the body. The closed space and the apparition prohibition curse can do nothing to it. I'll go and have a look. Nelson picked up the soft felt hat that had been worn for 3 years from the table, turned around, and the hem of the windbreaker swung up with his movements. He put the soft felt hat on his head, and the next second appeared on the high platform with the Saints flag at the front of the deck. After a while, a silver falcon flew from the front like lightning, rushed towards Nelson's chest, and instantly turned into a cloud of flying silver shavings. "It's an acquaintance?" Nelson nodded thoughtfully, turned around and ordered the wizard who was following him, "Go, sink that Polish ship." "My lord, that is the German servant army. The German Muggle government is our ally." A black-robed wizard was startled by his order, and persuaded in a low voice. "I know," Nelson asked, shrugging, and then, "I remember I said, don't make trouble during the holidays. Since they don't understand the language, I think they can retire directly." Nelson ordered, "Just aim at the blades, and just stop the boat and let them row the lifeboat back." That's right, the Muggle army dared to disturb our trip, and there is no need to leave the lifeboat for them. Another saint winked, and trotted to order. "By the way, what about the prisoners of war below the deck? I've gotten a little angry from eating oranges recently. Let's move them down to eat." Nelson asked casually, looking at the scene, where the sea and the sky meet. "No problem," the winking saint replied, "same as before. I didn't follow before. Where did you all throw them?" "Throwing them on the high seas. We actually didn't dare to get too close. We drove them to the lifeboats, and then cast the forgetting spell, so that they would feel that they escaped by themselves, and rowed to England by themselves." "What if there are people who can't tell the difference between southeast and northwest?" Nelson asked. "It can only mean that their lives are bad." The saint shrugged, and said in an indifferent tone, "You have given them mercy in this way. If they can't escape, I think it's better to just jump ocean." "Oh," Nelson sighed, and asked, "Is the concentration camp in the east almost full of people?" "When I left, it seemed to be empty. Some came out, some died. It's a pity that I can't stay there anymore. I won't be able to find fault with those garrisons in the future. It's really interesting to release people in front of them." Nelson shook his head regretfully. "My lord, you can come back often to have a look." The black-robed saint lowered his head and smiled dryly. He has become accustomed to this young master's bad taste of finding faults and letting others go. If it wasn't for the wizard, he might have been shot by the angry garrison long ago. "Gan, the title is wrong. I'm cracking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. I'm back. Name. Even in the quagmire of war, many government departments have not stopped. In the hall of the British Customs, a middle-aged lady with deep law lines is staring suspiciously at Nelson, who is going through the customs formalities. Nelson Wertling Williams. Nelson took off his soft felt hat and held it in his arms, allowing the officer to examine his face. Occupation? She carefully compared the photos with Nelson himself, nodded, took out a stamp, and pressed it to the lower part of the top sheet of paper in front of her. "I'm an intern reporter from Paris Daily." Nelson took out a piece of paper from her pocket and waved it in front of the eyes of the customs officer. It was recorded on the website, and he asked, "Has France already recruited such young journalists?" "Ma'am, aren't 11 or 12-year-old child laborers everywhere in British factories? Besides, it's a mess over there. It's a mess, and it's not easy to find people," Nelson explained, in order to prove the authenticity of his profession. He took out a camera from the bag behind him, picked it up, and made a pose for a photo with the customs officer. After all, in this day and age, there are not many people who are still willing to be war reporters. "That's true," the official nodded again, feeling affectionate and dazed again. "My daughter is also as old as you, and she is already working as a nurse in London. She is such a brave girl." Nelson admired sincerely, and then complimented, "Ma'am, you are also a great mother. It's all for Britain, isn't it?" The customs officer smiled with satisfaction, and continued to ask, "How did you come back? It's not that easy to come from the mainland. Ma'am, we journalists have a certain network of relationships. After all, we have to leave a way out for this kind of work. Nelson raised his eyebrows and explained, my guardian is a German. I have been proficient since I was a child. In addition, our family also has a certain relationship there, so I came back with this construction team. Oh, I understand. Seeing that Nelson was about to fall into endless questioning, and the man in the suit behind him put his hands in his pockets, the customs officer suddenly realized, go home quickly. Your relatives and friends may have to wait, hurry up, but be careful. Thank you, ma'am. Nelson saluted with a smile, picked up the soft felt hat, and put it on his head, turned around and walked out of the office hall with his camera in his hand, and several men in suits with serious faces followed him out. My lord, you don't need to talk too much with these muggles, a man in a suit rushed forward and said as soon as he walked out the door, let these things be left to us, the people below. How can you think so? What are you going to do? Give her a confusion curse? Nelson's eyes flashed a hint of disgust, but he quickly turned his head, looked at the much depressed street in front of him, and said, Muggles, a brain can't take the damage of a spell, and she might become a fool for it. My lord, you are so merciful. Judging from the voice, the man in the suit was the blind saint on the boat. This is not kindness. You have to know that what a saint wants to do is not an unscrupulous fanatic. Nelson turned his face away, too lazy to look at him, and said to himself, if you want others to accept the new order, you must first abide by it. The old order, do you understand? Mike, if every one of you passes through the customs with a confusion spell, then when the saints establish their own customs, don't you have to equip each official with a defensive confusion spell helmet? You're right. The winking Mike was about to say something when another man in a suit stepped forward and lowered his head and said, we can't trample on order at will. This is really a truth. The second man in a suit was the winking saint on the boat. He turned his head and spoke to Mike. Listen to what your lord says. Don't be stubborn. HMPH. Okafor is much smarter. Nelson curled his lips and didn't say much. If it weren't for Mike's most proficient architectural magic, Nelson even had the intention to transfer him to the Antarctic to study magic penguins. He took 2 steps forward, breathed in the familiar smog of the British Empire, exhaled briskly, and said silently in his heart, I'm back. A group of men in suits surrounded Nelson in an arc. This group of strange guys attracted the attention of passers-by. Are you going to overhaul? Nelson turned his head and asked happily, then you go. My lord, we have to follow you. Master Zweig has ordered us to protect your safety. Okafor kicked Mike with his heel. He lowered his head and walked up with a face full of reluctance. After 3 years of getting along, he deeply realized the moodiness of this young man who likes to find fault. Seeing that Nelson's mood seems to be well, no one wants to come up against the bad news. After all, the previous team was twice the size of the current team, and those colleagues who investigated the magic penguins in Antarctica were their lessons learned. You guys? Protect me? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Aren't you busy repairing buildings? I saw you unloading toilets on the pier before. My lord, those British officials dare not let us do such an important link, Okafor explained. We are just going to settle the final payment, and they are going to do the transfer and protective magic of the building themselves. Then let's count the final payment. Nelson curled his lips, looking at a group of men in suits with a strong underworld temperament behind him with disgust. A group of people, like you are following me. I'm afraid I will be attacked every half an hour. After finishing speaking, he raised his arm, waved at the professional team, and disappeared in the next second. Okafor waved his hand standing there, looked at the empty ground in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Thanks to their arc-shaped surround, no passerby noticed Nelson's disappearance. Only an owl stood. He twisted his neck on the pillar on the roof of the customs building, but his eyes were always on the group of people under his feet. Okay, go to the British Ministry of Magic. Mike waved his hands irritably. Do you think you can find him? Let's go to Lord Zweig. Nelson randomly found a secluded path, took out his wand, and held it in front of him, while covering his mouth and nose with a hand. The sulfur-smelling haze always made him feel like he was being buried in volcanic ash. It only took a few seconds for a 3-story purple bus to suddenly appear in front of him. Nelson rubbed his eyes. He thought the night bus had a new paint job, but it turned out that a layer of thick grey. Compared with the last trip, the night bus is a bit older. There is a crack on the front end of the car that runs across the left headlight, and it is wrapped with a huge piece of gauze. Nelson doesn't understand why the car needs to be repaired with gauze. Could it be that the light will be infected? He shrugged and stepped into the open car door. To Hangleton. After getting on the bus, Nelson looked around casually and found that the young conductor was gone. Only the driver's hoarse voice came from the front. Just put the money in the coin box, and there is a board next to it with the price written on a ticket. Where's Ern? The wizard who was the conductor before. Ern Pullen? Nelson took out a galleon from his pocket and threw it into the cash box. Bring me another cup of hot cocoa and a hot towel. I got out of the car to wipe my face. There is no conductor in this car. If you want anything, go to the restaurant on the second floor to pick it up. Yes, just leave the money there. The driver's voice was hoarse and tired. He turned around, looked at Nelson at the door, and asked, "What do you find me for?" Nelson looked intently at the driver at the front of the car, and found that the one sitting in the cab was the previous conductor. He was wearing a pair of glasses taped up. His beard and hair hadn't been taken care of for a long time, and he was wearing a dirty suit, dragon leather jacket, eyelids drooping, unable to see the anger before. "Oh, are you really a driver?" Nelson raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Yes." Ern lowered his head slightly, staring at Nelson from above his glasses. His brows stretched out after a while. "Is that you? The gentleman who predicted me to be a driver?" "That's right." Nelson nodded. "Is the prediction accurate?" "Very accurate." Ern shook his head with a wry smile. "I wish your predictions were not so accurate." "What's the matter? Where's the previous driver?" Nelson asked curiously as he put one foot up the stairs. "I was hit by those lunatics in Nuremberg and retired." Ern snorted, turned his head, and seemed not to want to continue this topic. His hoarse voice came from the front. "Sir, you hurry up and find a place to sit. I'm driving in a hurry, so be careful." Nelson nodded, walked up to the third floor, found a seat in the penultimate row by the window and sat down, looking out of the window at the scenery with a grey filter, lost in thought. What happened? Ern is indeed a new driver, and he seems to be unskilled with the steering wheel. The night bus rammed the street and once drove onto the sidewalk. He always dodges just right, making the driving safe and sound, but this kind of violent braking, violent accelerator and violent steering made Nelson sitting in the car feel sick. After a while, he entered the drowsy dreamland. Hangleton is here." I don't know how long it took before Ern's hoarse voice sounded in the carriage. Nelson woke up from his dream, feeling parched. He rubbed his eyes, took out a water glass from his pocket, unscrewed the lid and drank ton water. He walked downstairs with his weak feet and waited while sitting on the saddle beside the car door. Seeing a wizard who wrapped himself up tightly waiting to get off the car, Nelson nodded and called after saying hello. He just stayed where he was and looked out the window without saying a word. After experiencing a sudden brake that was enough to throw him 30 meters away without grabbing the handrail, the car door slowly opened in front of Nelson, and there was a dusty path outside the door. I stomped my numb feet on the road and looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar village in front of me. Come to Hangleton to find someone. The wizard who was waiting to get off the car with him jumped off after him. The car door closed. The engine roared. The ejection started and disappeared in place, stirring up even bigger smoke and dust all over the sky. Ahem. Nelson covered his nose, coughed and disappeared, and replied standing outside the dust. "Yes. Do you live here?" "Yes, I live here." The visitor came out from the smoke and dust and opened his high collar, revealing a young and long face. Nelson silently compared the lengths of himself and Senior Newt in his heart, standing 5 meters looking at him from afar. "Hi, nice to meet you." Nelson greeted. "You're very proficient at apparating." The wizard raised his eyebrows and said with some familiarity, "You came here to find someone. The wizards here are all scumbags. Don't you live here too?" Nelson asked rhetorically. Ha ha ha. The warlock smiled, waited until the smoke cleared, walked onto the dirt road, and walked towards Hangleton. "Of course I'm a scumbag, and there's no one who lives here who isn't a scumbag. Although I went out, I never denied that I came from a dirty place. You don't look like a scumbag." Nelson said, and after the wizard took a few steps forward, he stepped onto the embankment and walked in the same direction. Of course not, because I haven't been back for a long time. The wizard shrugged and asked, Great Hangleton or Little Hangleton? Little Hangleton. Oh. Are you looking for the Riddle family over there? The wizard turned his head and asked in surprise, I heard that there was a witch in their family a few years ago. Can't I go find a muggle? Nelson asked impatiently. For example, I'm just a muggle, and I came to talk to a muggle for business. There's no muggle who can apparate. The wizard didn't seem to hear the sense of distance in Nelson's tone, but said cheerfully, will you go back together later? That way the night bus won't have to make another trip. Nelson stood at a fork in the road. The one was clean and spacious, and the other was potholed. He walked towards the clean avenue, shrugged, let's talk about it when we meet. Okay, the wizard nodded, and walked in the direction of Great Hangleton. When the wizard disappeared into the woods around the corner, Nelson raised his head and looked at the luxurious manor on the hill in the distance. He compared it silently in his heart and walked towards the manor. On the telephone pole at the entrance of the village, most of the missing persons notice was torn off, and the rest was also blackened with ink. Nelson breathed out, straightened his neckline and cuffs, and brushed a feather from his shoulder. He stared at the feathers whirled and fell slowly, narrowed their eyes, and looked at the hill opposite Riddle's house. Chapter 157 The Pupa of the Grimace Hawkmoth. Going up the mountain road, Nelson came to the gate of the Riddle mansion. Looking at the magnificent mansion in front of him, the well-informed Nelson couldn't help squinting his eyes. He rang the bell of the gatehouse and handed over the greeting. After a while, old Tom came to the door with the help of the housekeeper. Mr. Riddle, first time meeting. Hello, I'm Tom's friend, Nelson Williams. Standing at the newly opened side door of the manor, Nelson took off his hat, stretched out his right hand, and greeted old Tom with a smile. Looking at old Tom's familiar eyebrows, Nelson felt that he could already imagine what Tom looked like now. Old Tom didn't stretch out his hand for a while, which made Nelson froze in place. He frowned and looked at the small door that the porter opened for Nelson, waved his hand to release his butler in front of Nelson, and whispered a few words. Immediately afterwards, under the command of the butler, several accompanying male servants opened the gate of the manor. With the creaking and groaning of the iron door shaft, two rusty rollers were running hard along the track. After a while, the door opened wide. Old Tom pushed the butler's supporting hand, twisted his tie knot, and walked out of the door to hold Nelson's hand. I've heard my son talk about you. I've seen your picture in the newspaper, he said, leading Nelson through the door with a stiff face, muttering in an inarticulate voice, the following stupid damn. It's really shameful to actually open a small door for a distinguished guest. Haha, Mr. Riddle, have you read that report too? After years of training, Nelson was no longer ashamed of that report. He let out a burst of hearty laughter and guided him to the mansion in the manor under the guidance of the old man. Nelson could feel old Tom's staggering steps. Although he was trying his best to control it, the weight of his body was always leaning on Nelson's body. Those skinny arms were almost skinny, making people feel no strength at all. Just looking at old Tom's side face, the face covered with age spots does not look like a gentry in his prime, but rather a dying, malnourished homeless man. As if aware of Nelson's discovery of his weakness, old Tom quickened his pace, and the two arrived in the living room very quickly. Old Tom was extremely tired, and as soon as he arrived in the living room, he couldn't wait to sit on the sofa by the fireplace, stretching out his trembling fingers to the housekeeper. Although it was still cold in spring, summer was slowly approaching, and the weather in England was not that cold, but old Tom still called the servant to add some firewood to the fireplace, as if he couldn't stand the temperature. Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette? He picked up the cigarette handed by the butler, stretched his neck to let the servant light it for him, took a long sigh of relief, lay back on the sofa limply, and began to smoke, and after a while, his whole body was wrapped in thick smoke. Nelson shook his head indiscriminately. Potions are too harmful to muggles. Old Tom is actually not that old, not even 40, but it looks like he has already buried half of his body in the ground. What are you doing here? You didn't come to see me, did you? Old Tom quickly finished his cigarette, staring up and down at Nelson, seeing that he was well dressed and looked like he was not short of money, nodding with satisfaction. How could it be? Nelson shook his head with a smile, took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from behind, and put it on the coffee table, and said, although there are indeed some things, the main reason for stopping by is to visit you. Old Tom looked at the box Nelson put on the table in amazement, as if wondering where Nelson got it out. I've been carrying it in my hand just now. You may not have noticed. Nelson saw what old Tom was thinking. He shrugged and said, I've heard that Tom found his relatives in Paris, so I made a special trip to see them this time. Look, you and Tom really look alike. Yes, he is almost exactly the same as when I was young. Old Tom nodded, no longer thinking about the gift, but instead asked, did he say anything to you? About you? Nelson looked at old Tom's expectant eyes, shook his head, and said, I didn't say much. After saying this, he stared at old Tom's face earnestly, trying to observe some special emotions. The corners of old Tom's mouth twitched slightly, but soon there was no other expression. After a while, he lit a fire again. He smoked a cigarette, opened the conversation box, and chatted with Nelson. From the World Water Cotton futures, from the paintings on the wall to his own business, Nelson tried his best to answer the conversation, maintaining a polite smile. By the way, I heard that Christian is your daughter? When old Tom talked about his family, Nelson asked out loud. Although he had already heard the news, he was still amazed at the wonder of fate. According to what he knew, it is known that the future Voldemort does not have any living relatives. If there is no existence of himself, will there be a girl named Christian in London? He cleared his throat and said, to be honest, I knew Christian, but I didn't expect such a coincidence. Her name is Laura Riddle. A smile finally appeared on old Tom's faceless face. He happily patted the armrest of the sofa, and the ash fell all over the floor. Now their school doesn't have any take-a vacation, or I can ask her to come over and chat with you. Is Christian staying at home during the holidays? Nelson asked curiously. Sometimes I go to London, but I don't know what's so good about that dilapidated orphanage. Old Tom curled his lips disdainfully, glanced at Nelson, and added, but since he and you can be cultivated there, the child, there are still some merits. Mrs. Cole is a great woman. Nelson nodded and continued to ask, where is Tom? Will he come back to live? I sometimes correspond with him. Old Tom's voice paused for a moment, and said, his room is upstairs. Do you want to go and see it? You just said that you just returned to England recently, and you should meet him, if possible. I hope you can talk to him. It's not good for the Riddle family's mail to stay outside all the time. Okay, I just want to take what he left here too. Nelson nodded, got up and followed the manservant upstairs. Old Tom stayed on the sofa, watching Nelson disappear at the top of the stairs, and pressed the still lit cigarette, but against the armrest of the leather sofa. Tom's room in the Riddle mansion didn't look like a room. This was Nelson's first reaction when he opened the door and walked in. Although it was clean and tidy and the furniture was high-end, even if Tom and his son had a good relationship, this room didn't make people feel uncomfortable at all. People want to live. Nelson looked at the seemingly expensive paintings on the bedside and walked into this spotless room. Is this where Tom lives? He asked the footman behind him. Yes, sir. The man replied in a low voice, but the young master has never lived here. If it were me, I wouldn't live here. Nelson looked at the furnishings in the room. This place is too much like a hotel. I suggest you decorate it more warmly. I will tell the master. By the way, Tom said he left something here. Where is it? Nelson asked. I'm here to get it. Sir, in the cellar. Shall I take you there? Apart from being larger, the cellar of the Riddle mansion is no different from an ordinary cellar. Perhaps because it is located on a mountain, Nelson feels that it is much colder here, which reminds him of the room where the heart of the Black Wizard was stored in the Tales of Beedle the Bard basement. He followed the servant through a labyrinth of tunnels and came to a locked room. Nelson carefully took out a bronze key from his pocket and let the servant leave by himself and stepped into the cold room. There was a wooden table in the middle of the room, and on it was a block of ice covered with a white cloth. Nelson carefully lifted the white cloth, and inside was a strangely shaped chrysalis. It was the chrysalis of the hawkmoth. This is the rarest and most important medicinal material among the potions needed to practice enigmatic. Because the ghost-faced hawkmoth is extremely vigorous, if it is not treated, it will quickly break out of the pupa, but the inactivated ghost-faced hawkmoth, the efficacy of the moth medicine will also decrease rapidly. To preserve the medicine, Tom sealed it in an ice cube with a setting spell, and hid it here. Nelson also asked him why he didn't put the medicinal materials in Hogwarts. Tom replied, in case you are wanted one day, and you can't even go back to school. If it's not convenient for me to deliver things to you, you can pick them up yourself. Without the key, no one can open the door. Of course, Tom's thinking is superfluous. 3 years later, Nelson is still the 3 good student with a clean family background and clean files. He broke through the solid ice, and the moment it thawed, Nelson could feel a powerful beating from the chrysalis. The ghost moth broke free from the severe cold, ready to welcome transformation and freedom, but it was quickly sealed by Nelson. In a small hollow silver ball, it became a stumbling block on the freeway of the ghost-faced hawkmoth. When returning to the ground, Nelson was told that old Tom had gone to rest first, because of his physical discomfort. Nelson expressed his thanks to the old housekeeper, put on his hat, and left the Riddle mansion. At the foot of the mountain, Nelson was just about to extend his wand to stop the night bus, but he quickly thought of the little long-faced wizard who was passing by. For some reason, that guy always gave him a troublesome feeling, and finally he decided to approach directly to the neighboring town, take the train to London. Before leaving, he glanced in the direction of Great Hangleton. The dilapidated shacks on the hillside over there were even more dilapidated. It seemed that the bag of galleons he left behind had not effectively improved Morphin's life, and maybe even he hadn't. Find the hidden money bag. Nelson found a shady place to observe, and after confirming that there was no one around, he drew out his wand. "Sir, why don't you wait for the car with me?" An oily male voice sounded behind Nelson. He turned his head and looked back. The wizard who had dropped by before jumped off a dense oak tree and landed lightly. A few feathers with similar eyesight to his clothes slowly falling down. Animagus? Nelson stared at the falling feathers, which were the same color as the one that fell on his shoulders and the owl standing on the roof of the customs building. "You are really insightful." The wizard patted the leaves on his body, looked at Nelson, and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Williams. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lewis Ogden, currently working in the legal profession executive division." "The British Ministry of Magic?" Nelson asked, gripping his wand tightly. "Look at what you said. Can I still be an employee of Muggle law enforcement?" Lewis spread his hands and was about to approach, but saw Nelson took half a step back, so he asked with a bitter face, "Are you stepping back? Is the half-step movement serious?" "Sorry for hurting you." Nelson took another half step back. "I've changed my itinerary and don't plan to take the night bus." "That doesn't stop us from talking." Nelson felt that the wizard in front of him was a bit annoying, but based on the animagus just now, he couldn't tell what kind of tricks the other party had, so he put his hands in his pockets and asked politely, "What do you want to talk about?" "I don't think I have been tried by the Wizengamot, I remember. Not to mention that there is something that needs to be implemented by your department." "Sir, you're out of touch now," Lewis said in a low voice, rubbing his hands. "It's just that I want to get to know you." "Sorry, I don't like men." Nelson frowned, pinched 2 small balls that could burst out smoke with his left hand, and was about to forcefully leave. "Okay." Lewis put away his previous greasy tone, spread his hands, and looked at Nelson seriously. "I'm just curious, what does a guy who hangs out with the Dark Wizards of Nermengard want to do after acting alone?" "What Dark Wizard? What are you talking about?" "It's just inexplicable." Nelson didn't expect that he would be targeted after only staying with those people for a while after entering the country. "What's the relationship? We are just passers-by who met by chance. Do we still need to report the itinerary to you?" "No need, sir." Lewis said, "I heard from my nephew that you left Hogwarts after a year of study. What exactly do you want to do when you come back, when the headmaster is injured?" "The principal is injured? Isn't it? Do you even have a record for this?" Nelson frowned, took some hands out of his pocket, and continued to ask, "If you work hard enough, you will know that Principal Deputy barely showed up at Hogwarts. What does his status have to do with the school?" "Of course, my suspension is for personal reasons." If I am guilty, please let the Wizengamot judge me instead of you following me. I do not have, I will complain to the Ministry of Magic. As soon as the words fell, Louis' vision was filled with thick white smoke, and by the time he ran out covering his mouth and nose, Nelson had long since disappeared. Chapter 158 Nagini remembered. London. Years of wars have brought an indelible haze to this magnificent city. Under the constant bombing and harassment by the German army, this most prosperous city in the world has also become the most severely damaged city in World War II. One of the 3 cities. It doesn't feel like a difference. Nelson shook his head and walked west through the alley in front of King's Cross Station. I thought that the war would make the gentlemen in the parliament more aware of the preciousness of life, but Nelson still saw many yellow and emaciated children around. Distinctive small groups. As he passed, the grimy, age and gender neutral boys stared at his pockets with greedy eyes. "Sir, please do me a favor." Seeing Nelson approaching, a homeless man nestled in a pile of children kicked the calf of the child next to him. The child with a yellow and thin face and a height of less than 1.2 meters suddenly jumped forward, lying at Nelson's feet, crying and screaming. With snot and tears, he kept crawling forward. Hearing these familiar words, Nelson felt a little dazed and vaguely returned to the afternoon when he left King's Cross Station 3 years ago. "Sorry, I don't have change." His answer was exactly the same as back then. The difference was that this time he didn't cover the brim of his hat and walk away quickly. Instead, he approached the crowd, stood in front of the burly homeless man, and looked down at him condescendingly. "Boy, what's the matter with you?" The homeless man raised his head when he saw him approaching and dropped the wine bottle in his hand to the ground. To stand up. "I don't think you are short of food. Why don't you give them something to eat?" Nelson scanned the homeless man in front of him with a look of disgust in his eyes. "Me." The homeless man was drunk and tried his best to support the wall, but couldn't stand up, so he collapsed back on the bed, stretched out his fingers to himself, showing his foul-smelling yellow teeth, and grinned at Nelson. "You don't want to mind your own business. Besides, how can I have any money to buy food for these puppies? But I don't think you're eating badly." Nelson shook his head, staring at the homeless man's belly and said, "Otherwise, just lying on a group of homeless children and sucking blood can't feed you so fat." As the homeless man opened his mouth, Nelson smelled a fishy smell of alcohol. He raised his hand and slapped his nose, tilted his head and asked, "I came here 3 years ago. Among these boys there are even some familiar faces. I remember when their head was a big kid. Did you grow so fast?" "You mean that stinky hard boy?" The homeless man smiled. "You know him? But you're late. He died last year." "Died?" "That's right. I caught a sudden illness." The homeless man seemed to have not chatted with others for a long time. His conversation became more intense, and he began to show off the uncommon words he didn't know where he heard. "I don't know if it's cholera or malaria. People from the city hall later came to collect the corpses. Do you young masters come to inspect once every 3 years? You know, they are so hungry because you come less often." "Let me see." Nelson suddenly squatted down and reached out to grab the dirty hair of the homeless man. The homeless man tried to dodge, but found that his body was stiff and unable to move. Nelson grabbed his hair and stared at the homeless man. Looking into the homeless man's eyes, he asked, "Tell me, what happened in London in the past few years?" In the next second, he let go of his hand. The homeless man stared wide-eyed, looked at him in horror, and rubbed his buttocks back with both hands. When he found that he had rubbed against the wall, he closed his eyes in despair, trembling and whispering, muttering, "You don't want to think about them. Don't be afraid. I didn't do anything." Nelson shook his head with a smile, turned around and walked towards the child who had just fallen at his feet, took out a dozen bread from his pocket as if by magic, and put it on the ground together with the wrapping paper, then turned his head and walked towards the end of the alley. There was a sound of swallowing saliva neatly, and the hungry vagrants did not rush to fight for it. In Nelson's peripheral vision, the boy who got the bread first glanced cautiously in the direction of the vagrant, and saw that he was fine. In response, he quickly broke the bread into several pieces, and distributed them to the children around him, and even left a piece by the homeless man. Nelson raised his eyebrows, turned and left without saying anything. It seems that the war did not make the capitalists realize the value of life, but instead gave them a sense of anxiety, thus squeezing those poor and white people more and more intensely. Nelson walked for a while through the cleared ruins and surviving buildings, and finally came to the West City. At this time, more people moved into the street where French immigrants gathered, and even a lot of French faces appeared in the surrounding streets. Nelson walked in the direction of his aunt and uncle's house, based on his memory, feeling heavy on foot, even hard to breathe. The surrounding refugees looked at the new faces in the block vigilantly. Only some old neighbors looked at Nelson's face with surprised expressions, and when they wanted to rush over to say hello, they stopped with great concern. Nelson enjoyed this feeling of not being disturbed by others. He walked to the courtyard, looked at the thorns and broken dead branches in the courtyard, and prepared to clear a path. What a good neighbor in London. Nelson nodded in satisfaction after clearing a small path enough for himself to pass, looking at the small building in front of him that was intact, even with no broken windows. No one came to steal anything. Only then did he see a wooden board standing at the door, with a striking line written on it, "Haunted House. Enter carefully." Looking at the familiar writing on the wooden sign, Nelson burst out laughing, and the laughter pierced through the gloomy street. He pulled out the wooden sign, took out the key, and walked into the courtyard. "Tom, you really have it." He turned the wooden sign over and inserted it back, and it was the previous house number that was written on the back, Nicklaus House. The moment he opened the door, Nelson received the surprise that Tom had left for him. A slender figure about 3 meters tall, wearing a tattered black robe and bound by iron chains, was holding a sickle and slashed at him. A hoarse voice mixed with Parcel's accent came to my ears. "Why disturb people's peace? It's me." Nelson stretched out his hand and pressed the tip of the sickle. It split his arm and swung it downward. It turned out that everything was an illusion. "Tom, I'm back." I don't know which word in this sentence triggered the mechanism. The slender figure collapsed in an instant, and all the lights in the room were lit up in an instant. Nelson looked at the living room. On the dining table, steaming steam was rising. "Why are you doing all this stuff? It's so laborious." Nelson curled his lips in distaste, sat down at the dining table, and took out a knife and fork. Seeing the table of tomatoes, he had already identified the suspect. "Jonas, I went to see it," Nelson murmured softly, holding Jonas's white tombstone in the cemetery. "I went to see the real Europe, the real world you want me to see. Cities, real people." Faintly, he heard Jonas' voice. "The real Europe is at war, and the rest of the world is not even at war. Cities are full of homeless people, refugees who have lost their homes, street children who can't afford food, everyone, except those who are really killed. The people the bullets destroyed, they were no different from their previous lives, and I wondered what I was watching." Holding on to the tombstone, he slowly sat on the head of Mr. Williams next door to Jonas, looking at the never before seen inscriptions on Jonas's tombstone, which seemed to be carved by his friends. The handwriting of each sentence is different, and they all told a hilarious joke. Nelson felt a lot better when he saw the joke, and continued to report what he saw and heard to his uncle. "Did you know? The Germans set up a concentration camp in Poland. After the number of prisoners was increased, they even started to use those people for experiments, some cruel experiments. At first, seeing the suffering of the Poles, my heart there is even a tinge of relief. I think they deserve to be blamed. Killed the only person in the world who was willing to help them, and they should be used for experiments by the Germans, shouldn't they?" He raised his head and looked at the pigeonhole on the top of the church not far away. There were no pigeons wandering around at this point, only the faint sound of cooing and dropping bird droppings. Nelson looked directly at the not too dazzling sun and continued. "But after a while, when I was numb to those experiments, I realized that I was wrong, which drunkard's mistakes should not be paid by other innocent people. I can even take his soul from hell, take it out to torture, but if I just watched with cold eyes and was happy for the deaths of those Poles, what is the difference between me and him? This must not be what you want to see." Nelson sighed, looked away, rubbed his eyes that were astringent from staring at the bright light for too long. But by then it was too late. All the damned and not damned were dead, and there were even captives and political prisoners from other countries being sent by freighters in a steady stream. I can only do my best to try to catch some people come out. Nelson shook his head with a wry smile. In the eyes of many wizards, I'm more like a muggle than a wizard. But to save people, I relied on my status as a wizard. During that time, I stayed with you all day. I had nothing to do in Krakow, so I patrolled everywhere, looking for trouble with those corrupt soldiers and officers, and if I found a reason, I would destroy those experimental instruments in front of them, and even release those captives. Nelson snapped his fingers, and seemed to be counting the number of people. Maybe because the number was a bit large, he finally gave up. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm a moody psychopath. But because of my special status, no one dares to provoke me. Ha ha ha. He covered his chest and laughed. It is said that there has been a war, but I really don't feel anything. I don't know if others are protecting me too well, or I'm instinctively staying away from these things. All I see is a peaceful American city, Krakow, where a truckload of prisoners of war is being transported, and the news in the newspapers. The professionalism of those reporters is far worse than yours. They really dare to write anything, and those who are behind the front of the report. I thought de Gaulle was holding a celebration banquet in Berlin. He was amused by his own joke, and he patted the tombstone vigorously, making a snapping sound. I should engrave this joke on your tombstone. No, maybe I can think of better ones later. Nas smiled, suddenly sniffed his nose a few times, coughed, and said, when I die, I will come down and tell you in person. After finishing speaking, he dropped a few small silver balls on the surrounding ground, turned around, and left the cemetery without looking back. Near the door, he felt a thick and cold rope wrapped around his ankle, lowered his head, and found that a thick snake was spitting out its letter under his feet. Nagini? Nelson asked cautiously. The giant snake didn't speak, but raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Nelson's face. Just when he closed his eyes and was ready to die and could already feel the stench of the venom, Nagini stopped, and she closed his eyes, mouth protruding. Nabucco gently licked Nelson's face away a tear, hiding his sadness. Nelson put his arms around Nagini's neck and asked, have you been here for 3 years? Nagini nodded. It doesn't take so long. I just left some protection there. You don't have to keep staring at it. Nelson picked at the scales on the back of Nagini's head and found that his movement seemed to be pulling someone's hair, and he felt embarrassed scratching his head. He asked, I'm going to find Tom. Do you want to go together? Nagini nodded vigorously. But he's at Hogwarts, and you're so big it's not easy to get in. Can you be smaller? Nelson asked. I can take you out in my pocket. Nagini shook his head dejectedly. Well, I can make you smaller, but you have to bear it. I have tried it on people before. Although the effect is very good, the transformed person seems to be in pain. Nelson took it out of his pocket. A delicately shaped ball said, then you can get in. Do you think it's okay? Nagini looked up and nodded slightly, and Nelson could even see the tension on her face. It's not now. Don't be nervous. I can cast the illusory god charm on you now, and then go to take the train. When I get to Hogsmeade, I will shrink you again. Nelson asked, throwing the small ball in his hand. You must really want to meet Tom. After all, he may be the only person in the world who can talk to you. Chapter 159 Patronus. Hogsmeade will arrive in 15 minutes. Please take your luggage and get ready to get off. The broadcast sounded in the empty carriage. Nelson sat in the dining car, swept away the clean plate in front of him, looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, and saw the surrounding houses on both sides of the railway change from regular to strange and strange. Sometimes the world is so strange. Sitting on a train, from one world to another, the sky is gradually clearing up, and the inhalable particles in the air are gradually becoming rarer. The pollution from civilized society and modern industry is far away from the wizard settlement, but from the faces of those nervous pedestrians, you can still see the same as the Muggle society. Yes, the cloud of war, and the impact of this atmosphere on emotions and hearts is even stronger. Nelson can even feel a cold chill slowly spreading from the soles of his feet to the sky. Wait. The cold chill? The train trembled violently for a few seconds. With the sound of the air valve deflation and the sound of the whistle that followed, its speed gradually weakened, and it stopped at a place a little far from the village. The place. Nelson wrapped his coat tightly in confusion, looked around, took out the menu, and rummaged through it, ordered some chocolate on it with his wand, then stood up, picked up the cup of pumpkin juice at hand, and took a big gulp, and then put it down, and walked to the dining car door that leads to the front of the car. At the food intake at the front of the dining car, a box of high purity dark chocolate was quietly lying there. Nelson grabbed it, and left the steel coin of corresponding value in place. The further he walked, the colder the coldness became stronger, and he couldn't help but think of those saints who he arranged to travel to Antarctica and the corpses carried from the cold storage to the crematorium in the Auschwitz concentration camp. The tombstone of Jonas, the unexpected semi-trailer, and a green-skinned bald head who wanted to rule the world. All kinds of scenes flashed before his eyes, giving him a feeling of revolving doors. Nelson raised his magic wand and pulled open the junction of the cars. He held his breath and looked forward across the junction of the carriages. Several flight attendants who had been hiding in the front of the carriage chatting before were huddled together, looking in horror at the open carriage door ahead. The dining car is located in the third section of the train. In front of it is the workshop and the front. At this moment, the door connecting the front to the workshop is closed. Outside the open door next to it, a thick and cold grey mist pours into the car from outside the train. A big pale and deformed grey hand, like a mummy, was clawing at the car door. A tattered black robe was hung on the skinny and blue arm. The sharp and twisted grey nails scraped across the iron wall of the car, making toothless noises. Sour, irritated, high-pitched sound. A Dementor? Nelson found a calm-looking flight attendant and asked, holding his nose. Yes, yes. The steward seemed to be naked in an ice cave, hugging his arms, his teeth chattering, his pupils trembling, and naturally, his eyes unconsciously glanced forward, seeing the Dementor after the monster's big hand retracted in horror. Shouldn't they be in Azkaban? Well, I read the news. It's a traditional art skill for the Ministry of Magic to send Dementors out when they can't stand it. Of course, it's a broken bridge for young wizards to encounter Dementors on the train, Nelson said. The next piece of chocolate was stuffed into the hands of the flight attendant, and he asked, it stands to reason that you should know. After all, it was a search on the train. How could the staff have not been notified? I'm new here. The flight attendant looked at Nelson, who looked like a normal guy, curious, but his curiosity was quickly overwhelmed by fear. He blinked and said to Limes, tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes, probably recalling the darkest moment in his life. He suppressed his sadness and said, I don't know. I just said that this job suddenly so easy to find. Nelson patted his head, bent down and said, eat some chocolate, you'll feel better. After all, he straightened up and walked forward. Most of the Dementor's body has been squeezed into the carriage. Logically speaking, with its floating behavior, it should have inspected the next few carriages at this moment. But it can feel that there are not many passengers on this train, and most of them are gathered in the first two carriages, so it deliberately slows down, tasting this small amount of but extremely high quality fear. There are no criminals hiding on this train, monster. Standing about 3 meters away from the door, Nelson said loudly, except for the steward, there are only 4 passengers, and the other 3 are an old lady with 2 young children. Granddaughter, do you want to scare them to death? Hearing Nelson's voice, the Dementor moved a little faster. He poked his head in and let out a ha-ha panting sound, like a leaking bellows being installed with a smaller pull rod. Nelson finally saw the whole picture of the Dementor. This 2-meter tall monster was like the legendary Grim Reaper. It was pitch black under the hood, and its face could not be seen. Dementors are not very intelligent, they can only understand simple commands, and their instincts are greater than reason. They can only feel that there is a young fiery soul standing in front of them without emotional breakdown, which makes them salivate ruler, and completely unable to control his desire to prey. In an instant, the temperature in the entire train plummeted, and Nelson could even see ice flowers blooming on the window. He looked behind him, and the flight attendant, who was in a fairly good state of mind, had passed out, and the others were even more so. Unbearable. It was a mess. He turned around, just in time to see the Dementor grasping the top edge of his hood with one hand, waving the other hand, and lunging at him with its teeth and claws. HMPH. Nelson snorted coldly and turned sideways. The Dementor's movements were not fast, and the pounce was even slower. If the emotions cannot be affected, it is very easy to dodge its attack. Dodging this pounce after the blow, he put one hand in his pocket, raised his wand with the other, pointed steadily at the Dementor, and delivered an ultimatum. This situation is now described in the Emergency Management Regulations for handling magical animal hazards, UK. When a wizard is violated by a magical animal, he has the right to defend himself by all means, and if the magical animal is raised or hired by the Ministry of Magic, the injured wizard also has the right to demand compensation from the corresponding department. The Dementor couldn't understand what he was saying, but turned around angrily and continued to lunge at Nelson. Of course I didn't tell you. I was just talking to the surveillance and video equipment on the train. It has already threatened the safety of too many people on this train. This is the first time I have used it, so I don't know if it will work. At least there must also be a ray of silver, Nelson said to himself. Then he raised his wand, touched his lips lightly, recalling scenes of tenderness in his mind. Jonas sitting on his tombstone let Nelson tell him a joke. Under the wheel of the semi-trailer, a child crawled out crying holding a souvenir of the Elder Wand. The blue-skinned bald head in a trance was waiting for him at Hogwarts at the moment with a head of black and beautiful hair. Then, he shouted loudly, "Call God to protect you." The loud sound of incantations echoed in the carriage, warming the surrounding air a bit. A mass of silvery light spewed out from the tip of Nelson's wand and quickly condensed a scribbled shape in the air, which gradually became solid and clear. It was a falcon with a strange shape, like a seriously injured falcon. It is said that the wizard's patron saint has a great connection with his personal experience, but Nelson looked at this big silver bird and felt familiar. But I still can't remember where I saw it. What I hate the most is things like you. I'm so weak, but I just like to bark. Nelson stared at the Dementor in disgust and said the last words he heard in his life. You things, you can only punch the weak, but the strong, you don't even dare to look at it. So weak, so pitiful. The moment the group of silver lights appeared, the Dementor felt instinctive fear. It chirped, as if speaking harshly, while backing away quickly, leaning towards the car door, much faster than when it got into the car. How much did you know? But it was too late. Nelson flicked his wrist lightly. The silver white falcon spread its wings and kicked in the air. The feathers on its wings shone with a metallic luster like steel. Immediately afterwards, the wings fluttered, and Nelson even heard the sound of the air bursting and saw it rushing forward, passing through the body of the Dementor in an instant, and when it was about to hit the wall behind he stopped his movements extremely lightly, hovered in the air, and looked at Nelson from afar. "It's you?" Nelson knew who it was the moment he saw the silver falcon pounce. There is a small and dilapidated church in the West End of London, where Father Crawford struggled to support himself. He once presided over the funeral of Jonas there. The stained glass of the church depicts a picture of pigeons flying from the abyss to a painting of heaven, but on that day, the sun refracted it on the church wall to create this picture: a flock of scarred falcons swooping down from the sky, hitting a dirty and muddy swamp. The falcon at the head fell on the shoulder of Jonas's portrait briefly as the sun slanted to the west, and saw the last side of the world with him. "I thought you flew away." Nelson grinned, and instead of paying attention to the Dementor that fell on the ground, he stretched out his hand forward. The falcon flapped its wings lightly and jumped onto Nelson's forearm to stand still. Gently pecking at the palm of his hand, he stretched out his hand holding the wand and lightly stroked the silver falcon's feathers, but this bird had no real texture. Nelson only felt his hand reaching into a ball of sunlight among them. The whole body is warm. He put away his wand, and the bare falcon flew away again, but this time Nelson knew it would return when he needed it. It is said that the face of a Dementor is one of the most mysterious things in the world. I want to see what it is. It was only then that Nelson remembered the Dementor that had been killed with one blow. The temperature in the car gradually rose, and the appearance of this monster lying there was really thunderous compared to its oppressive grand debut. Small. He walked slowly to the side of the Dementor, bent down, and a pungent rancid smell came over his face. Nelson shook his head and took out a small silver ball, which turned into a silver glove was attached to his left hand, and with that hand he gently pulled up the Dementor's hood over his cheek. "That's it?" Nelson shook his head, flicked his left hand, threw the glove on the Dementor, took out a silver lighter, rubbed out a blue flame, pinched it with his hand, and he pinched the flame from the lighter, and then he threw the flames on the Dementor, and soon, blue flames a few centimeters high rose from the body of the Dementor, and after a few seconds, only a small silver wrapped in ashes remained on the ground. The bull. Nelson kicked it out of the car door, walked to the closed cab door, knocked lightly, and asked, "Mr. Driver, the Dementor is gone. Should I drive now? I don't want to go to Hogsmeade." After all, he returned to the dining car, closed the door for the flight attendants intimately, and sat back in the previous seat of the dining car. The cup of pumpkin juice in hand had been automatically refilled. Nelson raised the cup and smiled at the food picker in front. While sipping his drink, he felt the train start slowly and continue to run smoothly on the rails. "What? You met a Dementor on the train?" Hogsmeade, Hogshead pub. Nelson was sitting in front of the bar, with two big feet wearing dragon leather Martin boots resting on the inside of the bar. Aberforth's voice, pretending to be shocked, came from inside the sound of, "Yes, but I feel that the strength of the Dementor is not worthy of its special effects." Nelson took out a box of cigars from his pocket, put them on the bar, and said, "I bought them in Central America. I feel like you, a wild boy like this, should love this." Wild boys. Ha 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 ha. Aberforth made a barbell-like sound, and a cardboard box flew out of the bar and fell into Nelson's arms. He took a closer look and saw that it was a box of chocolates and a chair in the bar. With a creaking sound, Aberforth poked his head out from inside, looked at Nelson, and said, "Eat some of this. It will feel better. By the way, you said it is weak. You can't take the camera as the ghost a second move. Maybe I just happened to beat it a little bit." Nelson shrugged, just as he saw Aberforth's outstretched hand. He raised his head and looked at the wild boy, who looked more and more wild in confusion. Winking eyes asked, "What's wrong? Borrow a fire. Aren't you a wizard?" Nelson took out Grindelwald's lighter from his pocket and handed it to Aberforth, asking, "Or do you not know the fire curse?" "What do you know?" There was the sound of wiping the lighter, followed by a scissors click, and a circle of thick smoke drifted out from the bar. After a while, Aberforth calmed down. He spoke slowly. "This kind of good cigar must be lit with non-magic fire." Chapter 160 Reunion. Huh, that's really good. Aberforth took a long puff of the cigar in enjoyment, then poked his head out from the bar and said with a serious face, "Minors are not allowed to smoke." "Don't worry, Mr. Aberforth. I don't smoke, and the lighter is only used to set fire," Nelson said, spreading his hands. "By the way, this lighter is also a magical creation, and you gave it to me, so the fire cannot, it's a non-magical fire." Aberforth's face immediately collapsed, and it seemed that even the cigars were not high-end in an instant, and he immediately changed the subject. "Nelson, by the way, I have your student status materials here. I will wait, I'll get it for you. Trouble you?" Nelson nodded, sitting in front of the bar, watching Aberforth's back as he walked towards the back door and fiddled with the delicate ice chisel on the bar. After a while, Aberforth came out of the back door with a craft paper envelope. This time he was holding a cigarette with a much rougher wrapper in his mouth. He threw the envelope on the table and motioned for Nelson to pick it up. "By the way, boy," said Aberforth, puffing out smoke rings, "I'm not repeating the old story, and I don't intend to poke your scar, but this is the first time we've seen each other after so long." "Yes." Nelson put down the ice pick and nodded seriously. "I want to show my respect to you." Aberforth lowered his head, glanced at the door secretly, whistled lightly, and said cheerfully, "You have done something I have never dared to do. Take refuge in Grindelwald?" Nelson raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "No, I believe you can see what kind of dangerous person he is." Aberforth found a polished glass from behind the bar, filled it with flame whiskey, and lit it with Nelson's lighter. He said, taking a sip, and said vaguely, "I've always wanted to toast you, Nelson. Although I often speak ill of Albus to you, and even broke his nose, I still can't really resist my brother. In my heart, I have always felt that he must have some unavoidable difficulties. After all, he is my brother, but you are different. You are a person who dares to resist authority." Nelson sat quietly at the side, sipping lemonade, and listened carefully to Aberforth's story about the happy and harmonious life of his family when he was young. Although the poor family was distressed, it was also warm. When Albus brought himself, when his friends came to visit, he and Ariana went to the hillside to herd the sheep. These sheep were also important members of the family and helped them through many difficult times. After Nelson refilled 2 glasses of water, Aberforth's voice gradually dropped, and after a while, a rhythmic grunt came from behind the bar. Nelson opened the trapdoor, helped the drunk Aberforth out, put the lighter back in his pocket, and helped him walk to the room connected by the back door. Pushing open the door, there is a small living room with a decoration style very similar to the paintings on the walls of Dumbledore's office. A half-person high picture frame is hung in the middle of the wall. Nelson saw a young long-haired girl walking out of the painting. Peeking out, looking worriedly at Nelson's drunken brother over his shoulder. Nelson nodded at her, sent Aberforth into the inner bedroom, then closed the door of the Pig's Head bar, and walked towards Hogwarts with a brown paper envelope containing his student status information. Climbing up a hill, the spire of the castle slowly emerged from the top of the hill. When Nelson stood on the top of the hill, he could already see the whole picture of Hogwarts Castle in the distance in the mist. The endless lake, this vast campus gives people an unpredictable sense of mystery. This feeling was felt by Nelson when he came for the first time. This time, he came back after a long absence, and this feeling is even stronger. Nelson took a deep breath, calmed down some nervous emotions, looked back and forth, and found no one around. He smiled self-deprecatingly, shook his hands and walked forward. Hogsmeade, as a place for Hogwarts students to spend their weekends, is naturally not far from the school. It only took Nelson more than 10 minutes to climb over this small hill and stand on the covered bridge leading to the campus. It's the first time I've come to school from this place. Nelson poked his head out, looking at the bottomless abyss under the covered bridge, taking a deep breath while moving forward, and soon arrived at the school gate. When he was raising his hand to ring the doorbell, the door opened with a squeak. A short middle-aged man appeared in front of Nelson with a fog lamp in his hand. He easily opened the door to a gap big enough for a carriage to pass through. He tilted his head and looked at the dusty Nelson in front of him. "Mr. Augur." Nelson took off his hat and bowed his head in greeting. "Nelson Williams." Ogg's gruff voice came. He snorted, turned around, and there was a crisp sound of keys colliding on his body. He turned sideways, motioned for Nelson to go in, and said, "Professor Dumbledore asked I'll wait for you here, but you're on time." "Excuse me," Nelson said as he entered the school gate. "Actually, I can come in by myself. Students returning home should go through the gate," Ogg said with his cold and rude expression, closing the gate behind Nelson and fastening a huge lock on it. "I sent you out in person. Those at the school gate. I didn't expect to go out this trip and come back 3 or 4 years later." "I didn't expect that either." Nelson smiled. Ogg didn't speak until he brought Nelson to the edge of the Black Lake, hooked a boat with a long pole, and said, "Anyway, just come back." Nelson froze for a moment, stepped onto the boat, and said, "Thank you. I didn't do anything." Ogg shook his head and approached the castle with a boat. The Black Lake is getting more and more restless. As the boat approached, Nelson could finally see the whole picture of the castle clearly. 4 towers supported the main building in the center, and several people were standing in front of the gate in the middle. Nelson narrowed his eyes and looked at the men. There are 2 girls standing on the far left. One is tall, with long black hair and a beret. The gold and red badge is shining brightly in the sun. The other is a little short and looks far away. Can't see very clearly, only a pair of round eyes are very eye-catching. Standing on the right is a pair of brother and sister. Except for Alfred's big shiny bald head, which surprised Nelson, the 2 haven't changed much in the past 3 years. Among them, surrounded by a black-haired boy in a black robe, seeing Nelson approaching, he raised his arm slightly and suddenly thought that he should be more reserved, so he put his hands behind his back and pointed at Nelson's face. The direction nodded slightly. "Tom." Nelson smiled and called out his name. In the empty campus, the shout was unusually loud, causing ripples on the calm water of the Black Lake. Nelson took a step forward and stood on the bow of the boat. Ogg was trying to put the boat on the pier, but it was still a while away distance. Nelson stretched his hand down, and the hemp rope wrapped around the wooden post at the bow flew into his hand. He grabbed the knot and swung it forward. As if consciously, the rope climbed up the pier and hooked the wooden post nailed there. Seeing this, Og pulled the rope and pulled hard, and the boat quickly approached the pier. Bang, the side of the boat hit the pier. Nelson jumped onto the pier, and the whole wooden pier shook. He turned his head and said, "Please, Mr. Og. Go, I'll go first." Og shook his arms, loosened the knot, and swam back with the boat. Nelson nodded, turned around, and walked towards the castle. The Black Lake is very close to the main entrance of the castle, but Nelson walked for 3 full years for this distance. That couldn't be closer. "Hey, Tom." He stood at the door, standing in front of the 5 people who greeted him. His eyes flicked across these familiar and unfamiliar faces, and greeted one by one. Wahlberger, Alfred, Christian, and there's Metal. Tom looked at the guy in front of him who had only heard his voice for so many years, but never saw him, clenched his fists bitterly, and was about to open his mouth to say something, when suddenly, a fat black figure rushed out from behind him. Before everyone could react, they slammed into Nelson's belly. Nelson was staggered, his eyes went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. Tom stepped forward quickly and held him. "What?" Nelson opened his eyes, and saw Tom holding him up in front of him. Feeling his stomach churn point, he lowered his head, and saw the arrogant culprit under Christian's feet, a fat tabby cat with a funny question mark painted on his face. He rubbed his belly and said, "Hello, hello, question mark. Meow." Question mark turned his head away from looking at him, but Nelson bent down with a smile, and hugged it in his arms. "Are you okay?" Tom asked in a low voice as he looked at Nelson's stomach, and the thousands of words he had prepared earlier were useless. "It's okay." Nelson put his arms around Tom's shoulders. "The big deal is that Miss Joy can get me a golden stomach." Ha ha ha. This joke that only the two of them could understand made Tom laugh out loud. Several people around him stared at him inexplicably. Looking at him, and seeing that the guy in front of him was intact, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Alfred just bet me that you will be late." "Why?" Surrounded by everyone, Nelson walked into the castle. He asked curiously, "I think I should always have a sense of time. Didn't you say that the Hogwarts Express has been searched by Dementors recently?" Tom shrugged, but couldn't help but patted Nelson on the shoulder, and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter with you? Why have you shrunk?" A question mark slowly got angry from the top of Nelson's head, and the question mark in his arms also raised his head. The two question marks came together to express Nelson's doubts. "You have grown 20 centimeters taller. Your growth rate is abnormal. I suspect that you have illegally used bone spirit. HMPH. So you haven't shrunk." Tom shrugged, put his arm on Nelson's shoulders, and led him towards the Slytherin lounge. "By the way, I brought you a present," Nelson whispered to Tom mysteriously. "You will be pleasantly surprised." After a while, several people walked to the door of the Slytherin lounge talking and laughing. Along the way, everyone curiously asked about the anecdotes about Nelson's going out for several years, but tacitly did not mention what happened 3 years ago. Standing at the door of the lounge, Tom began to chase people away. "Nah, just came back. He needs to rest." He nodded earnestly, as if there was such a thing. "Okay." Wahlberger dragged his brother away, turned his head and said, "I'll see you at dinner. I've prepared something delicious for you." Christian wanted to say something, but was also pulled away by Metal. Nelson noticed that she didn't talk to Tom much along the way. After watching the 4 of them leave, he asked Tom curiously, "What's the matter with you? In argument?" "Who knows? Maybe the little girl has reached the rebellious stage." Tom shrugged, followed Nelson to the bedroom, and said indifferently, "But it's not important. By the way, where is your luggage?" "How can this not be important? The relationship between siblings is still very important." Nelson opened the bedroom door, took out a few small balls from his pocket, threw them on the bed, and introduced triumphantly the traceless stretching spell and the transfiguration technique use. Several suitcases appear on Nelson's bed. He held a half-painted red ball, handed it to Tom, and said, "This is a gift from me. It was originally intended for Senior Newt, but he has that magic box, and I think it's also a gift. No need for this." "What is this?" Tom took the ball, and looked at it in his palm. "This thing can hold some magical animals that are inconvenient to carry around, or blood-cursed orcs." Nelson picked up Tom's bedside water glass, and changed it into a different one. He poured a glass of water, and took a sip while saying, "You say you forget about throwing her in the cemetery." She watched the grade there for 3 years. Najani? Tom looked at the ball in his hand and then visually surveyed the size of the dormitory. He put away the idea of putting it here, looked up at Nelson, and asked seriously, how have you been for a few years? Don't you know? We communicate frequently. Nelson leaned his back on Tom's forehead. Do you have a fever? Bah. Tom turned his head away from Nelson's black hand, grabbed it, and continued to ask, of course I can see that you are healthy. I mean, in other respects, you won't have trouble with owls, right? That's not the case. Nelson shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem for me, but some stories may not be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. I really want to tell you well. Chapter 161 The Secret Conversation in the Secret Room. How should I put it? Nelson sat at the end of the bed, put the cup aside, and said, at first, I thought that the fact that we came to the magic school from London by train was already bizarre enough, but I didn't expect the things after that to be even more bizarre, did you? Tom leaned against the door, put his hands in his trouser pockets, recalled what Nelson had seen and heard in Krakow, shook his head, and sighed. Seriously? Well, I really didn't expect muggles to have such imagination, to do such things that I can't even imagine. Hey, soak people in poisonous water, hoping they will evolve gills. Gill grass? Although the principle is not like this, the general plot is correct. Nelson nodded and said, by the way, I still remember when I told you hush. Tom suddenly raised his finger to his lips and whispered, we'll talk about this later. He turned his face sideways, put his ears against the door, and a red light flickered in his pupils. By the way, you haven't finished telling me what second Salem is? Tom tilted his head and said to Nelson, and then continued to turn his head and put his face on the door frame. There was a slight noise from the water pipe in the toilet. Hearing the noise, Nelson felt a little weird, so he sat on the bed and continued to talk about the second Salem that Newt and Tina had tracked down so far. Okay, said Tom, after a while, turning his head away from the door and raising an eyebrow at Nelson. I'll take you to a nice place where there's absolutely no disturbance. Where is it? Could it be Slytherin's? Tom raised his finger again, motioning for Nelson to silence, and then opened the bedroom door. What are you afraid of? Could it be that Grindelwald will lie at the door of our dormitory and eavesdrop? Nelson looked at Tom speechlessly. As early as when he entered the door, he was already like a little boy in a fairy tale who cast stones in the forest to guide the way. Similarly, many small balls with different purposes were thrown around the school. Nelson had already confirmed that there was no one at the door, and no one was eavesdropping remotely. He smiled, stood up, walked over to Tom and patted him on his shoulder. He said, I thought that only people like me who are away all the time would be nervous, but I didn't expect you to be so scared when you stay in school every day. Don't worry, there is no one outside. Let's go. You can also go early, get Najani out, she's smothered in there. I'm not careful. Tom rolled his eyes, led Nelson to walk downstairs in the empty corridor, and explained in a low voice, I've learned that some professors in this school colluded with outsiders' evidence. The danger here is no less than that Muggle battlefield you were in. Oh, who is it? Nelson raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. It's not important. I don't think she's going to play. Tom pouted and trotted. He felt a section of stairs that was about to turn away, stopped it, urged Nelson to go quickly, and asked casually, by the way, are you sure there are no people around? What is human magic? Teach me later. Can. Nelson jumped down the stairs following Tom, only to talk, but stepped on the ground. The stairs were evacuated before he stepped on, and Nelson fell to the next floor with a bang, sitting on the ground, rubbing his ankles, shaking his head speechlessly. I was not recruited in the 1st grade, but now I was attacked by the stairs instead? Ha ha ha. Tom smiled, but he was not worried at all. Although the stairs of Hogwarts sometimes played some insidious pranks, they still paid great attention to protecting the students will be hurt. Tom looked down at Nelson, smiled at him, jumped over the railing, landed lightly beside him, bent down, reached out, and pulled Nelson up. Can you walk? Asked Tom. I've got some bruises here. No need, I've saved a lot of white powder. Nelson took out a small bottle, poured some white powder onto his ankles, rubbed it vigorously, took a breath, then stood up and stomped his feet vigorously, put his arm around Tom's neck, and walked down the fixed stairs in the stairwell. This line is close to the direction of the potions classroom. At this moment, it is the end of class time for some grades. Nelson watched a few young boys running from the end of the corridor, looking like they were going to the cafeteria to grab food. When they approached, they saw Tom stopped immediately. The expression on his face changed from unscrupulous when he violated the school rules to trembling. Several people leaned on both sides of the corridor, not daring to show their atmosphere point. Only a brave little guy dared to raise his eyes to secretly look at Tom, but was caught by his eyes again and immediately locked it back, but still dishonestly observed the mysterious man who was shoulder to shoulder with senior Tom. Yes, senior Tom. After leaving the junior students, Nelson saluted Tom with a smile and said, "It's a great face. HMPH." Tom whimpered and jumped down the stairs, walked to a corridor on the ground floor where few people come, looked around, and then waved Nelson to come over. "Next year you will call me Prefect Tom." "Yes, Prefect Tom." Noticing that Tom's ears were a little red, Nelson raised his voice and smiled softly. "Is Prefect Tom taking me to the women's bathroom? Slytherin is to blame for this, and it's not me who wanted to go to the women's room," Tom muttered, approaching the almost unused women's room. "Do you think it's possible?" Looking at the faucet that Tom was dealing with, he said thoughtfully, "When Slytherin himself left the Chamber of Secrets, Hogwarts hadn't been fully established. After all, it's been so long, and then the people who renovated the castle later didn't know that there was an entrance to the secret room, so they built a bathroom here." The switch of the parcel tongue is completely rare, but the scene of the secret room opening is even more shocking. It sinks slowly, making a huge booming sound, and a jet black hole with a diameter of 2 meters and gorgeous reliefs carved on the edge appears on the ground. By the time Nelson looked up, Tom had disappeared, and only his voice floated from the hole. "While I'd love to admit that you're right that Slytherin himself was ignorant of the fact that the lost entrance ended up in the ladies' bathroom, I can't, because the lock of the Chamber of Secrets is inscribed on a single faucet. This was the bathroom from the very beginning." Nelson grinned, just thinking about it, but then remembered that this was Slytherin's territory, and he was not an heir, so he closed his mouth and jumped down the hole with a serious face. Different from the sticky and moss-covered cave wall in his imagination, the inner wall of the pipe Nelson is falling into is smooth and dry, and even exudes the fragrance of mint leaves. He stretched out his hand and scraped lightly with his nails. Nothing was attached, and he lowered his head again. Under the illumination of Tom's fluorescent spell, he saw a thick straw mat on the ground not far away, and it was covered with a layer of green flannelette. PFFT. Nelson quickly fell into the haystack and was pulled out by Tom again. He took Tom's hand and quickly freed himself from the shawl. "I've always heard that if you fall from a high place, as long as you jump into the haystack, you will be unscathed." Nelson blinked, adapting to the dark underground environment, and said, "No, I'm sure. A word is the truth of the universe." "Not really." Tom scratched his head. "I usually cast a levitation spell on myself when I'm about to hit the ground, and I didn't expect anyone to fall right away." "Did you tell me?" Nelson scratched his head. "Am I not? Okay." Nelson took a deep breath. The air in the tunnel was only a little humid, and there was no peculiar smell. He looked at the surrounding environment. The ground and surrounding walls were clean, and even the iron fence in the waterway was as bright as a mirror. Nelson nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Although I don't know how the cleaning spell still works after 1,000 years, I have to say that head Slytherin is really a clean person." "He is a clean person?" Tom snorted at Nelson's remarks, and his excited voice echoed in the wide underground space. "Do you know how long I have been cleaning these places? Do you know? 3 years ago, this place it is estimated that only mice and trolls can get there. Thanks a lot." Nelson really couldn't imagine what it would be like to be in a place where mice and trolls disliked it. He rubbed his sore eyes in the dim environment, followed Tom forward, passed through a series of unclear door openings, and finally reached a side by the wall inlaid with precious stones. The gemstones on this wall are obviously thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, and the snakes carved on the wall seem to have been half skinned. "Why is this place so dark?" Finally, Nelson couldn't stand it any longer and took out his wand and released the improved lighting spell that he had accidentally obtained. In an instant, the entire secret room was as bright as 10,000 crystal lamps. He approached the wall in front of him. These turned out to be two huge stone doors. Although Tom quickly separated the stone doors, Nelson could still see the relief on the door. Those snakes originally had scales, but someone took them off. The gems dotted on the body caused the giant snake to guard her naked all the time. You know, the cost of doing this kind of meticulous cleaning work is very high, not to mention the maintenance. Tom shrugged and walked briskly into the palace behind the door. Nelson looked up and saw the palace. The interior lighting was sufficient, and when he opened his eyes, he saw two long legs standing upright. Looking up along the long legs, Nelson saw an unapproachable old face. Is this Slytherin? That's right. Tom walked to a pillar, reached out and pulled out a table full of drinks and fruits, and took out two large rocking chairs with armrests from it, and threw them beside the table. Put yourself if you put the statue of yours in your home, and still build it so big. Be narcissistic. Indeed. Nelson nodded, but still faced the statue, and gave a wizard salute to his first generation dean. It's really exquisite. Tom yawned and curled his lips, but he still walked to Nelson's side and greeted the old man in front of him who didn't know how many times he had seen. You can release Nagini. Nelson raised his chin, motioning Tom to throw the ball in his hand to the ground. Just throw it out. Tom curiously played with the small ball in his hand, went to the table to grab a glass of bottled drink whose contents could not be clearly seen, and asked, I see you have a lot of these things. What are they for? You know, as for me, I only know a little bit of transfiguration, but I don't always have convenient materials at hand, so I have prepared some special functions that are easy to use and keep them with me. Nelson trembled, shaking the hem of the coat. There was a clanking sound. Thinking of this, he felt a little headache, tapped his temple lightly, and said, I have to wear a school uniform robe, and I have to change the place for these things. Aren't you leaving this time when you come back? Tom stopped the movement of the mosso ball, raised his head, and stared at Nelson's eyes with two deep black eyes. Who knows? Nelson shrugged and said with a smile, but at least I have to wait until the newts are over. After graduation, I will always go outside to find a job. Oh. Tom's eyes lit up, and he threw the ball in his hand to the ground. The ball was hit and split in two, and then, unreasonably, a thick and long black snake came out of the half of the hemisphere, which was only a few centimeters wide. She stretched her body and slowly spit out. Nabucco approached Tom. Immediately afterwards, Nagini opened his huge black body and circled around Tom, covering his legs in the space of the coiled snake tail. He raised his upper body and opened his mouth to an extent unimaginable by other animals. The venom dripped from the sharp teeth and roared silently at the Slytherin statue. Very well, you're here. Tom stretched out his hand, gently stroking Nagini's smooth scales. He also raised his head, looked at Slytherin's tightly closed mouth, which seemed to hide countless secrets, and said softly, finally I can meet that guy for a while. With the two of you here, I dare to face any enemy. What? Nelson walked up to Tom and followed him to look at the Slytherin statue. Are you saying the statue will come alive and attack us? Is it because you sold his lamp? No. Tom shook his head and explained. It was a basilisk. Slytherin locked it in the secret room to guard against possible enemies and protect the school and the castle. During the accident, the castle was shaken, and the strong impact made the basilisk lose its mind. Accident? Nelson was curious. That's not important. I still need to make some preparations. Tom patted Nagini's neck, and the big black snake let go of his body. He walked to the table that had just been pulled out of the pillar and sat on a rocking chair. Said, sit here and have a drink. Where did you just talk? That day, Senior Newt and I met his old friend in New York. Chapter 162. Tell me, the Great Slytherin. So you're saying the old aunt had a crush on Newt Scamander? With his back to Nelson, Tom was standing by a pillar in the back, and he didn't know what to do. After listening to Nelson's narration, he asked without turning his head. I think so. Nelson nodded, took a sip of the watermelon juice on the table, smacked his lips, and said, at that time, there were only two people who couldn't see it within a radius of 10 kilometers of the Magical Congress of America, and one of them was a vegetable. The other was a blind man. No, I think even a blind man could tell, and it was a sister, not the old aunt. TSK, isn't there another one? Tom teased, shaking his head, he himself. That's true, Nelson agreed, and took another sip of the watermelon juice. If you want me to say, you should have given up on that sour tomato a long time ago. The watermelon is so good, it's sweet, and it's also red. I still think tomatoes are delicious and healthy, isn't that what you said? Excessive intake of sugar is not good for health. Tom shook his head, turned around, threw a small black object on the table, and put the other wearing the same one on his face. He walked towards Nelson, grabbed a plate of small tomatoes from the pillar beside the table, picked up one, and said, "But how can you tell? Don't tell me your emotional experience is very serious. Is it rich? It's okay, I haven't seen Merlin, can't I imagine with his beard?" Nelson shrugged, grabbed the thing Tom just threw on the table, and by the dim light in the palace, he recognized that it was a pair of glasses, a pair of thick sunglasses with a forward-looking shape and a strong tough guy temperament. They are heavy in his hand, and it can be judged that the lenses are made of real gemstones. He put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at the black, and Tom asked, "What's this?" "A pair of dark glasses." "That's right, the basilisk's eyes can petrify those who look directly at it, so I found 2 pieces of black crystal with extremely high purity and made these 2 pairs of glasses according to Slytherin's cheat book." Tom nodded, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the corner of the table, pushed it lightly, and stuffed the chair into the side pillar. He proudly introduced, "I know you must be thinking, seeing through the lens, is there any difference? Then let me tell you, you are very wrong. I actually didn't think so. Look." Tom raised his wand and tapped on the frame of his sunglasses. The 2 pieces of black crystal on the bridge of his nose suddenly began to extend up and down like a liquid, and soon turned into a pair of dark glasses that covered the entire face. Mask, or it is more appropriate to describe it as a visor. He supported the visor, and a metallic voice came faintly, "This form, it can completely cover your field of vision, and then collect information from the outside world. Imaging inside the mask can even resist some small evil spells with little power, which is a sharp weapon against basilisks." Tom stood by the pillar, looked at himself through the smooth and reflective surface, kept turning his face from side to side, and finally added, "If it is sold outside, it will be worth at least a few hundred galleons, of course. At this price it's nothing compared to the magic I use in it. You are still too conservative." Nelson fiddled with this pair of glasses, imitating Tom, feeling its sci-fi transformation, looking at Tom's cool shape, and said sincerely, "You can add another 0. Through the treatment of the visor, he found that the external environment was quite different. It had almost no ability to capture details such as the murals on the walls and the reliefs on the top of the pillars. However, in Nelson's eyes, objects that could generate heat and move were abnormal. Clear, such as Tom on the opposite side, and a twisted, huge long strip creature on the head of the statue. He even felt that the hazy colors in front of his eyes became extremely vivid. "It's amazing." Tom's voice was not hindered, and it was heard clearly in Nelson's ears. "For your thing, I also added a color processing magic. I remember that you are not colorblind." "Oh." Nelson lowered his head, shook his head with a smile, didn't speak, just fiddled with his pocket, grabbed a handful of small silver balls, and stretched out his hand, looked up at Tom. "Are we going to kill the snake?" Nagini, who was coiled on the ground, suddenly trembled. Tom hurriedly knelt down to comfort her. He glanced back at Nelson and said, "Look, you scare him. It's a basilisk. It's very different." "Sorry." Nelson also bent down and touched Nagini's scales. When he straightened up, Tom was already standing in front of the tall Slytherin statue. He took a deep breath and held the small ball in his hand. Throwing to the ground, they collided with each other and bounced in all directions of the palace. Soon, the surroundings became filled with the crisp sound of metal balls hitting the stone brick floor. "I'd like to see what these strange things of yours are." Tom turned his head, looked at Nelson, who was walking up beside him, raised his hands to his shoulders, and said relaxedly, "When we meet again after a long absence, we need a grand battle to commemorate. I think within the scope of Hogwarts, maybe only the basilisk and the squid in the Black Lake are worthy of you. but I can't swim. Not to mention, that squid didn't mess with us. Nelson smiled, raised his arm, and firmly held Tom's hand. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I never worried. This little reptile is just an appetizer. Tom raised his head to face Slytherin's serious old face, raised his other free hand high, and shouted in Parseltongue, "Speak, speak to me, Supreme Wizard, Great Slytherin." Under the watchful eyes of two perverted masked men, Slytherin's mouth slowly opened in a weird way, his neck moved, and his eyes shone with a frightening glare. The huge palace was illuminated as bright as day. This is the brightness that the perfect flash bomb in Nelson's mind should have. With a toothache click, the dust and cobwebs that fell on the ancient statue, the faces of the statues, which had been in disrepair for a long time, were shaken off one after another, and pieces of loose paint and stones fell in front of the two of them, and some even shot at them like cannonballs. Nelson waved his wand, and a silver circular shield surrounded the two of them, spreading out the flying stones one after another, and no one slipped through the net. Slytherin's facial expression showed little movement, save for the jaws that seemed to be dislocated, opening and closing their mouths in much the same way as snakes. Wow wow wow. Subtle noises echoed in all directions of the palace. It was the snakes and rats who use this place as a sewer all year round. The insects in the gutter sensed the awakening of the former king of the secret room and rushed to escape to the distance. They didn't care about carrying their luggage and their families, and just instinctively stayed away from this space that made it hard for them to breathe. Soon, everything around them calmed down until a sharp sound of metal scraping through stones came out of Slytherin's mouth, making them. Nelson frowned uncomfortably. He raised his arms. The ring shield in front of him stopped spinning and hovered in front of them, while another louder noise than before came from all around the palace, and it was getting closer, louder, and clearer. Tom twisted his neck and looked about him, but saw nothing. When those marching noises approached to the extreme, they stopped suddenly. The surroundings were completely silent, and even the basilisk didn't rub its itchy skin anymore. In the huge place, only the beating sounds of Nelson and Tom's hearts. Can you communicate with it? Inside the visor that Tom couldn't see, drops of sweat slid down Nelson's forehead. For a person who crawls around with heavy loads on his back, few things can be done. It made him so tired that he put down his wand and asked, "I remember that the basilisk is not a snake, but it should understand Parseltongue. You know a lot." Tom raised his chin. "To tell you the truth, I have seen a dead basilisk with bones as high as dozens of floors. This one is still young. Of course, it may be that the male eggs are relatively small, or they have not been able to eat enough all year round." Tom paused, raised his head, and made an annoying hiss at the Slytherin statue. "Command the basilisk in Parseltongue." The effect of Parseltongue was immediate, and the basilisk in Slytherin's mouth immediately became agitated, hitting the inner wall of the passage frantically, and the whole stone statue trembled violently with its impact. "Unfortunately, this thing can't communicate." Tom shrugged. "And it doesn't matter what was written on the mask. Unfortunately, it keeps shouting to kill all the enemies. Maybe it regards us as its enemies. Maybe the enemy from 60 years ago." Nelson asked curiously. "Who knows?" As soon as the words fell, a huge snake head drilled out of the statue's mouth and shot at Nelson like lightning. In his eyes, the fangs exposed by the basilisk's bloody mouth were taller than the two of them. No wonder Slytherin made the statue so big. Tom was stunned. This scene was much more shocking than the time he and Nelson beat Nagini together. The size of the two snakes was completely out of the same order. As he spoke, he pinched the back of Nelson's hand. Nelson, who had just raised his wand, felt his eyes go dark, and in the next second, he appeared at a place more than 10 meters away. "Can this place still apparate? I was just about to give it a go. This is no longer within the scope of Hogwarts." Tom let go of Nelson's hand, looked excitedly at the basilisk rushing straight to the ground, and muttered. His right hand holding the wand was raised high, towards pointing down to the ground. He held his left hand up, and a black and red air mass was slowly forming in his hand, slowly turning like a star cluster. The head of the basilisk was already close to the ground, but it still had an unknown length of body stuck in the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Nelson thought that, if it ate more, it might grow to the size of Hellbow. "You hit it with that hit." Tom suddenly stopped the spell, and the air ball accumulated in his hand stopped turning. Nelson followed his gaze. although he was taken away by Tom's entourage before the ring shield. Before stay on the spot. The moment the basilisk's head hit the ground, the ring shield spun rapidly, with a dangerous cold light flickering on the edge, raised high like a chainsaw, and hit the ground where the basilisk landed heavily. There was a tooth-piercing violent rubbing sound, and the ground where the two were standing before was flying sand and rocks, and the broken stone bricks burst into small pieces, knocking the surrounding murals, the hem of the Slytherin statue, and the pillars on both sides of the palace. It was so horrible that one of the pillars even burst out a hideous crack from the base to the top. Just as Nelson was about to say something, Tom said, "It's okay, it can be repaired," and I took out everything in that pillar. "That's good." Nelson nodded and stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the sawing in the smoke to end, while Tom stood beside him, continuing to chant the spell, the small red star cluster in his hand spinning faster and faster. Najee facing the huge monster whose life and death were unknown, and his eyes were full of fear, but he still stood up and stood in front of the two of them. "You are not needed here." Nelson stroked Naj in his scales, supported her body and jumped over, stood in front of her, and said softly, "You have protected Jonas for so long. Let us protect you." "You." Tom raised his eyelids and nodded, still muttering his ridiculously long spell. "I really don't understand the meaning of this spell." Nelson turned his head. He was even in the mood to chat and fart. Even if it's a muggle holding a toothpick, it's enough for him to get from Boogie North Air swims up and stabs you with a toothpick. Tom rolled his eyes, but said nothing. The sawing sound in the smoke and dust slowed down quickly, and after a while, there was no sound at all. Nelson raised his finger, and a polished ring shield flew out, circling around him. Nelson looked at its smooth mirror-like edges and corners, couldn't help being speechless, and praised the basilisk in the smoke. "You are so tough." Responding to him was a gust of wind. A huge snake head rushed out of the smoke. Its scalded eyes were full of madness and hatred. Nelson heard a click, raised his hand, and tapped his face. A layer of fine stone chips fell down. He nodded in satisfaction, and shouted back to Tom, "Your mask is really useful." The big mouth of the basilisk had rushed to Nelson's side, and he could even smell what it was eating. He turned his head slightly and disappeared in place, while the basilisk slammed into the pillar behind Nelson due to inertia. "You're too slow." Nelson appeared next to the basilisk's big head and shook his head. The angry basilisk raised its unharmed head and swung it in Nelson's direction. Boom. Another pillar cracked, and Nelson came out the other way. "A big guy like you, if you don't hurry up, you may knock yourself to death." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, A Rain of Bullets. Although the basilisk's mental state is a bit poor, its intelligence has not been greatly affected. Even for a powerful creature with hard scales like it feels uncomfortable to bump its head against a pillar. It quickly realized that the little dwarf in front of him was not a weakling that he can easily tease, but a flexible guy. The basilisk turned its head sideways, stared at Nelson with its big bright yellow eyes covered with mucus, opened its mouth slightly, stretched out its letter, and licked the ground, suddenly turned sideways, raised its upper body, and rushed towards Nelson. "I've said it before, if you're still so slow." Nelson shook his head, raised his arms, and appeared under the basilisk's head. Its vision caught the wizard who appeared at his position just now, but because of inertia, he reluctantly leaping to the side. Nelson said the second half of his sentence, "You still can't hit me." The basilisk that hit the stone pillar exerted force again in midair, and slammed into the stone pillar at a faster speed. Nelson even thought it was completely crazy, but soon realized the cunning of this beast. I saw the basilisk swinging its head covered with solid scales with such force as to make the sound of breaking the wind, crashing into it with a resolute suicidal attitude. But the scene of brains flying all over Nelson's mind did not happen. On the contrary, the pillar that was already full of cracks became even more crumbling. The basilisk opened its jaws wide, tightly biting the root of the stone pillar, and pulled it hard. There was a sound of metal hitting the stone from the head of the Slytherin statue. Looking in the direction of the sound, Nelson found that this basilisk actually pulled its huge body out of the statue by biting the pillar. Different from its majestic appearance with scales and armor on its upper body, the lower body of the basilisk, that had been hiding in the statue before, was stained with blood, and several huge wounds with deep bones were dripping thick water, exuding a rotten smell, and dozens of thick roots. The iron chains were hooked firmly in the flesh of the basilisk's wound, as the basilisk escaped from the statue's mouth. These chains now hung from the mouth like Slytherin's beard, hanging from the basilisk's tail, stretched straight. Seeing the shocking scar, and feeling the slight vibration of the ground under his feet, Nelson took a breath, and shifted to Tom's side, watching from a distance what the bound beast was going to do. And the next scene didn't disappoint him. The basilisk crawled slowly along the stone pillar it had bitten just now, and wrapped itself tightly around the pillar. It seemed that its entire body was about to be torn off by the iron chain. Then, it stared at Nelson's direction, gritted its teeth and pulled hard. A deafening explosion came from Slytherin's mouth, and immediately after, there was a dazzling glare of spells in front of his eyes, and the sound of iron chains being snapped in his ears, and the basilisk abruptly pulled the iron chains hanging on his body. The hook was pulled down, and the thick tail slapped heavily on the ground, making a loud bang, kicking up dust and gravel several meters high. The iron chains, that seemed indestructible, broke like this, and the wreckage wearing the skin of the basilisk fell from the sky like rain, and the smelly blood was also splashed everywhere. And the pillar on which the basilisk was coiling just now finally couldn't bear the huge pressure and collapsed, and Nelson and Tom stood far enough away that they weren't affected, but the ground under Slytherin's feet had long been covered by dust. Covered, can't see the mess clearly. If I read correctly, the tail of the basilisk lit up just now. Nelson held his chin thoughtfully and said to Tom, but if I remember correctly, the basilisk should only have magic eyes. Tom, who was still reciting the spell, nodded and shook his head again. I don't know what Slytherin did to it. I don't think it's a basilisk anymore. Nelson shook his head and didn't think about this problem. The basilisk, which had recovered its freedom from the chains, didn't rush forward to fight with Nelson. There was such lightness that Nelson almost completely lost his vision. To be honest, I don't think there is such a long spell in the world. Nelson tilted his head and looked at Tom seriously. You just keep pretending to chant the spell because you don't want to make a move. In fact, you have been using Parseltongue sing the Hogwarts school song, eh? Tom gave him a blank look and simply turned his back, ignoring him. Okay, then you can read mine. After saying this, Nelson took 2 steps forward with his hands behind his back, then turned around suddenly and happened to meet Tom's gaze, who turned his head secretly. Tom's face darkened, and then he turned his head away completely. Ha ha ha. Nelson smiled and appeared on the edge of the sand and dust. The basilisk had completely hidden its voice, and only the red and black blood flowing on the ground proved that a huge creature had just passed by here. In a sense, we are quite alike. Nelson raised his right hand and raised it to his shoulder. The restless voices that had been around the palace a few minutes ago sounded again. In the darkness, there seemed to be thousands of troops. The horse was lurking, staring at the bleeding basilisk. This kind of murderosaurus seemed to be real. Nelson's closed eyes under the mask could see the hideous tubes being erected and the bowstrings being raised tight. One after another ammunition was being loaded. He maintained his movement, whispered. He didn't know whether he said it to the basilisk or himself. Do you know what magic I'm best at? Use a fog to cover myself, wrap it up so no one can find me or hurt me, so I can't lose. Quiet in the smoke and dust, the basilisk is also waiting for an opportunity. It waits patiently, even if the dust that creates a favorable environment falls. It doesn't matter. After all, snakes have been hunting like this since thousands of years ago. Clang. An extremely crisp impact sounded in the palace. The basilisk crushed a small ball that Nelson had dropped before. It was bounced up with great force and fell to the ground again. However, the second impact sound did not sound for a long time. But that's totally enough. Nelson pressed his index finger and a loud arrow shot out from the darkness behind him, bringing a sharp sound of breaking the wind. The sound of the loud arrow breaking the wind was so loud that it completely overwhelmed the sound of countless arrows following it. The arrows depicting magic patterns flashed with various colors of light. Some of them were shaped like conch shells, turning faster and faster, sparking a burst of dazzling blue light. Some of them exuded green phosphorescence and exploded suddenly after piercing into the smoke and dust, shattering the air, and the ground was dyed a withered green. Some red arrows looked very irritable, and the explosions that followed were even more irritable. Puff! A few drops of liquid splashed onto Nelson's visor, and the visor quickly made a corroded sizzling sound. Nelson took out a new handkerchief and wiped it. It was a few drops of blood mixed with venom. During the bombing, the basilisk did not act rashly and remained lying on the spot, hiding in the smoke and dust. Turning around, Tom saw countless arrows shooting out of the darkness in front of him and thought that Nelson had triggered a hidden trap set by Slither in here. When he turned his head anxiously, he saw Nelson with one hand behind his back and the other hand raised to his ear, facing the back of the basilisk, bombarding indiscriminately. The voice of chanting the spell weakened. Whirlwind. Nelson put down his right hand, drew out his wand, and pointed at the smoke and dust in front of him. The cover in front of him dissipated, but there was a force in the depths resisting the spell. Nelson realized that the basilisk still had the power to resist. He put down his wand and shook his head. Sorry, this was originally reserved for Nelson. Stop talking. If you can't even solve it, it's useless to leave it to anyone. Immediately, he raised his right hand holding the wand and slammed it forward like a conductor calling a curtain call, and the sound of gunfire came from all directions. Tom turned his head. What he heard was obviously a sound, but why did it exist in every direction? A death row prisoner who is executed by shooting will only hear a gunshot before he dies, because one bullet is enough to finish him. Nelson explained to the basilisk in the distance, answering his question. You too, but only because of them. It's too much of a shot. Puff puff. This is the sound of a high-speed object piercing through the smoke and dust. The ring shield that had been scraped by the basilisk for a long time was put into use at this moment. It floated in front of Nelson and spread out to form a wall, enclosing Nelson and Tom behind him. It was firmly protected, and soon, the sound of ricochet hitting the shield was heard intensively, and their kinetic energy was too strong, causing the shield to bulge inwards with neat little dots. Nelson looked back at Tom. He seemed to have finished reciting the spell, and he was holding a ball of something he didn't know what it was, smiling happily at Nelson. Nelson walked up to Tom and waved his hand in front of him. You don't really think that a bullet can hurt a basilisk, do you? Tom came back to his senses and teased. I don't think you would do such a thing. Of course not. I'm a wizard, Tom. Nelson turned his head, listened carefully, and then clapped his hands lightly. The next moment, a roar that was 100 times louder than before sounded behind the shield wall, and the shield wall, the dazzling white light illuminated the entire secret room through the gaps in the room, while Nelson, who was backlit, was left with only a dark shadow. When the glare dissipated, the shadow of the shield wall was even left on the ground. Where did you say it came from? Tom raised his hand and pointed backwards, and asked curiously, I mean, where did you get so many spellcasting props? I mean, these guns, bows, and arrows or something? These are those small balls that you are curious about. Nelson waved his hand, and silver balls, large or small, flew from every corner of the secret room. Hot, they are neatly lined up beside Nelson, dancing deftly with the movements of his hands, forming a luminous strip like a starring. I wear them all the time, but I don't quite understand the traceless stretching spell. The advanced use of them does not completely eliminate their weight, but apart from the point, there is no other disadvantage. I mean, how do you have so many? Tom raised his eyebrows and stared at Nelson suspiciously. You're not going to do something? How could it be? Nelson waved his hand. I'm actually quite rich, and I've been paying the bills for me these past few years. I don't take advantage of the advantages. Do you think I'm still human? Besides, you think they are expensive. No, it's just too time consuming to cast spells for the things contained in each small ball. But this can also be regarded as a process of exercising magic power as long as you have a silver mine and an efficient alchemy skill. These tasks are very simple. After all, it is difficult to make a cannon, but when you have magic, it is even easier than knitting a sweater. Leave that aside. What do you think of the effect? Nah, in the beginning, I wanted to see your spell. Tom smiled dryly, rubbing his hands together and applying the black light from the palm of his hand to the other hand. He squinted at Nelson, wanting to speak. He stopped talking and wanted to speak, holding back for a long time to say, "The scene is very shocking, but it is different from what I imagined. Yes, I think my opponent must be unimaginable," Nelson said beamingly. When he was hit by a bullet, he didn't expect the petrification spell in the bullet. When he stepped on the trap, he didn't expect the trap arranged the apparition prohibition curse. When he managed to block a shell, he did not expect that the shell was actually a powerful lighting spell that I carefully developed. It's really shocking. I didn't expect such a scene at all. Tom felt a little cold, so he wrapped his clothes tightly and just emphasized repeatedly, "But I always feel weird." "What do you imagine?" Nelson was a little curious. "If you say it, you may think that I lack imagination." Tom shrugged and said with a downcast face, "I thought that a shape-shifting wizard, like you, would conjure up a powerful helper to assist in the battle. You know, in the novel it's about stone giants, dragons or something." "Isn't the helper I created powerful?" Nelson asked with a smile. "Let's not talk about stone giants and dragons. If the battlefield can be arranged in advance, even if Merlin is standing here, I dare to give him a second. This is technology. In the past few years, I have encountered several incidents of wizards being killed, or even captured by muggles with guns. Are muggles so powerful? Not as weak as wizards imagined. Hundreds of years ago, they might not even be as threatening to wizards as magical animals." Nelson nodded solemnly. "But today, no wizard with wisdom still thinks that way. This is why Grindelwald's worst fear. So that's why he keeps breaking the secrecy laws? Want to really rule muggles?" Tom asked, holding his chin. "To prevent being shot to death one day in the future? I thought so at first." Nelson nodded, then shook his head again. "But I don't understand what he wants to do now either." Chapter 164 Double Kill. "Okay." Tom didn't seem very interested. He shrugged and walked towards the shield wall standing in the distance. He saw Nelson reach out to call it back, and carefully turned it back into a small ball, and put it into his waist. Small side pocket. Behind the shield wall was a mess. A thick green fog with a strange color replaced the original smoke and dust caused by the basilisk. Tom hadn't seen the whole picture of the giant beast clearly until now, and when the occlusion disappeared, before faint, the smell of gunpowder smoke immediately became stronger, and he sniffed his nose twice, feeling that the smell was a bit strong. "Won't you panic if you put it there?" Tom looked back, frowned and glanced at the strangely positioned pockets on Nelson's coat, and opened his mouth to say something, but the thick fog suddenly felt like a heart generally. It shrinks a little, and then expands suddenly. Tom's ears moved, and he immediately turned his head to look behind him. He narrowed his eyes, raised his hands, and held them in the direction of the thick fog, and the black light that had gradually dimmed flickered again. "Oh, is this thing so durable?" Nelson stopped what he was doing, and stood next to Tom 2 steps forward, looking at the restless fog with interest. He glanced at Tom's hand in surprise and said, "It turns out that I misunderstood you. You are really magic." The thick fog shrunk again, and then expanded back to its original size. Nelson even faintly heard the sound of his heart beating. He almost overwhelmed the other voices in the secret room, and he had a bad feeling that something extraordinary was waking up. Of course it's magic. When the thick fog shrank to the thickness of dye, Tom rolled his eyes at Nelson and said softly, "I'll show you how a real wizard casts spells." Standing around and reciting spells for a few minutes waiting to be walked over and beaten to death. Nelson teased, "Just watch how I beat it to death in a few seconds." "Actually, I've been wanting to ask, since the very beginning, why did you hit it?" Nelson asked curiously. "They didn't mess with you. It might be some mental illness, but wouldn't it be fine if you locked it up there? The basilisk is a last guard, to guard the things left by Slytherin." Tom rubbed his wrists, bowed his head and half kneeled on the ground, with his 2 black hands pressed to the ground. "Aren't you curious? At Hogwarts Gryffindor has swords, Hufflepuffs have cups, Ravenclaws have diadems, but what do Slytherins have? When did you become so interested in the history of magic?" Nelson recalled, even took out a book, and flipped through it quickly, and replied after a while, "It's true that I didn't mention it. Don't tell me. This is the first time I found this question." "Oh. Here is." Let me see. About the relics of the founder of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, as a famous and powerful wizard of that era. Why didn't he keep it? The academic community has always had different opinions about the relics that match its status and strength. At present, there are two popular theories. The first kind of view is that the castle of Hogwarts is a relic of Slytherin. Litlin took away his magic props after conflicting with the other three founders and left the school and ended up living outside. Which one do you prefer? I don't know. Tom shook his head. Here's some information, but he didn't write down where he put the relics. But Tom suddenly closed his mouth and looked seriously at the thick fog in front of him. The fog gradually solidified, outlining the shape of a twisted snake, and he whispered, "There is trouble." Trouble? Nelson looked forward, raised his arms again, and said, "Fortunately, I have a lot of things, and I can't finish them all in one wave. And also, well, that's right." He clasped his palms and swung forward violently. "Whatever he is, I'll shoot a volley." Da da da. Intensive and loud voices came from all directions in the secret room, and the dark corners were filled with blue flames at the moment. Tom could hear the sound of whoosh coming from his ears one after another, and the scorching air column passed by his face one after another, and the flame soaring into the sky in front of him reflected a crazy painting on the surface of his smooth black visor. The vain thick fog was scattered by the high-speed and dense large caliber bullets. Nelson threw a brand new ring shield to cover the two of them, and Ajani, who crawled silently. A strange look looked at Nelson. The dense green fog was quickly evaporated by the high temperature, revealing the huge blackened and carbonized body inside. The basilisk wrapped itself tightly with its huge body like a ball of yarn, and the exposed body was broken into several sections. Each section has different appearances. Some are completely carbonized, exuding a pungent burnt smell. Some are covered with scars and are bleeding black poisonous blood, and some are like fish with scales, peeled off for cooking. Disgusting. And after the round of volley just now, the body of the basilisk was more riddled with holes, and it could even be seen that the red warhead was still spinning hard, trying to penetrate deeper. The nearby pillars in the ground, even the hem of the Slytherin statue, were also tattered due to the random shooting of ricochets. Najina's eyes became even more strange. God knows what this basilisk experienced before in the dense fog that no one had seen. Nelson even felt that he had overreacted, but he knew that now was not the time to show mercy. Raised the spell and pointed at the massive basilisks that looked like they couldn't die anymore. Puff puff. There was another volley, this time without the cover of dense fog. The two people and the snake could clearly see the situation inside, and saw ammunition of various colors flying from the corners of the secret room as dense as a rainstorm. It seemed that it was because of the firearms in his guns have not yet cooled down, and the sound of this round of volleys is chaotic and bursting. With the help of magic, those sharp bullets rotate at a high speed, easily breaking through the scales of the basilisk, and those bullets of different colors carry all kinds of magic. Bombarded the broken body of the basilisk, making its tattered body like a rag doll jump up. Petrification, windblade, flame, venom, oppression, twisting, all kinds of seemingly powerful small magic superimposed together produced amazing effects. The outermost body of the basilisk ball was instantly reduced to powder, and even the inner body had no effective resistance, and was crushed in a few seconds. Torn to shreds. "I think you are very suitable for fighting against a huge magical animal," Tom said quietly. He held his breath, and said in a low voice, "It didn't even flow over. It still smelled bloody just now, and now it doesn't even smell bloody. Ha ha ha, let's try to catch a dragon sometime." Nelson rubbed his hands, turned his head and asked, "Is the thing still inside?" "Yeah," Tom replied, nodding, his hands on the ground. He didn't know what he was doing. "It's weak, but more violent. Can't this level of damage kill it?" "Yes, or it is already dead," Tom replied, "but the basilisk is really hard to kill. You may not have much contact with this kind of thing, so you don't know much about it. The characteristic of the basilisk's immortality is somewhat similar to dementors. Unless they are utterly extinguished, will surely rise from their own ashes." "Phoenix?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "It sounds similar, but it's completely different." Tom narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "He's coming." "Is it still there? The basilisk in front?" "Inside." Tom didn't know how to perceive it. He said firmly, "I can feel its restlessness. Can you hold it for a few seconds? My magic is about to take shape. Honestly, I think you've gone astray." Nelson said, "It's better to practice boxing than this. It's too slow to cast spells. This is the first time. Next time will be soon." As soon as Tom finished speaking, Nelson raised his arms again, rolled up his sleeves, and snapped his fingers vigorously. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few piercing sounds came through the air, somewhat similar to the sound of the arrows at the beginning, but much thinner. There were only a few sounds. Although thin, the aura was not small at all. Tom heard something flew high into the air, and then fell down heavily. Boom. A golden spear as thick and long as a flagpole fell from the air, and landed heavily on the basilisk with a speed that Tom couldn't see clearly. Its body did not form any effective resistance to this huge force. With a sound of the spear plunged into the ground, leaving a spiderweb-shaped crack on the ground that extended to the feet of the two. Boom. 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 The first spear seemed to serve as a beacon, and the other spears fell into the body of the basilisk one after another. When the last spear fell, they all glowed and were connected by the light to form a whole, making the spear look thicker and longer. The coiled body of the basilisk looks pitiful and helpless, like a cupcake with a dozen wedding candles stuck in it. "What's this?" Tom's tone changed slightly. He coughed twice and asked, "How long can it be shut down?" "It's been a long time. Fortunately, your secret room is big enough. Otherwise it might be really difficult for me to use it," Nelson said. "These spears are made of a special alloy developed by Muggles. A windfall for husbands. They are not satisfied with these alloys. The strength and toughness are ridiculously high, but they are too heavy to be applied. I asked for it, and found that it is really strong, and it also has a strange excellent conduction of magic ability, and weight, for me, is not an issue at all. TSK, Muggles are really powerful. It's nothing more than human affairs." Nelson shook his head, picked up his wand, and pointed at the basilisk fixed on the ground by the spears. Those glowing spears gradually turned red, and a sizzling sound like roasting meat was heard between the two of them. There was a ringing in the air, and the air around the spear was also distorted by the high temperature. The basilisk, which had been motionless for a long time, bounced violently, and then twisted violently, but when twisting, it would inevitably touch the spear, and cause secondary damage, which made it more painful, and struggled more violently. "Playing dead. Interesting." Nelson pouted, put down his wand, and said, "I fixed it dead in place. To tell you the truth, except for the fact that it's hard to hit people, my prison is full of people you can escape. These spears are loaded with different magic. Even if the basilisk can apparate, it is impossible to escape. You are amazing too." Tom took his hands off the ground and stood up. "So what kind of magic is it that you have been preparing for a long time?" Nelson took a step back to make way for Tom. "I have been curious for a long time." The basilisk was still struggling violently, and finally, its head poked out from the twisted body like a hill, but it seemed to be entangled with itself, unable to move. Nelson exhaled a breath of foul air. He had long been annoyed at the headless thing, a bunch of twisted flesh entangled together, like some indescribable thing. Now that it has a head, it really is much more pleasing to the eye. There was no emotion on the basilisk's face. It just looked at Nelson silently, as if it wanted to engrave the man's face into its soul. After a few seconds, its eyes lost their luster, and then it raised its head and stuck its jaw in the honor section of the body. Push the head forward vigorously. He actually broke his jaw off. Puff. The stinky snake blood sprayed forward, and when it hit the luminous barrier formed by the spears, it instantly turned into steam. Nelson and Tom were shocked by this scene, and the basilisk was like a stone statue, maintaining its head held high, and you could even see its throat directly. Immediately afterwards, two faint green lights appeared on its pitch black throat. The tube lighted up, and with a tooth-piercing grinding sound, another basilisk crawled out of its mouth. "That's what I mean when I say it's hard to kill," Tom explained in a timely manner. "But look, it seems that you have poked its lower body, and it can't get out." Nelson nodded, blaming me for controlling you. "Now it's a stake. It's time to output." He took a step back again and signaled Tom to start his performance. Tom twisted his neck and even reached out to take off the mask. Nelson was about to stop him, but he saw Tom's eyes under the mask were frighteningly red. He smiled at Nelson and turned his head to look directly at the basilisk. The basilisk's eyes widened, but the wizard in front of him did not respond to his most powerful petrification at all, which caused great confusion in the basilisk's little mind. It thought its eyes were not open, but how could the snake open them? What about not opening your eyes? I saw Tom slightly raised his hands up, and wisps of black smoke escaped from the robe and dissipated immediately. He flew up slowly, looked down at the basilisk, raised his black hands, and pointed at the newborn basilisk with force a grip. The black mist surged on his hands, like hundreds of restless snakes entangled. These snakes immediately calmed down when he held his hands, but the body of the basilisk boiled. Groups of black figures whose faces could not be clearly seen flew out of Tom's hands and entangled in the basilisk. Snakes don't have vocal organs, but Nelson can hear it howling in pain. There was nothing unusual about it, but the two fluorescent green eyes slowly turned black. Chapter 165 The Return of the Dark Lord. Is it dead? Nelson bent down, picked up a piece of rubble that had been knocked to his feet by the explosion, and threw it at the basilisk's head. Boom. The stone flew away quickly and bounced away at an even faster speed. It's not dead, but it's become much better. Tom clenched his hands, and the basilisk's eyes turned a deep and strange pure black, making Nelson close his eyes unconsciously. He glanced at the stone drawing the parabola and the distant landing point, pondered for a moment, and said, "Your arm strength is quite good. It's about the same as a professional athlete my age." Nelson nodded. "I've been training hard." The strong twisting of the basilisk gradually weakened, and a black smoke floated from its forehead, slowly dissipating. "That's alright," said Tom, with a slight cough. "Can you take these spears away? We don't need to stick them in there now." "Oh." Nelson clapped his hands, and the spear inserted into the ground emitted a burst of golden light, trembling violently, then rose from the ground, turned into several streamers of light in the air, and fell back into Nelson's pocket. The basilisk, which was free from restraint, crawled out of the slough under Tom's order. Its body was covered with mucus, and some soft new scales scratched the shrapnel left on the ground, leaving white scratches one after another. Tom raised his wand and muttered words. The red light in his eyes was even brighter, and the same red light appeared in the eyes of the basilisk. Two milky white veils stretched from the eyelids, covering the pair of powerful pupils that could petrify everything up. Then, like a marionette, it slid in front of Tom in a stiff posture, pressing its huge head to the ground. "This is a sign of surrender. Honestly, I feel aggrieved by it," Nelson said, looking at the basilisk lying motionless in front of Tom. "It is said that the basilisk's eyes are extremely powerful, but it didn't even use those eyes much today." Isn't that what fighting is like?" Tom said without looking back, raised his hand, and put it on the basilisk's head. He pulled out a cloud of black mist and held it in his hand. Nelson took a closer look, and the black mist showed the shape of a snake. Tom waved his hands. The black light in his palm dissipated along with the snake-shaped black mist, but the basilisk, that threatened to disappear, was still lying on the spot, showing its most humble posture. Tom curled his lips, walked towards Nelson, and said, "Never there is no evenly matched confrontation. Since we know that its eyes are very powerful, then naturally we will not let it have a chance to use it." "That's right," Nelson nodded. "Battles are different from duels. You don't hit me, and I hit you after saluting. On the Muggle battlefield, if you see a group of enemies who are eating, the first thing you do is to pull out the machine gun and shoot right away. It really doesn't talk about martial arts." Tom was speechless in a strange way. "Don't we too?" Nelson smiled. "Okay, it's time to fix the Chamber of Secrets." Tom's image of master that he had maintained for a while immediately collapsed. He patted Nelson on the shoulder, walked towards the statue, and said, "Help me. I hope nothing valuable is stolen." Smash. "Okay." Nelson shrugged and walked to the other side. The two waved their wands. The scattered fragments on the ground returned to their original positions one by one, fitting into the previous positions. The little alchemists summoned by Nelson were packed together one by one. "By the way, Nell." Tom's voice sounded from the opposite side of Nelson. "You won't leave again after you're here, right? No more." Nelson replied loudly, "Didn't I say that this time I will stay until graduation, and I don't want to be a wizard without a diploma." Oh. The secret room fell silent, and the two of them devoted themselves to the intense restoration work. "By the way, Tom," it was Nelson's voice who broke the silence this time. He said, "I went to Hangleton earlier to visit the Riddle family. Mr. Riddle doesn't seem to be in very good health." "Oh." Tom was silent for a moment, and then said, "I checked it secretly once, and he was injured by too many potions when he was young, and it can almost be concluded that it is a love potion." "I see." After escaping from there, Tom's inaudible voice sounded again. In order to get rid of the pain of that incident, he tried many immature Muggle treatments, which caused irreversible damage to his nerves. His time is numbered. "Can you know?" Tom's voice still could not hear any emotion. He said flatly and very slowly, "I asked Professor Slughorn and Miss Joy. His life is a dying candle. He is almost on the verge of exhaustion, and simply treating the disease may make him die sooner. His weak life can only support such a weak body." "Oh." Nelson sighed and continued to ask, "I saw you, and by the way, nah." Tom interrupted him suddenly. He didn't really want to talk about what Nelson mentioned. Tom turned his head and asked loudly, "Did you get that grimacing moth?" "Got it. When are you going to practice that animagus?" Tom seemed to have found some valuables that had been broken, and suddenly kicked something cursingly. "Let's finish the owls," Nelson said after thinking for a while. "I want to find a place where it will be sunny at the beginning of the vacation, and it will start to rain after more than a month." "Yes, it's similar to the information I checked." "What information?" "After I heard about it before, I also went to check it out, and I found a place that might meet your requirements." "Where?" Nelson asked happily. "Albania." Tom's tone became brisk. "The weather in that place has been sunny in June and July when the exams are over, but it will rain frequently in summer and autumn." "Really?" "It just so happens that I'm going to find something in the Albanian forest." Even though Tom's face can't be seen, Nelson can hear his beaming eyebrows at the moment. "So I can find something to do when I accompany you." "No, as for being boring, whether it's a Muggle or a wizard, it's always easier to destroy than to repair." This battle seemed to last for a long time, but in fact it only took less than half an hour, and repairing these damaged artifacts took the two of them an entire afternoon. While Nelson was repairing the battle damage, he was cleaning the battlefield. Nagini was idly crawling around beside Tom. Only the basilisk remained motionless in its kneeling posture. After an unknown amount of time, Nelson took a step back and bumped into Tom's back. He turned around, saw Tom grinning, and said with a smile, "You're so skinny, your loot bone hit me." "This is a healthy body." Tom rolled his eyes, stood on tiptoes, and looked at the top of Nelson's head, and said, "In terms of the current mainstream aesthetics, height is more important. HMPH. Nelson shrugged, non-committal. "Have you finished over there?" Tom asked, waving his wand, and a bookshelf full of scorched bullet holes flew to the two of them. He stroked the burn marks on the bookshelf. His eyes were full of distress. "I looked at the antique shop in Diagon Alley, and there is a later, and worse looking one than mine, which can sell for more than 5,000 galleons. What do you know? War damaged antiques have a sense of age." Nelson curled his lips and said, "Imagine what historians will draw when they find that this bookshelf is full of bullet holes. A story? If it can be connected to an important historical event, it must be worth twice as much." "Is that so?" asked Tom suspiciously. "Why don't I believe it?" "It's not important." Nelson rubbed his stomach and said, "Let's go eat. I'm hungry, and I have to go back to school after dinner." "Well," asked Tom, throwing the bookshelf aside, "didn't Aberforth do it for you? His biggest hobby is to argue with his brother." Nelson shrugged. "It is said that Professor Dumbledore planned to keep my student status directly based on the 3 years I studied at Hogwarts, but he insisted on this bar. Ha ha ha." Tom clapped his hands and applauded Aberforth. "It's really amazing." "That's right." Nelson walked to the gate of the palace indifferently, opened his arms, and some little alchemists holding various small balls jumped towards him from the shadows, and jumped into each corner of the coat in a line. In his pocket, he maintained his movement and said, "Fortunately, the procedures are not troublesome, otherwise I would really have to drink butterbeer in his pig's head bar to get back my money." Well, but you have to meet Dumbledore. He is acting as the headmaster now, Tom said with a flat mouth. Seeing that all the little alchemists around Nelson disappeared, he stepped forward, put Nelson on the shoulders, and asked walk to the exit of the secret room. Of course, eating is more important. Speaking of which, I kind of miss the pumpkin juice at Hogwarts. Don't miss tomatoes? No, thank you. Nelson waved his hand. I quit. Nelson, I've always wanted to thank you in person. At the dinner table, Alfred shook Nelson's hand vigorously. He raised his eyebrows and said, "That thing really works." "It's okay," Nelson said, raising his eyebrows in satisfaction. "I knew you needed it." "What?" Wahlberger grabbed her younger brother. The conversation between the two Riddlers made her feel uncomfortable, but she felt Tom's gaze out of the corner of her eye. She coughed lightly and gently let go of her younger brother. With a ladylike manner, small mouthfuls of lettuce on the table point after 3 years of growth, Wahlberger has fulfilled her wish and became the beautiful girl she longed for. But this pretty girl must not talk to her younger brother. Otherwise she will reveal her true colors in an instant and turn into a irascible cat of fantastic animals. But Alfred's changes were beyond people's expectations. Everyone thought that he would grow into an authentic hunk with curly blonde hair and wheat-colored skin. Not to mention that he could run horses on his arms. He could at least hold statues with one hand. But Alpha, however, D has become a gentle-looking, handsome and even a little jolly young boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It has to be said that the appearance of the Black family has never disappointed, but only those who are familiar with it know that this look, the guy who looks like a good baby has so much bad water hidden in his stomach. The surrounding Slytherin students cast curious glances at this place while eating. The lower grade students had never seen this senior classmate, and those who knew Nelson were also surprised at the sudden appearance of this guy who had disappeared for 3 years. They talked in low voices, but as Tom's eyes flicked, those who were talking fell silent. Nelson noticed this scene and raised his eyebrows. "Professor Sloan is watching you," Tom whispered, poking Nelson with his arm. "I saw it," Nelson said in a low voice, lowering his head. "I'm going to find him after dinner. It's too embarrassing right now. But I feel that with his personality, he will come to you later." "Shouldn't he come to you?" Nelson said, leaning back tactically. "It's mainly because I'm a bit bad at potions, and he doesn't seem to like me very much. Since you signed 2 consecutive articles on Transfiguration today last year, he has already begun to conceive a story of how to discover a young Muggle-born wizard's talent for Transfiguration, until you really did it 2 months later. After publishing an independent article, he has already started to tell others." "That's right," interjected Alfred. "Didn't we copy your homework a lot when we were in 1st grade? He even told someone once that he was acquiescing to this behavior because he thought that letting us copy your homework would make us feel better. Learn more useful things by yourself, such as flashes of inspiration or something." "There is such an operation?" Nelson was dumbfounded. "That's right, and since you've left, everyone's homework has been painful." Alfred nodded earnestly, gave Nelson a funny salute, blinked, and said, "Master Darklord, everyone is welcoming you. What about your return?" "Hiss," Nelson gasped, and the gaze around him, which he had just been able to adapt to just now, suddenly made him feel a thorn in his back. So he stood up, quickly grabbed a piece of bread, and said, "It suddenly occurred to me that there is A big hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder and grabbed him. Nelson raised his head and saw a bald middle-aged man who was chubby like a walrus and said loudly, "This is not my favorite student, Williams." "Sir, when will you come back?" "I don't know. If you tell me in advance and ask the teacher to pick you up." "Professor Sloan, hello." Nelson smiled palely. Chapter 166 1/3. "Oh, Williams." Professor Sloan stopped Nelson's shoulders like a chick and lifted him up. "I haven't seen him for 3 years. He looks more like a walrus with a healthy red face." Standing out from the crowd of sad teachers, seeing his appearance, the long Slytherin table immediately fell silent, and all the students lowered their heads and ate quietly. Professor Sloan clapped his hands, put his arms around Nelson with a smile on his face, and said loudly to the little snakes on the long table, "Children, some of you in the lower grades don't know him yet. Nelson Williams. In 3 years ago, he was the top student in the grade with Riddle. The little snakes raised their heads, their eyes kept shuttling between Nelson and Tom, then lowered their heads and whispered to their companions, while several students who had known Nelson before introduced quietly to the surrounding juniors his situation. Williams left Hogwarts before because his learning progress was far beyond ordinary people. Slughorn repeated with a smile, far beyond ordinary people, so he chose to leave Hogwarts in order to pursue more advanced spells. Studying abroad. Now that he has achieved something, he is finally looking forward to come back. Williams, it's better to be at home, right? Professor Slughorn tightened his hand slightly, lowered his head, and raised his eyebrows at Nelson. Oh, yes, Professor. Nelson nodded palely when he heard this reason for leaving school, which was the first time he had heard it himself. He didn't understand Slughorn's motivation for doing so. Abraxas. What are you looking at? You can't see such an excellent role model in Ravenclaw. Slughorn suddenly grabbed a cherry on the table and threw it at a bald man looking around. He pointed to the boy who turned around in horror and said, Williams could turn desks into pigeons when he was your age. I heard Professor Dumbledore say that your transfiguration homework has been left in the dormitory for 3 consecutive days and forgotten. Teach, Professor, the boy said blushingly, stammering to his feet. I did write it, but there was a muffled laugh from the surrounding long tables. Okay, sit down, Malfoy, said Professor Slughorn, waving his hand impatiently. Turn back and hand over the homework to Professor Dumbledore, and then only then did Nelson notice that this young man with a familiar name had pale blonde hair, so close to his complexion that he recognized him as bald. It also looks a little greasy. I came here to welcome Williams back to our big Slytherin family. Professor Slughorn cleared his throat, straightened his back, and the swimming ring on his stomach followed his movements shaking. He clapped his hands and said loudly, secondly, I'm here to announce an exciting news to you. Just this morning, on the Hogwarts Express, he used the Patronus charm to repel an ungodly monster by himself. A controlled Dementor. This is also the youngest recorded Patronus charm user. Tomorrow morning, wizards from the Wizengamot and the Magic Level Evaluation Association will come to him. It won't be the youngest user anytime soon. Nelson whispered. You're very humble, Williams. Slughorn let go of Nelson's shoulders, gave him a chance to breathe, and looked at the students around him proudly, as if he had taught Nelson the Patronus charm. Said in a seductive voice, Magic Level Evaluation Association may exempt several owls and newts exams based on his performance, so you must study magic well, so that you can get O without exams, you know? There was an uproar at the long table. Senior students from the 3 surrounding colleges also looked at Nelson, and even attracted the attention of the professors. Nelson felt that the embarrassment in his heart had reached the top of the sky, and reached the center of the soles of his feet. 10 toes unconsciously stirring on the ground. I wish I could pick out another mirror at Hogwarts under my feet. But most of the students were still in a daze. They hadn't even heard of the Patronus charm. Williams, I heard that your Patronus is a fully articulated entity? Slughorn asked in a low voice. Would you like to show it to everyone? Sorry, Professor, Nelson said, twisting his shoulders. This magic is still too difficult for me, and I may not be able to release it again today. That's right. Professor Slughorn nodded and said, this kind of high difficulty magic really consumes the magic power of the caster. Nelson stood where he was, emptying his mind. Then you should go to rest earlier. Slughorn pondered for a moment, patted Nelson on the back affectionately, turned his head, and called George Carlo who was sleeping with Nelson, and ordered, Carlo, you send him back, and bring him something to eat. Some steak on the table. Bring more. I'll go, Professor. George Carroll was about to agree, and Tom, who had been twitching from laughing with his head hooked all the time, stood up and said to Professor Slughorn, I feel a little uncomfortable too. Comfortable? I happen to be in the same dormitory with Nah. Let me send him back. Are you sick? Professor Slughorn lowered his head and asked, raised his arm, and rubbed Tom's head, and said with concern, then you two go back quickly. I'll ask Carlo to bring you some food. Nelson pulled Tom, and left the restaurant as if fleeing. Before walking to the gate, Professor Slughorn's angry voice came from behind. Yes, the Patronus charm is a kind of extremely profound spells. Under normal circumstances, only powerful adult wizards can cast. No, Parkinson, it doesn't mean that you can use it as long as you are an adult. It has a lot of magic power, control and emotions. What? Do you think I can do it? Parkinson, although it may seem that I'm boasting, but I undoubtedly know the magic spell. Do you want to see it? What happened to him? Nelson asked in a low voice after leaving the restaurant. Ha 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 ha. Tom first looked around and found no one around, so he burst into laughter. After a while, he was tired from laughing, and he straightened up holding his stomach and asked, "You can't stand him either, right?" "That's right." Nelson nodded and said suspiciously, "I remember that Professor Sloan was not like this before. At that time, he just liked to teach students a little bit." "Indeed, he's giving me trouble even now," said Tom triumphantly. "Isn't your confinement only 2 years?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "He imprisoned you for life?" "No, the previous confinement was the last time before the end. He asked me if I wanted to learn more knowledge other than potions." "He really likes you." Nelson sighed. "So you thought about it?" "Yes, so the chandelier fell over my head during dinner the next day, and when Professor Sloan stood up, I immediately surrendered." Tom raised an eyebrow. "I was fined 3 times. Yes, so I have to do something big again in 7th grade. So that's it." Nelson suddenly realized, but his confusion at the beginning was still not resolved. He asked, "So why did he become so exaggerated?" "Hey, it's a long story," Tom said with a look of righteous indignation. "Professor Sloan also taught potions and part of alchemy for the upper grades. You know, these the materials for the course become more and more expensive as you go forward." "I really don't know." Nelson raised his eyebrows. "Is it expensive?" "Yes, it's very expensive." Tom nodded, sucking his teeth and said, "When we were in the lower grades, we could brew a potion in just one potions class, and the materials were not very valuable. Some dry toads whatever. If it breaks, it breaks." "Is it expensive after senior year?" "Yes, students in the 6th grade have started to learn how to make advanced potions. A class can last for several weeks or even several months. Potions need to be brewed continuously, and the materials used are almost all precious. That's a lot of money." Nelson was speechless. "That's right. Last year, Professor Sloan had a Muggle-born student he liked very much who didn't choose potions, and his dream was to be an aura. Auras had to pass the newts in potions. That's fine." Tom shook his head and said, "The reason why he didn't choose courses was just because he couldn't afford the high cost of materials. So Professor Sloan wanted to apply for a fund from the school board to fund those students. A student from a poor family, but talented in alchemy and potions. This is a great thing." Nelson even wanted to add a fortune. "A good thing is a good thing," said Tom, shaking his head with a wry smile. "But the trustees don't think so. They rejected Professor Sloan." Nelson was a little surprised. "It's much worse than that," said Tom with a look of disdain in his eyes. "Those disgusting fellows humiliated him so badly. So from that day on, Professor Sloan made all the materials I dealt with during confinement become materials for refining potions for life extension, fitness, or enjoyment." Tom said, "He is a true master of potions. Through his techniques, Professor Sloan has befriended many of the elites of the wizarding world." "The upper class?" Nelson lowered his voice and asked, "These upper class people are not upper class at all. At least they are willing to give a little sponsorship to those students who have no money to learn potions." Tom said, "There are still some merits. I remember that those old men were only willing to deal with pure blood wizards before." "You don't even think about why." Nelson pouted. "They were all pure bloods before, but now they are suddenly willing to fund those Muggle-born wizards. Does that mean Sloan's potion is really good?" Nelson glanced at him faintly. "In fact, I haven't paid much attention to this aspect in the past few years, but I know that Grindelwald is a wizard supremacist. In the eyes of him and his followers, as long as it is wizards, no matter their origin, are noble, and about 1/3 of the wizards in the world agree with him." "You mean the British Ministry of Magic has been corrupted by Grindelwald?" "It should have been corrupted by him a long time ago." Nelson smacked his lips and said, "The Ministry of Magic in many European countries is under the control of Grindelwald's saints." "Excellent." Tom didn't have any special opinion on Grindelwald's concept, but was amazed by his ability. He raised his head and asked curiously, by the way, you said that 1/3 of wizards agree with Grindelwald. DeVos point. What about the other 2/3? A third of them, like the trustees, are pure-blood supremacists, Nelson explained. What about a third? They don't have a point of view, or in other words, they are a mess, so their point of view can't make a sound that can be heard by others. Nelson said, for example, for hundreds of years, there have been rumors in the wizarding world. There is a saying that the offspring of a Muggle-born wizard are more likely to be a squib, isn't it? Said Tom, surprised. I always thought so. Does anyone have any statistics? Nelson asked back. Have you heard of this report? How many squibs were born in the UK this year, and what percentage of them are Muggle-born wizards? Listen, talk about a little bit of this kind of data. Tom lowered his head, thought for a moment, and replied, it seems that there really isn't one. I've counted it. Tom had never seen Nelson show such a sharp and determined look. He glanced contemptuously at the wizards of all ages hanging on the wall, and said, Muggle-born wizards don't give birth to many squibs. On the contrary, because of the kinship caused by the perennial intermarriage of pure-blood families, children born from this kind of inbreeding are more likely to become squibs or even more dangerous existences. Sometimes, what the most people say is not the truth. Nelson and Tom were walking down the stairs leading to the Slytherin lounge at the moment. He turned his head and smiled at the girl flashing past in the huge picture frame. He continued, I have read through the memorabilia of magic and a rough history of magic from all over the world in the past few years. I found that the history of wizards is full of subjective speculation, hearsay, and random fabrications, and the truth is hidden in the book by these people back. So the truth, you said, is in the hands of the remaining third. Tom didn't know how much brainstorming it took to connect these two topics together. Nelson froze for a moment, stopped, and said softly, if you want, then it is. Chapter 167 Lemon Sunday. HMPH. Tom was taken aback. The red light in his eyes flashed away, and he said with a smile, are you saying that I'm also loose sand? Not necessarily. Nelson shook his head. Do you know reinforced concrete? It was a new type of material that was exhibited at the World Expo 40 years ago. At first, people thought that sand could not be used for construction. So, what's that? Use cement to mix sand, stone, and water, and these loose sand aggregates can form an indestructible structure. A building made of concrete is even stronger than stone, faster than brick, taller and bigger than a steel tower, Nelson said. Sand, a kind of loose mud that doesn't hold up to walls, is now being used extensively in construction. So you want me to be cement? The quick-witted Tom quickly grasped the point. What is cement? It sounds like a very magical material. Do you have it? Nelson twitched the corner of his mouth and said, there is no need to be so curious about the painting style. I just want to express that, if you can gather scattered sand, it will be harder than stones. I think you can become like this people. You always know what I want. Tom grinned and chuckled, then turned around, opened his arms, and asked Nelson, what about you? What do you want? His voice reverberated in the empty corridor, changing the timbre in repeated collisions with the walls, from the original high to low and full of temptation, and that seemed to be the timbre he should have. I want to know what I want to do. Ha ha ha. Williams? Sorry, I don't know him very well. I only know that he is Riddle's friend. In the restaurant, the professors left after eating, but many students stayed in the dining room, looking at their empty plates, and asking each other about this senior who suddenly appeared, and several of Nelson's classmates and even roommates were asked about it. At that time, I was surprised to find that apart from having a good relationship with Tom, I didn't even have any other deep impressions of Williams. He always gets together with a few fixed people, the ones who just sat next to him for dinner, and they are usually helpful, but they don't like to talk to others. Is he a lonely person? Seeing this, a freshman yelled curiously, it sounds like he has only one friend, Riddle. No, he's not, George Carrow said in a low voice, smacking his forehead with the heel of his palm. I recalled it carefully. He went to every class and participated in every activity. He'll go and watch Quidditch with us and even take the secret passage to Hogsmeade, but what? But he doesn't seem to be there. Thinking about it carefully, he doesn't have much communication with us. He is clearly in the center, but he seems to live alone. Alan Abo interrupted. This gloomy little brother lives in the same room as Nelson in the dormitory. There is usually no sense of presence, but he did not expect to be very particular about his speech. He pondered for a moment and said, Williams is still very gregarious, and everyone misses him very much. To be honest, our group of first year charms, the assignments are almost all copied from the same copy. The earliest version came from that guy Alfred. According to him, all his assignments were copied from Williams. Of course, after he suspended school, the students in our college, the quality of homework dropped a few grades in an instant. Why don't you ask Alfred? Alfred? Are you there? Someone soon started looking for him, but when Sloan left, Alfred was immediately taken away by his sister. The man shook his head with a smile and said, yes, if Alfred is here, he will not miss this opportunity to shine. At the Ravenclaw dining table next door, Dwight, another roommate of Nelson's with the same name, stood on a chair and said happily, Nelson, of course I know him. He should come to Ravenclaw. I just knew he is very smart. He picked up the soda beside the table, gulped down half of the bottle, wiped his mouth, and said happily, he is a warm-hearted person. Once that year, he was at the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. By the way, you juniors, those who may not know, that Ravenclaw didn't have a password before. Only a bronze knocker hanging on the door controls the opening and closing of the door. But if you want to enter the door, you have to answer the strange questions it asks. It's amazing. A Ravenclaw freshman sighed. Why is it now password? How interesting it would be if it was still the same as before. Interesting? Dwight raised his eyebrows and said loudly, when you forget to bring your homework in class and rush back to get it, when you rush back to the dormitory, to go to the toilet, when you go back to the dormitory at night and find a dozen people blocked at the door, guess what? Riddles, and soon became one of them. You don't find it interesting. Then it disappeared. Thank God. A portrait moved in 2 days later. Probably the school saw the suffering of us Ravenclaw students well. That's why it was removed. Hearing this sentence, Metal, who was sipping a sundae, burst out laughing. Ever since Dumbledore began acting as a headmaster, lemon sundaes have suddenly become common on the dining table. Dwight, she gave her a strange look, and continued, that night, I just happened to meet Nelson coming to the owl room on the top of the tower to send a letter. I just finished playing Quidditch that day, and my stomach was very uncomfortable, but the door knocker raised a very I can't answer the difficult questions. I can only freeze there in embarrassment. So you solved it on the spot? A teasing voice came from the corner of the long table. How is that possible? Dwight stared at the other side and said, Nelson happened to be passing by, and he answered the question casually, and helped me out. I think an enthusiastic and smart wizard like him should come here. We Ravenclaws. But the Sorting Hat put him in Slytherin. Maybe it's just because he's too pure. Dwight curled his lips. Besides, that old hat is so old, it's normal to have a unclear mind sometimes. Not to mention it doesn't have a brain yet. It's really old. Otherwise you wouldn't be assigned to our academy. A cold girl came from behind him. Dwight turned his head stiffly, as if he had been petrified, facing the cold eyes of Professor Sykes. Under her gaze, Dwight shivered. He climbed down from the stool and stood there with his neck bowed like a quail caught in the rain. I'm a little lucky to have left my things in the dining room now. Professor Sykes gave him a hard look, turned his head, and walked towards the long table of the staff, and said as he walked, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see such a touching scene. One scene, although being on good terms with your classmates is one of the most important things about being a student, that doesn't mean you can put those muddy shoes from the Quidditch pitch on a chair in the dining room. Dwight, it seems that your homework is still a little less, otherwise you wouldn't have so much energy to jump up and down. Sigh. Professor Sykes, Dwight argued eagerly. I didn't want to stand on the table and say, it's just that something was thrown away when I was eating. I don't want to stand up the high point. But, it may not be found. What are you looking for? Are you looking for an excuse? Professor Sykes picked up a pair of uniquely shaped knives and forks from the staff table, wrapped them in a napkin, and put them in his pocket, walked back to Dwight, and said coldly, please call me Professor Sykes. Don't call me Professor Sykes. Thank you. Point by the way, I think it is necessary to find something for you to vent your energy that has no place to rest. Tomorrow, you can go boating with Og on the Black Lake. He just needs someone to help him observe the nearest hydrology of the Black Lake. Teach. Professor Dwight's face turned pale. What he was most afraid of in his life was the thing with tentacles with suction cups, but before he could finish speaking, Professor Sykes was already stepping on his high-heeled shoes, thump, and left. The students left in the restaurant looked at each other in blank dismay and left quietly in a group. After a while, even Dwight recovered from the petrification and left with a tired body. He planned to go to Hogsmeade on the weekend to buy some potions to expel squid, octopus and squid. Only Metal was sitting there with a straight face and a smile, not knowing what to think, holding a small silver spoon, lowering his head and stirring the glass of sundae. Nelson stirred the lemon sundae in his hand, raised his head, and stared at the empty hanging picture behind Dumbledore with a smile on his face. After entering Dumbledore's office and saying hello, the two had maintained such a motionless atmosphere for half an hour. In order to prevent the sundae from melting and breaking the embarrassment, Nelson even secretly cast a cooling spell on it, and in half an hour, he might be able to invent the whirlwind. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the unchanged sundae in Dumbledore's folded hands and deep eyes, convinced that Dumbledore had done the same thing as him. Seeing Dumbledore like this, Nelson continued to stiffen his neck, stirring the sundae round and round. Nelson, Dumbledore finally lost his composure. He rubbed his stiff neck. In the competition of sitting quietly, young people undoubtedly had the upper hand. He picked up the sundae on the table and She squeezed her eyes and asked, "Has your anger subsided?" "Professor, I'm not angry." Nelson didn't expect Dumbledore to make such a direct punch. He raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly and waved his hand. "This kind of sundae needs more mixing and mixing. Eat. This is the way I learned to eat in the United States. I haven't opened my mouth yet. Would you like to try it?" "Okay." Dumbledore opened his hands with an expectant expression, and the sundae in his hand floated unsteadily to Nelson's side, and Nelson threw out his own sundae in exactly the same way, but in the same direction. The opposite trajectory flew towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore took the sundae, took a bite out of it with a spoon, and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. After a while, he exclaimed happily, "Yes, the taste is indeed much better. Nelson, this time you are away. You really learned a lot." "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore ate a glass of sundae in 3s and 5s, scraped the side of the glass with a spoon in satisfaction, and asked, "What do you think of Alvermorny? How does it compare to us?" "Very good. Alvermorny is on a high mountain. The air and environment are better than ours, but the castle is not as beautiful as ours." Seeing that Nelson was just describing his appearance without making any comments on the teaching, Dumbledore shook his head with a smile and said, "Give me the form, and I'll send it to the Ministry of Magic after I sign it, so you don't have to run away. Come and run." "Okay." Nelson put the form on the table and pushed it towards Dumbledore. "Thank you, Professor. This is what I should do." Dumbledore picked up Nelson's student record, nodded while flipping through it, and quickly finished reading it, then put the stack of parchment in the drawer, raised his head, and looked directly into Nelson's eyes. Nelson thought he was going to get straight to the point, so he sat upright and raised his spirits. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore opened his mouth and just asked, "I heard that you cast the full Patronus charm with the Dementor?" "Yes, Professor." Nelson waved his wand, and a ball of silvery mist gushed out from the tip of the wand and quickly circled around the room, blowing some light ornaments to pieces like a gust of wind, and then it returned to Nelson's hand and disappeared. Only a slender feather fluttered down from the air, falling in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, carefully looking at the slender feather in front of him, which was no different from normal feathers except for its color. Its rachis was hard and sharp, presenting a perfect arc, while the pinion barbs on it was naturally damaged, as if it had gone through a great war, and the remaining intact part was more complete than any feather Dumbledore had ever seen. He leaned close to his face and stretched out his wand to poke the silvery feather, but the moment it was about to touch, it shattered into silver dots, which were blown away by the breeze. Dumbledore raised his head, leaned back on the chair, and let out a long sigh of relief, with a relieved expression on his face. "What's wrong with you, Professor?" Nelson raised his head and asked, "You seem a little uncomfortable." "No, Nelson." Dumbledore straightened his back, stared straight into Nelson's eyes, and said seriously, "I'm very glad that you didn't become the person I feared under such difficult conditions to this day at that time. I will not hide it from you anymore. I'm really afraid that you will take the wrong path of becoming a dark wizard." "How do you know?" Nelson asked back. "Dark wizards who rely on black magic will be eroded by black magic. Their numb and crazy souls cannot support them to cast the Patronus charm, especially such a complete Patronus." Dumbledore relaxed, and he did not hide his speech. "Professor, you are stereotyped prejudice." Nelson also smiled along with Dumbledore, but he shook his head and retorted, "To tell you the truth, I know a wizard who can only use magic to heal others, and at the same time, he is also a leader of dark wizards wanted by the Ministry of Magic in more than 20 countries. I'm not in the local area recently, so the update time may be a bit unstable. In fact, I have been posting at 23:33 for the past few days, but it may be because of the network card. This timing release is a bit unstable. I think everyone should be able to see me today stuck on a new chapter released at 23:33. Chapter 168. Are you talking about Zweig, that Jewish wizard?" Dumbledore heard Nelson's description, thought for a moment, and said, "I know him, and Newt had a past with him." Nelson narrowed his eyes. "In the castle where Lorian used to live, Newt and Zweig had a confrontation. In that battle, Newt hit Zweig's face twice, and the two even he didn't say anything, completely unlike what he had seen before. He didn't speak, and watched Dumbledore quietly. "I know him," repeated Dumbledore, shaking his head. "A poor man wounded by blood and fate." "Poor man?" Nelson repeated. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. "I've heard he's half magical animal, but I don't know what animal. He's thrown that way. It's a tragedy. But listen to me, Nelson, even if he's never used dark magic, and that doesn't mean he can't." "Professor? Are you serious?" Nelson grinned and smiled warmly, but Dumbledore felt the obvious coldness from his face. "My patron saint spell is Zweig every word. Taught me one movement after another." "Professor, you just said yourself that a wizard who can cast a complete patron saint cannot be a dark wizard. So why are you so sure that he is a dark wizard?" "Nelson." Dumbledore raised his hand, ready to apologize, but Nelson was no longer the refined and easygoing boy he was before. He had become another kind of refined and easygoing boy, and he didn't give Dumbledore a chance to intervene at all. "Professor, may I ask you, do you know Zweig? Do you know what magic he can do? You know what he did before he became a saint?" "I don't even know. How did you get from he and Newt have what kind of black magic can he hear from a story like this in the past?" Nelson folded his hands, leaning on the back of the chair, and looked at Dumbledore calmly. Although he spoke extremely quickly, his tone was flat. These words pierced deeply into Dumbledore's heart like a powerful spell. His body suddenly leaned forward, and as Dumbledore often did, he supported his chin with his crossed hands, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Professor, you are wrong. You have been wrong from the very beginning. There are no poor people in this world who are hurt by fate, let alone people who are persecuted by blood. There are no such poor people in the world. Even in people can always choose when they are the most downcast, the most vulnerable, and the weakest, can't they?" Dumbledore, who was silent, opened his eyes suddenly as if awakened suddenly. Only then did he realize that Nelson is no longer an ordinary child. In fact, since September 1939, Nelson has not been the epigram child. "Nelson, you are right. I have to apologize to you." Dumbledore actually lowered his head and apologized to Nelson. He stared into Nelson's eyes and said seriously, "People like me stay in high places for a long time. I have forgotten where I came from." Dumbledore smiled dryly and shook his head with a trace of relief in his eyes. He held the candlestick by the table and said in a hoarse voice, "I thought I knew a lot, but I didn't expect it to become a murderer who interfered with my cognition. When I came to Hogwarts to become a transfiguration teacher, I vowed to educate every student with all my enthusiasm like Hufflepuff, but I never thought that I would do this in front of my students today." Hastily stereotyped a stranger. "Professor." Nelson stirred the glass of lemon sundae in his hand, not knowing what to say. "Dumbledore, this man who always looks calm and stable, He seems to have not vented his emotions for a long time. A red flame spread around Dumbledore as the center. Nelson dodged back. It was found that Dumbledore had disappeared in place, leaving only a bird song echoing back and forth in the air. Nelson sat down and finished the sundae, but Dumbledore still didn't come back. Nelson, who was bored, stood up, walked around the office, and said to himself, I didn't expect him to come back now. You can apparate in school. Nelson propped his chin, looking at the small accessories in the office, poking that one, poking this, until Nelson discovered that there was a slender cabinet hidden behind the door, and the old but dust-free cabinet door was ajar. As if saying come and open me, he walked towards the cabinet as if possessed, but before he could get close, the door of the cabinet bounced open, and the cabinet was empty. Only an old and plain grey stone basin was quietly placed inside. The pensive. Nelson shook his head, suddenly realizing the inappropriateness and weirdness of his behavior, and the views in his mind were fighting until one side killed the other. Nelson took out a small glass bottle filled with flowing silver light from his arms, which contained the complete memory of the Paris War that Newt gave him 3 years ago. Nelson picked up the silver thread with his magic wand, carefully picked it out of the bottle, and pulled out a long thread. He quietly looked down at the water in the pensieve that suddenly became cloudy, and poured the memory into it. A small vortex emerged from the very center, and turned faster and faster until the water in the entire stone basin turned the same bright silver color as the memory. Nelson took a deep breath, held his breath, and buried his head in the basin. He closed his eyes, and his eardrums also made tinnitus due to the momentary pressure imbalance. He almost lost his 5 senses at that moment, and felt dizzy. The feeling of falling hit Nelson. He tried hard to open his eyes, and only for a moment, the voice next to Nelson's ear suddenly became clear. Crying, laughing, screaming, the glaring red and scorching air occupied the 5 senses, and wizards in wizard robes flew around Paris, fighting each other, and even couldn't tell the enemy from ourselves. Black veils covering the sky and the sun fluttered around them, guarding the leader standing at the top of the tall building in the center, with his hands behind his back, as if he was giving an impassioned speech. Nelson raised his hand, looked around, and found that he was standing on the top of a tall tower in the suburbs of Paris. He blinked, and the 3 tall and thin figures in front of him overlapped. Nelson opened his mouth, and was about to say hello, but suddenly found himself standing in memory. The 3 tall and thin figures overlapped. He turned around and held the suitcase in his hand nervously. That was Newt when he was young. His face was not as long as it is now, and he was very tender. He wore a blue windbreaker draped loosely on his body. He kept muttering something. It's nothing to do with me. It's nothing to do with me. It's nothing to do with me. Nelson took a step forward, just as he heard Newt's nonsense pacing back and forth. His face was full of confusion. His eyes were closed, and his nose and face were wrinkled together, until Nelson was completely close. Newt clenched his hands into fists, swung them hard, and said softly but heavily, forget it. He immediately opened the suitcase, and a huge white cat came out of the suitcase. It was the Zow that Nelson had seen. Newt patted its fur, jumped over the railing and jumped forward, one by one. The beast shuttles between the tall buildings of Paris like a monkey. Yes, Nelson was impressed by the sensitive figure of the senior. Although he didn't understand why he didn't apparate directly to the battlefield with Zow, but ran around the rooftops instead. Handsome is indeed handsome, and he can also keep up. It might be better to fly. As he spoke, Nelson pulled out his wand, pointed at himself, and a puff of smoke exploded on the spot. A sparrow with complex patterns, which seemed to be patched all over his body and even wore a coat, appeared there, and walked away towards Newt with his wand in his mouth direction to fly. As Nelson, who turned into a sparrow, continued to move forward, the scenery behind him shattered like a shattered mirror, and the realistic scenery was constantly generated in front of Newt, who shuttled through the building. This memory is taken from Newt's experience, so only the things included in his field of vision are eligible to exist. As he moved forward, the oppressive smell in the air became stronger, and the giant Voldemort was slowly adjusting its body to fill the sky, wrapping Grindelwald layer by layer in a ring. Newt turned into a side alley, but Nelson didn't follow him again. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew in the direction of Grindelwald. he saw the two characters that only existed in the background story. A man with blonde hair, scars all over his body, but a firm expression, holding a wand in his right hand, standing in the air on a broken broom opposite Grindelwald. He biting his lower lip tightly, the bright red blood slowly dripped down his chin, while his other hand tightly held a lady in a black dress who suddenly appeared by his side. Her face was pale. The figure is thin, and the plain black dress looks precarious in the air. Without anyone's introduction, Nelson knew their names, Morgan Wertling and Elizabeth Williams. He felt that the wings were a bit heavy, and he waved them twice, hovering quietly between Morgan and Elizabeth. Between the two, Morgan felt that the broomstick suddenly became a little heavier. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a slender cold hand. The palm of that hand was full of sweat, while the smaller hand rolled over his wrist, holding it tightly. Holding him firmly, Morgan turned his head and met Elizabeth's bright eyes. He looked at Elizabeth and shook his head reproachfully. After a few seconds, the two showed bright smiles at each other. Then, Morgan turned his head and looked resolutely at the oppressive Dark Lord on the top of the building. Elizabeth also raised her wand. Although her body was precarious, the hand holding the wand was extremely stable. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Grindelwald performed a very standard wizard salute. He held his wand in front of his chest and said softly, "Mr. Wertling and Miss Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you." After that, he bent down again, looked at the position between Morgan and Elizabeth, did the previous action again, blinked and said, "Good evening." Nelson hovered at the focus of his sight, feeling mixed feelings in his heart. He really didn't expect that the prophet among wizards could even predict such a thing. He looked up at the sun hiding behind the clouds in the sky, and he understood in his heart that this sentence "good evening" is for yourself. Morgan only thought that Grindelwald greeted the two of them separately, nodded stiffly, and raised his wand. "Grindelwald." He swallowed, shook his hair, and said seriously, "What exactly do you want to leave Paris?" "Interesting." Grindelwald put his hands behind his back, looked away from the two of them, looked at Morgan's face with interest, and said, "I have to say, you are the only one I have seen so far. I don't want to the enemy who took my dog's life. I'm not your opponent." Grindelwald. Morgan readily admitted that he was inferior to others, but he said with a look of judgment, "Although I can't defeat you, I have the confidence to hold you back. I believe that Paris the people will save themselves, and your calculations here will not work." "I couldn't agree more, Mr. Wertling," said Grindelwald, shrugging. "But we've got to try, don't we? We're leaving Paris in 15 minutes, but I can't help but talk to an opportunity for a powerful wizard like you to compete. Weltoning by the stream, this is a name resounding all over the world. I'll accompany you at any time, but you might as well take these saints away first." Morgan played a trick. "Mr. Wertling, why don't you let Miss Williams beside you go first?" Grindelwald looked at Elizabeth and said sincerely, "Did you send away your child just now? The child is so young that he cannot live without a mother. And it seems that you are a little weak, so I will be a bit invincible." "It's okay." Elizabeth's acting style was as capable as her black ponytail. She poked her hand forward, and a blue electric light rushed out from the tip of the staff and slammed into Grindelwald's face, shooting Grindelwald. Devo suddenly became thick again. She maintained the beam of light and continued, "We are 2 against 1. It doesn't matter." The electric light condensed into a thick beam of light 1 person wide, which instantly vaporized the railing in front of Grindelwald, completely wrapped him up, and continued to rush backwards. Almost in an instant, this beam of light reached the horizon, shattered the surrounding clouds in an instant, and shot towards the sky farther away. Almost all the conscious people in Paris looked at the sky and saw this beam of light that was stronger than the sun to shine brightly. "Hope I inherited this." Nelson flapped his wings and looked at the huge, hard-to-close hole in the sky. "Lady first, this is completely in line with public order and good morals." Finally, Elizabeth stopped the supply of magic power, but the spell passed, and even though everything on the roof was melted, Grindelwald stood still intact, and he touching the railing dripping with molten iron. He nodded and said to the air, "Let you see the battle of the strong." Chapter 169 Thunder Dragon. "Mr. Wurtling, it's your turn," Grindelwald said with a please go gesture. "I have seen Miss Williams's magic, and even I have to avoid the edge, so you have what unique skill can please me?" "Grindelwald, my wife is here. Please don't say such misleading words," Mergen said helplessly, spreading his hands behind his back. "You may not know that our family she has always had the final say, because I can't beat her. I look forward to your performance, Humph." Elizabeth glared at her husband, snorted coldly, took advantage of the gap between the two of them talking, raised her hand, and a miniature brontosaurus a few centimeters long rushed out of her sleeve. It looked a bit like a Hungarian horntail, however, it is much more delicate. Terrifying electric light surged from the parts that should have been growing ferocious barbs. It rose into the sky, rapidly expanded in size, and then spread its wings, a pair of huge wings covered with sharp blade-like barbs. Open, the strong wind brought the buildings on both sides to crumble, covering the sky and the sun, like a god descending to the earth. Elizabeth stood under the thunder dragon wings. The lightning flashed in her eyes, the knots of the ponytail were scattered, and her black hair danced under the static electricity in the strong wind. Grindelwald was so scared that he took half a step back and kept saying, "Good guy, good guy, good guy." Nelson also flew higher. She raised her right hand, pointed at Thunder Dragon, and said with a grim expression, "Grindelwald, stop being so hypocritical. You didn't hide from that spell just now." "Miss Williams." Grindelwald quickly regained his composure, his face turned blue and white by the Thunder Dragon's lightning. He nodded and said, "I actually disapparated just now, but it's just that you didn't see it. If I didn't hide, it might be my ghost who is talking to you now." "That couldn't be better." Elizabeth curled her lips and said nothing more, and the three of them fell into a strange silent stalemate, while the wizards under their feet were still fighting in full swing, but Grindelwald didn't even want to look at them glance. Even Mergen and Elizabeth seemed to have lost interest in the safety of Paris, and did not care about the raging fire around them. The longer the silence, the more oppressive the atmosphere, and the stuffy air made it hard to breathe. After a while, the clouds that were pierced by Elizabeth before slowly closed, and with the strong winds, induced by the low pressure, the sky over Paris gradually became cloudy. Boom, a dull thunder came layer upon layer from the sky. Grindelwald raised his head, feeling the irritating moist air. A drop of rain fell from the sky and landed on top of his head. "It's not a good day," Grindelwald murmured, and countless bean-sized raindrops hit the ground in unison, and there was a relaxing rustling sound all around. "It might be good weather for Paris," Merkant said suddenly. Grindelwald looked down at him and smiled. "This kind of natural raindrops can't extinguish fiend fire, and can even only fuel its burning." After finishing speaking, he raised his head again, and focused on the lightning and thunderous west. It was too late to say it, and the moment Grindelwald raised his head for the second time, Mergen moved, and the hand behind his back didn't stop for a moment. During the time facing Grindelwald, he stopped casting the spell, and the spell was completed at this moment. The dark clouds over Paris changed color with him as the center, like a drop of lake blue dye in a drop of clear water, and the refreshing blue spread outward like water waves. It turns out that even these later dark clouds were all written by this prestigious young wizard. Grindelwald reacted, immediately raised his wand, lowered his head to say something, but saw Merkin raised his hands and swung it down violently, like a band conductor leading the orchestra to a stormy climax. The downpour formed, the water curtain slammed heavily on the top of Grindelwald's head. Grindelwald only had time to raise his eyebrows before being submerged by the jet of water falling from the sky. Mergen kept giving orders to the sky of Paris, and soon, following his movements, jets of water flowing with lake blue magic protruded from the dark clouds and swooped in Grindelwald's direction. Forming a ordinary water is useless to a great wizard of Grindelwald's level. It may at most wash off the pomade on his head, but Mergen's in the Rain contains more than 40 counterspells, including the curse. Those wizards who were drenched by the heavy rain, no matter the auras of the French Ministry of Magic or the saints who came to destroy, they all stopped casting magic, because they found that the rain his wand seemed to have turned into an ordinary stick. Unable to continue to conduct spells, even the mighty and ever-spreading fiend fire became wobbly and weak under the lake blue rain. What a wordling by the stream. Grindelwald's hearty laughter came from the water column, where he was imprisoned, and he spit out a bubble from time to time. Gah, but the power does not seem to be enough, is it? Giloo giloo. Mergen didn't speak, but Elizabeth beside him couldn't bear it any longer. This woman, who hadn't been in a good mood since she was pregnant, clenched her fists vigorously. Let the rain stop for a moment, and then Thunder Dragon plunged into the sky, and the lake blue rain clouds covering the entire Paris thinned quickly, and the circulating magic power condensed into lightning, and merged into Thunder Dragon. It grew a circle, let out a painful neighing, and then shook its body, and the huge body burst out with a strong electric light. The eyes of everyone who was witnessing all this brightened, and then went dark. The Thunder Dragon, which was several times bigger than before, returned to its original size, and the scales on its body became more and more solid. Elizabeth became paler against the electric light. She waved her wand with a bloodless face, and the Thunder Dragon was stretching its body gracefully in the air. It made frequent strong explosions when it came into contact with the air. Then, it flapped its wings and swooped down, plunged headlong into the rain column that bound Grindelwald. The intertwined rain pillars lighted up one after another. Thunder Dragon sacrificed himself and awakened his companions hiding in the heavy rain. The tops of those twisted and rough-shaped rain pillars lit up pairs of surging wind and rain. Thunder's eyes, they grew dragon horns, stretched out their fangs, stared at Grindelwald who was entangled by him, and then twisted even more crazily. Is this actually transfiguration? Nelson Sparrow's body trembled and said, as a wizard who specializes in transfiguration, he could tell at a glance that the water jets that looked like oriental dragons were all created by transfiguration. Mergen's magic power would overwhelm the entire Paris. The water vapor condenses into clouds, then roughly skips the process of forming rainwater through condensation nuclei, and directly turns the overwhelming and oppressive dark clouds into torrential rain, pouring them onto the ground. The dark clouds in the sky have disappeared, which means that all the water vapor is condensed in the bodies of the violent dragons in front of them. The sky in Paris is extremely clear, as if it has been washed by people, and all the dust that escaped in the air has been transformed into water vapor, guarding his city under Mergen's wand. Although the running water is tough, it lacks power. Elizabeth's magic is like a natural creation. Although Nelson can't understand what it is, its violent energy and powerful destructive power are still obvious. The Thunder Dragon scattered itself, put on scales and armor for those dragons, and gave them the fastest speed and the sharpest fangs. Nelson could see that Grindelwald, who had been strolling in the garden before, was trying his best to support the dragon's body. A transparent barrier was erected, which not only injured the constant erosion of running water, but also injured the constant bombardment of those thunder swimming in the water. Those defenses are in jeopardy. Is this a martial soul fusion technique? Nelson smacked his bird's beak, piercing through the body of the dragon, and could only hear the continuous cracking of thunder in his ears. Seeing this formation, he really thought that Grindelwald was really going to be killed here. But the future Grindelwald will live well after all. Crack finally, under the successive attacks of dozens of dragons shining like lightning in a meat grinder, the protective cover around Grindelwald shattered. He held up his magic wand, and a hot black flame rose from behind, condensing into a majestic human figure. It stretched out two huge hands and swung them vigorously, burning the body of the dragon. In the transparent body of the dragon, in an instant, it was filled with scorching black flames. Mergen and Elizabeth looked at each other, nodded, and raised their wands at the same time. The twisting dragons stopped at the same time, guarding the prison in the middle where Grindelwald was held, and their bodies lit up at the same time. A gleam of light and a desolate dragon chant came out from the bodies of these flood dragons, and the spirituality in their eyes dissipated. Then, cracks appeared in their bodies, and unstable white light like atomic fission shot out from the gaps. Except for the dragon who imprisoned Grindelwald, all the others rose into the sky in neat movements, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Mergen put his arms around Elizabeth's shoulders, manipulated the broom under his feet to back quickly, and ran away in the blink of an eye, while Grindelwald also squinted his eyes, raised his head, and constantly cast protective spells on himself, setting himself up, as if facing an enemy defensive stance. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning struck directly above Grindelwald's head. Before he could react, dozens of water jets wrapped in lightning fell from the sky. They were so fast that they seemed to land at the same time. Boom, ding. Nelson's ears were clear, leaving only a single background noise, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Even in his memory, he was also impacted by the aftermath of the battle. When he recovered from his blindness and deafness, Grindelwald's weak voice came from his ear. Arrogance really is the natural enemy of wizards. Nelson raised his head and found that Grindelwald was hovering in the air while stepping on the body of the Voldemort. The condition of this magical animal that covered the sky was a bit miserable at the moment, and its whole body was in tatters. Like a scarf thrown into the wheel hub by a child, there may not be half of the body left, and black blood drips from the fracture, and Paris ushered in the second rain in a short time. Grindelwald's condition is not much better than his pet's. His long windbreaker has become a vest. His whole body is covered with scorched holes. His exposed skin has disappeared, and his bright red flesh is exposed in the air. The top of Grindelwald's head was scorched black. Half of his face was completely black. One eye socket was oozing blood. His left hand was hanging limply by his side. He seemed to have lost all feeling. His chest was heaving violently, and he was short of breath, showing weakness, and every time he panted heavily, a mouthful of dark red blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Behind Grindelwald, a mushroom cloud is blooming, and the building that he stepped on before can no longer be seen, and several surrounding blocks have been reduced to ashes, leaving only a big black pit. The debris in the pit, the stone was burned red by the high temperature, and Grindelwald's black flames and Elizabeth's thunder fell to the ground, covering the broken walls, and continuing their mission of destruction. Mergen and Elizabeth flew from a distance. They interlocked their fingers and stopped in front of Grindelwald. Arrogance is really the natural enemy of wizards. Grindelwald repeated it, as if he was afraid that Mergen and Elizabeth would not hear it, and black smoke came out of his mouth. These words caught his breath. He coughed violently, shaking his head while vomiting blood. I can't agree more, Mergen said with a wry smile, without continuing to strike. If that blow just now didn't defeat you, there is no possibility for me to defeat you again. Ahem. Grindelwald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, if I don't go to the hospital within 10 minutes, I'm really going to die. Ha ha ha, forget it. Mel dryly smiled and asked, I have a question. How did you defend yourself? It stands to reason that even Merlin couldn't resist our attack, and I blocked the space. You can't dodge it no matter what. You did it really well. Grindelwald covered his mouth and explained, at the last second, I saw through your intentions. You wanted to bind me in the middle column of water and let other charged monsters melt into you. Come in and kill me. So I destroyed the water column and let the attacks that fell after that fall on me one by one. If they were allowed to complete the fusion, let alone me, maybe the whole of Paris would be razed to the ground. That's worth it too, Mergen said with a complicated expression, but Elizabeth seemed to disagree, biting her lower lip with a complicated expression. Is it worth it? Grindelwald patted the dust off his body, raised his wand. Even though he was vomiting blood, he had to repair his clothes and hairstyle, so suddenly, his movements stopped. To be precise, the whole world froze. Dumbledore's voice rang in Nelson's ear. Nelson, I'm sorry to intrude on this memory of yours. I thought you were missing in my office. Professor Dumbledore? Nelson turned his head and saw Dumbledore sitting on a crumbling charred street lamp. The Wordlings, rising stars in the French wizarding world, alas. But do you really think this is Newt's memory? Dumbledore said, pointing into the distance. He's at Flamel's house a few miles away. Do you think that, even if this conversation did happen, would he really be able to hear it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Pause. What? Nelson showed a confused look. This was his first time entering other people's memories, and he had no experience. The mechanism of the pensieve is not like legilimency. Dumbledore jumped down from the street lamp, glanced at the embarrassed Grindelwald with a complicated expression, retracted his gaze, and said softly, when we travel in other people's memories, can only follow in the footsteps of the person who witnessed it, experience everything he experienced, and see the scenery he saw in his memory. Have you noticed that when Newt moved forward, the scenery behind him collapsed? Didn't he see the battle? Nelson asked. Although he was far away, but if this memory of yours was given to you by Newt Scamander, Dumbledore said after pondering for a moment, then I have seen it, and I still watched it with him. At that time I just stand by that window over there. Dumbledore pointed to an inconspicuous hut in the distance, but it was very conspicuous at the moment, because it was in the shockwave of Mergan's magic, and it was the only stable building in the circular ruins under his feet. You mean this memory has been modified? Nelson raised his eyebrows, then grinned no. Dumbledore shook his head, glanced at Grindelwald who was frozen in place from the corner of his eye, and said, he would not do such a thing. For your situation, I'm more inclined to what's special about you. What's special about me? Nelson thought for a moment, then shook his head. For magic related to memory, I can only forget the spell. Have you noticed that your parents' fighting style is very similar to yours, and the version I saw was just that they used a thunderbolt to injure him together, and he was not so badly injured. Based on my from experience, said Dumbledore, narrowing his eyes, I think it's because don't waste your brains, Albus. Another voice squeezed in. You can't figure it out. Nelson looked back, and Grindelwald, who was still, moved. He winked at Nelson and cleaned up his clothes. Grindelwald appeared in front of Nelson, block between him and Dumbledore, looked at Dumbledore on the street light with a smile on his face, and said, what do you want to do to my students? Your student? Dumbledore's voice was a little trembling. He trembled and looked a little weak, but he recovered in the next second, looked back tit for tat, and sarcastically said, Gellert, you can't teach such a student. Really? Grindelwald shrugged and said indifferently, you can continue to think so. Mr. Grindelwald, how did you get here? Nelson's confused voice sounded, and he still didn't understand the reason for this. I found something in the Misty Realm. Grindelwald turned around, winked at Nelson again, and said, your tactics are very effective. Your parents didn't beat me so badly back then. Illusion? Nelson nodded thoughtfully. This strange space is filled with mist, and the essence of this mist is the memory left by the departed. What can be learned from these mats of memories? The new magic is not so far-fetched, with the entrance of the illusion. Even if Grindelwald has developed some dream-killing technology, Nelson will not be surprised. That's right, the illusion. Grindelwald looked very happy. He said, I found that memory may be more than just memory. Just now, I felt myself in the illusion of Nurmengard. It turns out that there is an independent world here, but you can do more than I imagined. Even if you enter other people's memories, your unique fog of loss can erode it into what you want. The story you want. When you read it, it's not someone's memory anymore. Erosion. Nelson nodded. In the past few years, he has learned all kinds of magic with a group of powerful wizards, but he has not developed his own natural things, although Grindelwald got into Newt's memory. It sounds strange, but it certainly opened up new ideas for Nelson. Dumbledore stood under the street light, silent. When he saw Grindelwald and Nelson talking more and more deeply, he finally couldn't help but burst out. He took a step forward, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Grindelwald. Said in one word, how dare you appear by his side, in front of this child's parents? Gellert, how dare you? Child? You treat Nelson as a child? Grindelwald asked back, oh, yes, you even prevent him from doing the last thing for the person he loves the most, and you even help him make this kind of decision. That's why you pushed this child to the side of the most dangerous, evil, and craziest dark wizard in the world. Dumbledore turned pale, glanced at Nelson cautiously, and quickly looked away. Every word of Grindelwald pierced into his heart like a barbed knife. He retorted, how dare you? Why wouldn't I? What are you talking about? Albus, there seems to be something wrong with your mind. Grindelwald asked rhetorically, what are you referring to? Did I kill Nelson's parents? I have avoided this kind of thing, and I even encouraged Nelson to take revenge on me. Why? Because I have a clear conscience. I'm willing to pay for what I have done. But do you dare? Do you dare to let me say why only the two of them came over sending you to death? You know, that fatal curse is indeed from me, but am I really the real murderer? You never shy away from such things. Then why did Nelson only dare to look at Newt's memory after he came back? You are so interesting, Albus. Have you been under the Imperious curse? Is it your boss Dipper who is manipulating your body now? Grindelwald sneered, with no mercy in his mouth, because he never asked me, what am I going to do? Did he pop up one morning, while he was eating donuts, and tell him the details of his parents' death in battle? As for why he had to go back to school to watch Newt's memory, don't you know yourself? Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Albus, are you so proud to own an antique? Who doesn't know that there is only one pensieve in the world, and it's in Albus Dumbledore's office? Why, you're going to let Nelson drink the memory down. Grindelwald is a double blessing today. While doing research in the Misty Realm, he made some unexpected discoveries, and when he broke into this place, he met Dumbledore. At this moment, he is refreshed and in high spirits. Nelson, I still say the same thing. I will not hurt you, and I welcome you to come to me for revenge. But I think there are some things you need to be clear about. Grindelwald turned around, grabbed Nelson's shoulders with both hands, and said in a deep voice, your parents have little fighting experience, and they were indeed defeated by me. But have you ever thought about it? Why are there only two of them dealing with me? Why there is no reinforcement after such a long battle? They were betrayed. It may not be expected that the person who betrayed them is as close as you. Shut up, Grindelwald. Dumbledore snapped. Enough. Is this interesting? Are you going to keep opening his wounds? After all, Dumbledore disappeared in place, and a crack like a shattered mirror soon appeared on the boundary of the memory world, while Grindelwald greeted Nelson with a smile and left. Nelson is the only one left here, and the crack spreads inward from the periphery, gradually crawling to his side. There is no Grindelwald, no Dumbledore. Nelson took the last time to glance at the two people holding hands on the broom. A wave of complicated emotions surged into my heart. The focus of Elizabeth's eyes only followed Mergan's side face, but Nelson felt that she was looking at him. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The abnormal feeling of being connected by blood became stronger, making Nelson a little dazed. He obviously didn't know the two people in front of him. This should be their first meeting, but Mergan suddenly met his gaze, blinked, and made a grimacing face very much like Jonas. Nelson was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, but the two people on the broom returned to their original state. Everything just seemed to be an illusion. At this moment, the crack on the edge of the world spread to his feet. Nelson's eyes went dark, and he fell weightlessly. Feeling came to him. Professor, is he telling the truth? Nelson opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the sofa in Dumbledore's office with a thin blanket covering his body. The fire in the fireplace was burning, warming his right side of the body. Dumbledore stood between Nelson and the fireplace, with his back to Nelson, tightly holding the wand in his hand. His joints were white, no emotion could be seen from his back. The fire in the fireplace was reflected on his face, making his back even darker. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "No." Then why didn't you let him go on, Professor? Nelson sat up straight and asked. Because he is best at using this kind of words to confuse young wizards like you. Dumbledore sighed and said, "You are still young, you may not understand. Some of what he said are indeed the truth, but for anything, change it. Permutations and combinations, or pick and choose, can represent completely different situations." So can you tell me what happened? Nelson asked. If you think he's going to lie, tell me the truth. Well, sorry, I've always treated you like a child, Dumbledore said, turning his back to Nelson. I'm not even as good at this as Grindelwald. Thank you, murderer. Who else but Grindelwald? Your mother, Elizabeth, is a very good witch, Dumbledore answered irrelevantly, and began to tell Elizabeth's story. Nelson didn't interrupt him, sat on the sofa and listened quietly. She is a witch. Spartan's best student. When I first came to teach at Hogwarts, she followed Bogsburton's team to Hogwarts to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. But at that time, she had just entered school and was not selected by the Goblet of Fire. I didn't realize how outstanding that little girl would become in the end. Dumbledore turned around, looked into Nelson's eyes, and said, I was then invited to sit for the French wizarding rank examinations, and I've never seen a girl with such a bad temper. Sorry, I mean, she was a bit grumpy, but it was amazing. and in the defense against the dark arts class, she destroyed all the facilities in that area. People who know her say that her magic is as violent as her personality, but she is excellent and unsurpassed. Nelson listened patiently, waiting for what to say. Your father, Mergen Wertling, came from an ancient Nordic family, said Dumbledore. I don't know much about it. You can ask an expert on the history of magic with deep genealogy. When he was young, he being cynical and not well known until you got the same grades as your mother in the graduation exam. Such a pair of young and outstanding wizards, and wizards should be a couple of gods and gods, but their love has not been blessed. Because of Muggle born? Nelson asked lightly. Actually, that's right, yes. Dumbledore paused for a moment and finally admitted. He said, your father's family has always lived in France, but the population was dying, and he was the only one left at that time, and his grandmother's family, your great-grandmother's family, is still strong in England, so for a long time he was looked after by that family. What family? Have you ever heard of Shafik? The builders of the night bus and the Hogwarts Express. They're a little stuffy. That's why your mother still called herself Williams after she got married. I see. Nelson nodded and stood up. So did the Goshawk family betray them? I think that can't be called betrayal. Dumbledore turned around and said, the situation of the battle is changing rapidly, and Britain was also under attack at that time. Wizards have time to support Paris. I see. Thank you. Dumbledore said vaguely, but Nelson had already understood what happened, and he got up to leave. Thank you for helping me fill out the student registration form. That's what I should do, said Dumbledore, watching Nelson walk to the door. Those people back then are dead. I see. Will you seek revenge from him? Just as Nelson turned the door knob, Dumbledore said suddenly, actually, you can wait a little longer. These shouldn't be things you need to solve. Not now, Professor. I'm still too far away. Nelson shook his head and left without looking back. Chapter 171 Bias. Tom, here's an empty one. Do you have any books on herbal medicine? One will suffice. No, you can put this mandrake elf with leaves there. Okay, you can just put it next to the ladder together. I'll come down and get it later. In the Chamber of Secrets, Nelson climbed up and down the wall directly opposite the Slytherin statue on a ladder. When he was looking for Dumbledore, Tom remodeled the Chamber of Secrets and built a huge wall on the wall. The bookshelf next to it was full of books that needed to be stacked. Although he kept saying that this was the necessary sorting just thought of, the careful Nelson still found that these books had already been sorted into categories. Tom said that's how they were when they were taken out of the Slytherin library pillar. Is Lehen Bookstore such a long history? Nelson smiled and picked up a copy of Human Transformation with Lehen Bookstore's invoice from the pile of books and stuffed it into the compartment above his head. Maybe this is what Slytherin bought at Lehen Bookstore back then. Tom shouted, standing behind Nelson. I found out that there are still a few Transfiguration books here, and then Nelson turned around and hooked his legs to the legs of the ladder. Tom was holding onto the strap and swinging a stack of new books wrapped in brown paper. Seeing Nelson turn around, he grabbed the strap and threw it hard. Whoosh! Nelson reached out and hooked the stack of books, swung it twice to relieve the momentum, and carried it into his arms. My original intention was for you to catch it with the levitating charm. Tom's expression was a little subtle. The stack of books was not light. I remember Philius said that we are wizards, not baboons wielding wands. It's too lazy to move. It's good to be a carefree baboon. Nelson shrugged, tore open the brown paper, and took a look inside. It turned out to be a set of fake plus magic tricks. Long's forbidden book. Is this kind of book really sold? Nelson twitched the corner of his mouth and stuffed the stack of books into the bookshelf. No wonder it was wrapped in craft paper. I don't know. These books wrapped in craft paper are at the price of waste paper. Tom shrugged and said, I went to Nocturne Alley to buy, and the boss said everything he said would be packaged and sold to me. Anyway, I can't think about it. It's worthless. If you really can't read the book, it's great to use it as spellcasting materials or lighting a fire. You can always find some treasures in such a strange place. Nelson climbed down the ladder with a book in his hand, jumped down when there was still a distance from the ground, and then landed lightly, clapping his hands dust, looking at Tom, who was a little tired, and wiping his sweat, walked over and said, "Actually, I think wizards need to exercise more. I found that most of the black magic and defense against the dark arts have very small attack ranges, and even only one ray. If you can dodge it, no amount of powerful magic will help." HMPH, Tom whimpered, taking the 2 glasses of drink that Nagini rolled up with a snake's tail, handed one to Nelson, picked up his own, and drank half of the glass, and said, "I'm a wizard, not an baboon rolling around on the ground. I don't learn magic to be chased around by others." "That's true," Nelson said happily. He nodded and pointed to the bookshelf. "If you can learn the magic of the leprechaun, you can even conjure a lot of gold coins to bribe your opponents, so as to directly avoid a battle." "Fighting leprechauns?" Tom asked curiously, taking another half of his glass. "I don't know that kind of thing very well. Are they green little people? They have magic too." "Your prejudice." Nelson shrugged and took a sip of Tom's drink. "It tastes good. Is it grass juice?" "Leprechauns, as magical animals, must have magic. They even have their own society, language, and word." "It's really prejudice." Tom nodded after thinking for a while. "When I was wandering in Nocturne Alley, I met a wizard who wanted to steal money from an old lady, and then their house elf suddenly appeared and took the wizard beat me up. I always thought house elves could cook and do laundry or something. The magic of house elves is not weak at all." Nelson nodded. "Newt told me that there are many other magical creatures that possess the wisdom and magic power of wizards, but wizards don't seem to care about it. They matter. I had a history of magic class last year. I couldn't sleep. I heard from Professor Binns that the Goblin Rebellion posed a great threat to wizards. In the beginning, it was because those wizards didn't take these wandless people who worked in Gringotts back then. Greedy dwarves take it seriously," Tom said, eager to show off his knowledge of the history of magic. Then they realized something was wrong when the goblins had already penetrated Diagon Alley, each with a wand, and was about to march into the Ministry of Magic. "Speaking of prejudice, I think of a very interesting thing. Wizards are not only prejudiced against magical animals, but also full of prejudice within them." Nelson leaned on a pillar, shaking the glass in his hand, and said, "Very interesting. In some people's minds, some stupid prejudices are even more important than more important things. Prejudice can take a stand. Can your more important things?" "No, I was wrong. There is a logical error in my statement. Obviously, in the minds of those who are full of prejudices, these prejudices are much more important than the so-called more important things. Isn't this a normal thing?" Tom curled his lips, walked around Nelson, and erected the rag and mop to clean up the full bookshelf. "Do you expect everyone to have a normal mind? Then there will really be peace in the world. That's a way of thinking." Nelson nodded seriously, found a reclining chair with a good angle, sat down on it, opened the book he brought down, and began to draw while reading. "Make everyone sane? You might as well cast the Imperious Curse on them one by one." Tom snapped his fingers, and suddenly there was a light above Nelson's head, just at the level where he could read without strenuous effort, but the light would not be dazzling. He imitated the book, and lay down on another recliner, directly pressing the book on his face. "You don't know, although I have always advocated that everyone has their own strengths, but I later realized that I was wrong. Some people's intelligence is too short as a shortcoming. Talking to stupid people is a kind of torture." "You still advocated this?" Nelson chuckled. "To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of it. You don't know, I've gone to great lengths to help some of the not so bright people in this school. Then I really thank you on behalf of them." Nelson tilted his head, raised his wand, and lightly cast a spell on a small bug flying around him. Under the torture of magic, it constantly changed its shape, and even changed its race, until Nelson untransformed and let it go. For a moment, the only sounds left in the secret room were the flipping of books and the crackling of candles. Snapped. After a while, Nelson suddenly closed the book, and the crisp sound was very clear in the secret room. He held it in his arms, searched for Nagini all over the place, and said, "Didn't we say before that we wanted to find a change for Nagini? Is there a way to return people? I have some ideas." "What?" Before Nagini had time to crawl over, the asleep Tom suddenly appeared in front of Nelson. "You know, I caught the despicable Hayabu before," Nelson said solemnly. "It just so happens that he created the blood curse and the basilisk, and I even suspect that the blood curse inherited by Nagini, maybe he did it." TSK, what a pervert. Tom asked, speechless. "Did you get the solution to the blood curse from him?" If asked, I will definitely come to break the curse immediately, but unfortunately, he can't break the blood curse himself. Hearing this, Nagini, who was crawling slowly, stopped, and Tom also froze in place. But it's not completely impossible, not to mention the curse of the blood curse that cannot be delayed, so I can only say it now. Nelson tapped the hardcover of the book in his arms lightly with the knuckles of his right index finger. He didn't speak, and there was only a crisp tapping sound in the secret room. I have always wanted to conceive a treatment plan with a high success rate and good effect, but it is still far from perfect. I didn't expect to see this book today. After a while, he finally spoke, and picked up the old book in his arms with a wave. The Transformation of Human Body, that is currently on the market, is a number 15 edition, after reviewing and re-editing, and many old wrong concepts have been deleted. The book in my hand may be the one that Slytherin used to look. It's very different from the current version. How big is it? Are the spells different? To be precise, it may only be like a spell. Nelson turned his head, looked at Nagini, who came to him at some point, and asked, "I ask you a question. I hope you can tell me, okay?" Nagini nodded. "Why did you eat Tom's bar-headed partridge in the first place?" Nelson asked gravely. "Tom, it's a bar-headed owl." Nagini raised his head without moving. "Forget it, let me ask you." Nelson shook his head and said, "Have you lost your memory, and you were fighting us, when you woke up?" Nagini nodded, and Nelson's expression became more serious. "The blood curse is a curse aimed at the soul, and what's even more frightening, is that it is hereditary," he said in a deep voice, "and the final outcome of the blood curse orc is to completely become a beast, and lose all human qualities. Memory, only the instinct of the beast." When Nagini heard this, her body became a little stiff, and Tom beside her lowered her head and stroked the scales on her head. "Nagini, I have always wondered back then. You used to be a wizard, and there are so many things to eat in London, so even if you are hungry and cold, there is no need to steal a wizard's owl." Nelson said, "So I judgment, you have already lost your mind at that time, and you are even about to turn into a snake completely now. You may not be able to change back into a human body, but even your soul will change later." "Nah, don't scare her," Tom said reproachfully. "This is not a scare. I have calculated that the day when Nagini will completely transform into a snake is getting closer and closer. I think that, even if we have no way to do it, we must try when that day is approaching. So is there a way? A way to break the blood curse?" Tom was a little anxious. "Aren't you going to extract a confession?" "Let me do it. The blood curse can't be lifted." Nelson shook his head. "The blood curse orcs seem to be deformed, but only the flesh looks like this. From the soul level, it's more like assimilation or fusion." He took out the ring inlaid with the resurrection stone from his pocket and put it on his hand. A thick white mist quickly surged out from him and soon enveloped Tom and Nagini. Stepping on the ground made of white mist, Tom saw Nelson standing aside thinking, and Nagini lying on the ground struggling, translucent. I guessed right. Only her soul can come in, and she can't be counted as a complete soul. Small hands of white mist stretched out from the ground, tearing at Nagini's soul. Nelson took a step forward, stamping his feet. The white mist of 3 or 4 meters around him completely dissipated, leaving only a sparse cushion for Nagini's soul, but it was also very stable. Tom looked at Nagini's spirit body. It was not the human form he imagined, but a big snake like her body. Only the snake's eyes were somewhat human-like, and there were very few human parts in her body. You see, this kind of alienation is not a deformation, but irreversible, and it is already very deep now, Nelson said, holding a small notebook, circling around Nagini. "I guess the Warcraft inherited in their family blood. It is a snake. It is rooted in the soul of every female family member, and it assimilates their souls from the day of birth. Can it change back?" Tom only focused on the most fundamental issues. "My thoughts are like this. Physically, I found that the blood curse orc is like a natural animagus. I think that, since she has human rationality and thinking, it is also feasible to learn animagus. I'm ready to help. She practiced animagus, turning from a beast into a human in reverse. Nelson said, if it fails, the human body transformation is enough to solve the problem. And the soul? Tom caught the point. The most difficult thing about blood curse orcs is the soul. We have to find a way to separate the snake from Nagini. When I was in Dumbledore's office today, Grindelwald gave me ideas. Nelson supported his chin and said, in the blurry illusion, without the protection of the body, Nagini's soul can be presented directly in front of us. There is a snake that cannibalize and assimilate her hidden in her soul. Illusion. The soul can only be used by me. We just need to find it and destroy it. This shouldn't be a problem for us. I don't know if you have noticed that the enemies we fought together were mostly snakes. Chapter 172 Despicable Professionals. It's lucky to say that, if there is no Nar, I may have to renege on my promise and lose weight. Tom smiled easily and stroked Nagini's writhing body in pain. Under his comfort, Nagini regained his composure. In those abrupt eyes, complex emotions that belonged only to human beings flashed. She twisted her body. Nelson stretched out his long tail and hooked Tom around the waist, pulling him to Nelson's side. Tom and Nelson stood side by side, looking at the ever-changing fog ahead. In this strange world full of danger and death, he felt at ease like never before. Alien, he turned his head eagerly, smiled at Nelson, and said confidently, let's start. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Look at you. You get excited when you hear about beating snakes, which scares Nagini. Nelson rubbed his chin and said, we'd better make a plan first, at least scare her away. Animagus figured it out. Aren't you going to practice animagus? Tom pouted, you're not very good at it. I can't. I know animagus well, Nelson said, hammering Tom's chest lightly. I understand the wizard's animagus, but the transformation of the blood-cursed orc is still different. After all, from the appearance of the animagus until now, I have never heard of fantastic beasts transforming on their own. Nagini is not a magical creature. That's true. Nelson nodded, took out his wand, and tapped it lightly. A transparent bubble floated from the tip of the wand, wrapped Nagini's soul, and led her towards a path, branched by the fog wall. Let's go. Let's find a professional to learn from. Professional? Tom followed Nelson's footsteps, shook his arm, and found that his wand hadn't fallen out. He frowned, and shook his arm again, but when there was no response, he simply put his hand into his sleeve. The last time I came, it didn't come out. Find out. Nah, can't you bring your wand in? What do you think this is? Nelson raised his wand and picked his chin. Didn't I say that this is my world and only I can bring my wand in? He raised his wand in a showy manner. The fog walls on both sides of the path surged and separated to the two sides. Pillars made of fog stood upright, and under Tom's gaze, a pure white King's Cross station platform appeared in front of him. He even heard a whoop whistle coming from a distance, and after a while, a pure white Hogwarts express stopped on the railroad tracks in front of the two of them. Let's go by train. Nelson walked into the carriage, which seemed to be a dining car, and he picked a seat by the window, beckoning Tom to sit down. Tom scratched his head stiffly, and sat across from Nelson. Seeing his appearance, Nelson smiled. Do you now regret that you were able to fly when you bought the wand? I regret it, said Tom stiff-mouthed. I can fly, you know. Much handsomer than those guys on broomsticks. But what does that have to do with me? Nelson rubbed Tom's hair backhand with a smile, and said, anyway, I don't know how to ride a broom. At worst I can buy a flying carpet. By the way, you should improve your schedule now. This hair volume is a bit dangerous. It's okay. Tom rubbed his hair and said, I used to stay up late and lose my hair, but after using Porter's shampoo, the symptoms have been relieved a lot. Why don't you keep using it? Nelson asked curiously. The car door closed, and the white scenery on both sides began to recede slowly. I've been busy recently. I haven't been to Diagon Alley much. I'll go shopping tomorrow. Tom continued to rub his hair and gently brushed it. When he saw the 2 strands of hair in the palm of his hand, his expression was a little frightened, as if this was Big Lindwoe blowing up Hogwarts was even more terrible. He clenched his right hand and said heavily, I will definitely go tomorrow. Oh, remember to bring me a man rake. or a few leaves? Nelson nodded and said casually, aren't you going with me? Tom raised his eyebrows, his tone a bit sharp. Nelson thought about how to argue. Okay, I'll go together tomorrow. Nelson pouted and said, didn't Professor Slughorn say that someone was coming to see me? I'll go when I'm done. It's the weekend anyway. That's about the same. Don't try to ask me to buy things for you. I don't have any money. Tom groaned. You have no money? Don't think I don't know why the secret room is so dark. Woohoo! Just as Tom was about to make an excuse, the siren sounded. Come on, let's go find a professional. Nelson took off the gaunt family ring, put on the green Ouroboros ring, put it on the little finger, and held it with the other hand, and turned it gently. He stood up and led Nagini to the car door. Can you even conjure up the railway system? Tom followed Nelson. He was more interested in the sound of sirens and professionals. Not really, not even the wheels of the train will turn. Nelson stuck out his tongue and picked up the wand hidden in his sleeve. As for the deceleration and the sound of the siren, it's just to match the atmosphere. The two walked off the platform, and the train behind them slowly collapsed, and the white mist quickly merged into the endless fog wall. Soon, the fog wall behind the two of them closed, leaving only the huge space in front of them. A black upside-down high tower extended downwards from an invisible place above the head, and the slender and sharp spire pointed directly at a person who was firmly bound by iron chains. The despicable Hayerbo didn't know what evil he had done, so he was tied up. Tom looked at the upside-down black tower, and his heart was full of admiration for the spectacle. I'm going to build one too. He turned his head and looked at Nelson beside him, only to see that he was holding a green-tipped paintbrush and drawing something on his wrist. The two got closer and closer, and Tom could already vaguely see the figure bound by the iron chain. It was a man with a haggard face, like a skeleton, with only a bunch of dry and grey hair on his head, and wrinkles on his face one layer after another, and in the gaps between the iron chains, white mist could be seen drilling in and out, and there was a dense friction sound, as if tens of thousands of insects were constantly gnawing at his bones. And bones awful. What are you drawing? Tom asked curiously. Nelson did not answer him, but Helbo, in chains, answered the question. Great master, your painting skills are really getting better and better. His voice was weak and lifeless, but there was no lack of flattery in it. No, Hayerbo. Nelson pouted and continued to paint on his hands without raising his head. I remember that I drew better last time. After all, I can hook you who have already been tricked once again. Attack me. My kind master, your painting skills are really superb. Hayerbo repeated the compliment like a broken gramophone. Didn't you learn the protective spell last time? The intention of your humble servant is to help you test the results of your studies. Your humble servant knows very well that a person as weak as dust like him will never hurt a single hair of his mighty master. Is your condition serious again? Nelson looked at Hayerbo with disgust. For 3 years, he often came to Misty Illusion to practice magic or hide things, even though Hayerbo had clearly understood that he could control the misty fog, and the misty fog was like a food chain for wandering souls like him. However, he sharpened his head and launched many short-term attacks on himself in the past 3 years. He stretched out his hand, as if holding it in front of him, and the chain slowly retracted, sending out a burst of toothache cracking voice. He said coldly, what kind of new symptom do you have? Can't you even use the number 1 name? I was wrong, wise master. Look at your stupid servant, who can't even speak. Although Hayerbo's tone was full of pleading, when it fell into the ears of others, it always felt full of sarcasm. TSK. Tom stood beside Nelson and pointed. As a young wizard with a keen interest in black magic, he knew the despicable Helbo very well. He rubbed his chin and asked, you chained him here, is it? Yes. Nelson nodded. Don't worry, a Horcrux owner with a broken soul like him will never die no matter what. I'm not worried about whether he will die. To be honest, I thought you would crush this inhumane guy into ashes. Tom pouted and said, I'm just surprised at such a powerful black wizard to have ended up like this. I thought that wizards with Horcruxes would be immortal. You're right. He's not dead. Nelson pouted in Hayerbo's direction and said, look, he's still alive and well, but the error tolerance rate for Horcruxes is a bit low, so I have to make sure that I won't be killed by others. If you defeat it, you won't be sealed. Noble master, what you said is that I have fully realized the dangers of Horcruxes. Hayabo's voice came again. If there is a chance to do it again, I will definitely not make Horcruxes again. Okay, tell me where the remaining Horcruxes are, and I'll help you destroy all the junk. Hayabo stopped talking. It's boring. Nelson let go of his hand, and the iron chain that restrained Hayabo was also loosened. He fell to the ground with a bang, rolled and crawled half of his body to Nelson's feet, and he threw it away with some disgust. He flicked his foot. Honestly, Hayabo, I always thought that, as a famous dark wizard in history, you should have some integrity. What is that? Hayabo was not ashamed, but proud. In the beginning, I thought that facing a great wizard like you, we can find a place, change a table, sit down and drink tea, while talking about things, and some transactions are not impossible. Nelson sighed, as if it was true, as if feeling sorry for Hayabo. He shook his head and said, I never thought we would have the relationship we have now. Under your light, my rags are worthless, and the only thing I can offer is my loyalty. Tom felt a little sick, and turned his head away. Okay. Nelson held his forehead. I came to you this time, because I want to ask you something. You say. Hayabo arched forward twice, trying to reach Nelson's trousers. Look at this blood-cursed orc I brought. Nelson carefully dragged Nagini's body beside him, and took a step forward, to stand between Hayabo and Nagini. Can you change the pair? Disgusting look. As ordered. Hayabo opened his eyes, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, his lower body grew out, and he soon turned into a youthful appearance. He knelt down on the ground, and raised his head. Only then did he dare to look at the two who came with Nelson. Oh. He found a clue, let out a little snort, fixed his eyes on Tom, and paid no attention to Nagini next to him. Peveril? Hayir squinted his eyes, looking in Tom's direction, ready to move. He lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking, then shook his head violently, raised his head to stare at Tom's face, and squeezed out another surname. Slytherin? Hiss, so disgusting. Tom took a step back, as if being targeted by a pervert, and whispered in Nelson's ear. At least it proves that you look like two famous wizards. Nelson shrugged. What you said made me resist this. Nelson stepped forward, stood in front of Tom, and snapped, I told you to go and see her. What are you doing? Holding. Sorry. Hayabo withdrew his gaze, and looked at Nagini in the transparent bubble. He only took one look, and then withdrew his gaze. I didn't expect their family to be extinct. Where did you buy it? This blood-cursed orc. While speaking, he stretched out his hand to the transparent bubble that wrapped Nagini. Nelson reacted very quickly, raised his leg, and kicked Hayabo's outstretched black hand. I'm sorry. Hayabo kowtowed and said, the blood-cursed orc you brought was cursed by me back then. I don't know how many generations it has been passed down. Can you lift the blood curse? Nelson didn't hold out much hope. Hold. Sorry, I can't do it. Hayabo said, lying on the ground. If she was just born, I could. But now, if she is separated by force, she will die. Inspired by the medicinal materials of cordyceps, the beast soul of the blood curse is a parasite that resides in the wizard's body. It will continue to devour the vitality of the host until it is completely replaced. It's still useless. Tom shook his head disappointed. It's still useful. Nelson turned around and raised his arm. An iron chain flew from behind Hayabo, wrapped around his ankle, and dragged him back. At least we know the blood curse. It makes sense. The thing I was most afraid of did not happen. The blood curse is not fusion, but devouring, which at least proves that Nagini's consciousness and the snake are still two relatively independent entities. Tom nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Hayabo, who was dragged and flew backwards, opened his mouth and yelled at Tom and Parseltongue. Chapter 173. Are you taking this test, Carter? Oh. Tom stopped, turned his head, and looked at Hayabo, who was being dragged by the chain. Seeing this, Nelson lowered his hands, and the chains that bound Hayabo loosened. He fell from midair to the ground, lying on the ground, yelling in snake language that Nelson could not understand. Hearing Hayabo's noisy shout, Tom turned his head and twitched the corner of his mouth at Nelson and raised his chin in Hayabo's direction, signaling Nelson to make his own decision. I think his spirit is worth affirming. Nelson spread his hands and motioned Tom to start his performance. At least this kind of will to survive is not possessed by many people. At least as a human being, I think it is a valuable quality. HMPH. Tom pouted, walked forward, and said without looking back, I think his brain is broken, and this symptom is a standard confusion. Nelson didn't speak, and took Nagini to the side, sat on a white chair that suddenly appeared, and even wanted to bring a bottle of Coke out to watch the show. Hayabo seemed to have grasped at straws, shouting non-stop like a rapper. Tom flicked the non-existent ashes on his shoulders, straightened his collar, twisted his neck, and walked towards Hayabo. Mr. Harper, Tom said as he walked, as a wizard, I actually admire your magic. Hayabo seemed to have discovered the hope of escape, propped his upper body up on the ground, and his speech speed became faster. To tell you the truth, I always felt that the way Na treated you was a bit too disrespectful. You are a famous wizard in history. Oh, dark wizard, aren't you? Tom crossed his hands and slowly approached Hayabo. Hayabo nodded vigorously, although Nelson could not understand what he was saying, but this did not prevent him from seeing the joy in Hayabo's heart. Tom chuckled, walked up to Hayabo, bent down and held out his hand. Hayabo raised his withered wrist and said with concern, I thought that we could join hands with a great wizard like you to turn the world upside down. Harper nodded vigorously and raised his other hand to grab the corner of Tom's robe. But, as soon as Tom changed the subject, his tone became cold in an instant. He lifted his leg and stepped on Hayabo's hand stretched out to him. The hard sole of the dragon leather boots hit the back of Hayabo's hand hard, even though he was a soul body, also felt the piercing pain. Hayabo's expression froze. He raised his head, looked past the shoe that was slowly rolling in his hand, and saw Tom's face as cold as frost. His pupils glowed scarlet. Hayabo, his eyes flickered unconsciously, and he quickly forgot to look back, muttering, hiss, Slytherin. Are you a sorting hat? A stammering sorting hat? Can you sort me into Gryffindor? Tom chuckled, his feet moving non-stop. Sorted to Gryffindor, I can discipline her properly. Hiss, hiss. Hayabo saw through. The guy in front of him was not seduced by him at all. He was just playing with himself, just like his cunning friend. He raised his head, stared at Tom viciously, and closed his eyes. He opened his mouth, expelling a hoarse voice from his throat. My name is not Slytherin. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tom Riddle. Tom held Hayabo's hand slightly, and a puff of black smoke spread from his wrist down, climbed onto Hayabo's hand through the palm, condensed into strips like a living creature, and quickly penetrated into the back of Hayabo's hand, in the vein, and spread along the blood vessel to the arm. Seeing this scene, Nelson raised his eyebrows. On the one hand, he did not expect Tom to be able to cast magic without a wand in the misty illusion vein. It seems that my understanding of the soul is about to be updated. Mr. Hayabo, with all due respect, you need to keep up with the times. Tom let go of his foot. Haya quickly drew back his hand, panting heavily, staring at him without blinking. Tom held his wrist, raised it high, and raised his face to the level he was the same height as himself. Hayabo's body was hanging in the air like a soft torn sack. He stared into Hayabo's eyes. The red light made the black wizard feel a little painful. It's time to update your knowledge reserve. Tom looked at Hayabo with a pitiful expression and shook his head, and said, your silly tricks make me sick. The magic you are proud of will be released after thousands of years. It's no different from garbage now. Do you think you can seduce me with this junk? And your ridiculous promises? Hayabo twisted, interrupted Tom's trash talking, and continued to speak in parcel tongue. His expression became confident and proud. Wealth? Do you know what inflation is? Can you exchange a manna in Greece for a plate of fried fish on the streets of London? Are you bullying me that I don't know potions and herbalism? You know that we usually talk about ancient Greece. What is the medicinal material of the period called? It is called a fossil. Tom didn't care that Hayabo interrupted his rude behavior, but just shook his head in disdain. Ever since he became financially free, he had been looking for such an opportunity to show off his wealth. Hayabo opened his mouth, and Tom interrupted him after only 2 syllables. And the throne? Do you know what you're talking about? Registered to be king? In the 20th century? Tom couldn't help but turned to Nelson and asked, has he always talked like this? Nelson nodded, changed to a more comfortable position, and continued to sit and watch. Don't you even want to be an emperor? A king? Do you know that the most backward countries in Europe are ruled by kings? Get a group of useless fools to support them? Do you win others only by threats? Tom helped well. He doubted Hayabo's IQ and the magic you mentioned. You don't really think that ancient magic is better than modern magic, do you? You know that the killing curse is no longer called Avedon or a big melon, is it? And your magic props, wouldn't they be made of bronze? Hayabo was delirious by Tom's pursuit, raised his head in a trance, opened his mouth, and didn't know what he was talking about. During the 1,000 years, when he was exiled in the Misty Illusion, countless outstanding wizards explored here and communicated with him. Most of those wizards had heard of his reputation. Bewitched, even Grindelwald would not dare to belittle him like this. But facing these brothers, he was left with nothing but embarrassment. He hanged up and beat him, and this descendant of Slytherin who met for the first time made him even more disgusted, and he even felt that he was going to be destroyed by Tom. Don't you believe it, Mr. Hayabo? Tom asked curiously. Seeing that Hayabo didn't respond, he put his left hand on the right hand that pinched Hayabo's wrist, and a group of restless red and black magic energy seeped into Hayabo from his palm. Tom raised his eyebrows proudly and said, "Let me show you the average level of wizards with academic education." Nelson was still sitting on the chair, propping his chin with his hands, looking at Hayabo's eyes which were still calmly closed under the painful appearance, and he became more wary of this old guy in his heart. Soon, Tom's spell passed, and Hayabo was hung in the air, panting weakly. "Do you understand, Mr. Hayabo?" Tom let go of his hand, and Hayabo slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. "What are you doing so hypocritically? Is it because of him?" Hayabo waved his sleeve like a big bat, pointed at Nelson, and roared angrily, "Is it because of that lowly blood-cursed orc? You are a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. You are born with blood full of black magic in your veins. Your destiny is to realize your ambition, and you should build a great cause with me. Since you said that I have the blood of Slytherin." Tom suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Then do you know why the blood of Slytherin can be passed down to this day?" "Why?" Hayabo was stunned by his question. "Because I didn't listen to your nonsense, Mr. Hayabo." Tom lowered his head with a smile, looked at Hayabo as if he was looking at a piece of garbage, and explained patiently, "If a certain generation of my elders believes in you, maybe is he the one locked in the illusion? I'm not a hypocrite. My greatest strength is frankness, and why do you wonder that I'm a good person?" Tom squatted beside Hayabo, patted his face, and put his hands on him in disgust. Rubbing against his robe, he said, "Can't I? I choose to be a good person for others. Since there is no difference between a good person and a bad person to me, why not?" Hayabo lay on the ground, turned his head to one side, and began to play dead. "Just because you want to confuse me?" Tom chuckled, stood up, and walked towards Nelson. Nelson stood up from the chair, handed Nagini into his hands, ran to Hayabo happily, and asked seriously, "Hayabo, do you think the venom of the winged demon can divide the soul and body?" After saying this, he grabbed Hayabo's hair and raised his head, staring at his cloudy eyes. After some time, Hayabo rolled his eyes and was about to answer when Nelson had already. After getting the answer he wanted, he dropped Hayabo's head, lifted his wand to part the fog wall, and stood on the platform with Tom, who had already been impatient, waiting for the train. Hayabo finally regained his composure, realizing that he had offended his master thoroughly this time, so he hurriedly rushed forward. Nelson raised his wand to his shoulder and pointed backwards. The ready-to-go chains rushed towards Hayabo, several of them even pierced through his body. Nelson turned his head sideways, chuckled, and stretched his hand towards the bubble that wrapped Nagini. A small green snake was sucked into his hand and crushed gently. He slowly pushed the green debris that was slowly scattered with his fingers, looking at Hayabo playfully. Hayabo stopped his movements abruptly and hurriedly lay down on the ground, trying to quibble with an embarrassed expression. When he raised his head again, there was only a wall of fog that made him fearful. TSK, I really didn't expect it. Tom found some ropes from nowhere, tied a hammock to the pillars in the secret room, and was lying on the hammock at the moment, smacking his lips, and sighed. Despicable Hayabo. Ha, the name in the textbook. I didn't expect it to look like this now. You look at him very weak. Nelson shook his head, but you let him out and give him a wand to try. I guess Grindelwald and Dumbledore may not be able to beat him. What about us? Nelson seemed to be choking. His whole face was wrinkled together. His head was full of question marks, and he said after a while, almost, the odds of winning should be better than the two of them. Humph. Every time I meet him, I'm very careful. Nelson also imitated Tom and got a hammock opposite Tom, lying on it and said, you see, even in that case, he never forgets to be in the hammock. Some disgusting foreshadowing on Nagini. Indeed. Tom turned over from the hammock, fetched a plate of fruit, picked up a grape, and threw it into his mouth, walked up to Nelson, handed the fruit over, and asked, did you find anything during your trip? Yes. Nelson nodded with a serious face. I now suspect that the soul of the beast that circulated in the blood of the blood-cursed orcs may be a kind of backhand of Hayerbo. Although I don't know the specific reason, but just now in the meeting, Nagina's priority with him is always higher than ours. I need to find some information, so as not to be taken advantage of by him. Oh. Tom raised an eyebrow. But there is also good news. Nelson picked up a bunch of grapes, tapped them lightly with a magic wand, and a bunch of plump fruits fell off the stems. Seeing himself, they lined up and floated to his mouth. Every time he opened his mouth, a grape jumped into his mouth. I found a special medicine. Coincidentally, I happen to have one on hand that can produce grapes continuously. Fantastic beasts. Is Hayerbo so scary? Tom completely trusted Nelson's professionalism and turned to be curious about his servant. I think he looks really weak. You can say I think too much, or you can say I'm too sensitive, Nelson said, opening and closing his mouth like a fish on the beach, devouring grapes like a bottomless pit. In my heart, the number of his Horcruxes it's already in double digits. Is it so outrageous? Tom lay back on the hammock and asked, it looks like I won't be able to sleep for a few seconds when I go back tonight. Do you want to take a nap? If you want to sleep, please set an alarm clock. Chapter 174 Your Honor, times have changed. This is Nelson Williams, one of the best students at Hogwarts. At dawn the next day, Nelson came to Professor Slughorn's office early and waited for him. Early in the morning, he was called to the lounge by Wahlburger, and he was played around like a marionette. Wahlburger's formation can be called dressed up, only the ornaments on his body just let him weigh 10 catties out of thin air. It is said that the person who came today is some kind of big shot. He came to Hogwarts to discuss important matters with the professors. He came here to watch him just incidentally. Harry Potter was still wearing jeans when he first met the Minister of Magic. Nelson rubbed his eyes, yawned and muttered. A sentence was interrupted 3 or 4 times by yawns. What did you say? By the way, where's Tom? Wahlberg called his younger brother who was also yawning and put a black belt dotted with emeralds on Nelson's waist. The two of them pulled both ends of the belt together and Nelson felt that he had been stepped on by an elephant, as if he had been cut in half generally. It's nothing, he's still sleeping. Nelson shook his head, picked up the brand new school uniform robe that Tom left him, put it on his body, stretched his arms into the sleeves, and felt the stabs around his stomach, feeling the pain. Nelson loosened the belt with the hand hidden under the robe and said while pretending to button it, I just think that after you do so many things, you still have to be covered by the school uniform robe in the end. After being glared at by Wahlburger, Nelson changed his wording. I mean, I'm not going to marry the Minister of Magic. Some of you are not worthy of high-class people like you. Wahlburger nodded in satisfaction. Did you just talk about Potter? Wahlburger said, of course they can dress casually. In the second half of last year, the Potter family donated a large sum of galleons to the Ministry of Magic. I have to say to the bald British it's a huge profit for people to sell shampoo. I don't know which Potter you saw, let alone dressed casually. If he wants to sit on the lap of the Minister of Magic and smoke, the minister may have to think about it. It's nice to have money. Nelson smacked his lips, lifted his chin, and let Wahlburger tie a bow tie so green that he panicked. Just being rich doesn't help, said Wahlburger, carefully tightening her tie, and Nelson's neck ached. She patted Nelson's face and began to play with his hair. Our family is rich too. But the minister didn't like it, saying that our family's money is dead money. I don't understand. Is the real gold and silver fake money conjured by leprechauns? Maybe this is the minister. Maybe this is the minister. Wahlberger repeated. She let go of Nelson, grabbed his shoulders and looked around, nodded with satisfaction, then let go of Nelson and held up a mirror and placed it in front of Nelson. It's not bad. Nelson looked at himself in the mirror and twisted his neck in satisfaction. Although his neck still had the feeling of being locked by a husky, he still looked handsome, but Nelson still didn't understand what was under those robes. What is the meaning of accessories? He admired the handsome boy in the mirror and said, Wahlberger, I didn't expect you to have such a hand. I still have more hands. Wahlberger raised his eyebrows triumphantly and pressed down a bunch of bristling hair on Nelson's head without leaving any traces, and said, my charms is the most advanced in my class. Alright. I've modified a sticking charm to make it permanent. Does that mean you stick something to the wall and never take it off? That's right, even Malin can't take it down. It's amazing. Morgana should ask you about this magic so she can glue herself to Malin's back. I plan to draw a few portraits in the future. When I die, I will use this magic to stick them on the wall. One will be pasted on the door of our house, and the other will be pasted on the door of Slytherin. Wahlberger imagined becoming famous with his fingers in the later scene. Nelson twisted that lock of hair on his fingers and showed a perverted smile. Presumably the little guy in the future wants to exchange magic with an excellent witch like me. Nelson shrank his neck and thought of this horrible scene. A cranky white-haired old lady glared at everyone who entered her home and yelled at everyone, and her son spent half of his daily money. She tried to cover her with curtains. They will. Nelson nodded, as long as she didn't scold herself. Okay. Wahlberger finally got the lock of hair on the top of Nelson's head in order. She clapped her hands in satisfaction, appreciating her result, nodded and said, it's so handsome. I bet you that, if someone hands you a love letter, I will pay for the rest of your life. It's not necessary. It's said that staying with good looking people is easy to influence and make him more handsome. Why is Alfred still so repulsive? She looked at her younger brother now, how he didn't like it. I think Alfred looks good. Then go and live with him. Take him away from Black's house. Wahlberger glanced in the direction of the girls' dormitory, rolled his eyes, and said, the child has your surname. Oh no, he has your surname. Any last name is fine. Isn't this too fast? I haven't met my uncle or aunt yet. A Slytherin girl came down the stairs with a slice of bread in her mouth, greeted Wahlberger, and teased, Wahlberger Buger, congratulations, you have harmed all the Slytherins, yet there are still people willing to believe in you. The Scourge? Wahlberger snorted coldly and turned Nelson, who hadn't figured out the situation. Look, sorry, I think Professor Slughorn may not be able to wait. Nelson broke free, opened the door and ran, not even having breakfast, which is why he arrived at the office even before Professor Slughorn himself. Nelson, it's really early. Professor Slughorn was stunned when he saw Nelson, but he quickly reacted, stepped forward and put his arms around his shoulders, and introduced him to the two accompanying wizards. You two, it can be seen that after I told Nelson last night that you were going to visit, he attached great importance to it, and an outstanding young wizard like him will definitely cherish the opportunity to learn and ask for advice from a long-established wizard. Oh. The old man among the two wizards seemed to be full of interest in Nelson. He stepped forward, stared at Nelson, glanced around, nodded, seemed very satisfied with his decent clothes, and asked softly too, looking forward to the opportunity to learn from me. Williams, do you know who I am? Nelson raised his head and observed the old wizard who jumped out. He had short and tough silver hair, and his facial features were a bit harsh on his thin cheeks. He was wearing a gleaming silver wizard robe, and he had nothing but a Merlin first-class medal, with a little decoration. Nelson recognized who he was, although it was a little different from the first time he saw him. Professor Sloan buckled his back, a little speechless. He didn't know who was coming today. How could Nelson know? And was about to take a step forward to smooth things over, but Nelson behind him moved. He seems to know the old wizard. Professor Sloan turned around and saw Nelson, who bowed his head, perform a standard wizard salute, and said in a deep voice, it's an honor to meet you, Judge Shafik. You actually know me. Judge Shafik looked a little happy. He shook hands with Nelson cheerfully and said, I thought young people nowadays only know Dumbledore, or some Quidditch stars. Singers what? I met you at the conference where Professor Dumbledore was publicly tried. You were the presiding judge at that time. Nelson said truthfully. Oh, the public trial of Albus? Judge Shafik seemed to be recalled and said to himself, it's a pity that time Albus was not convicted, otherwise the effect would be much better. Professor Slughorn coughed violently, and Judge Shafik finally came to his senses, realizing that it was not a good idea to discuss such a topic on the grounds of Hogwarts. He smiled at Slughorn. Shut up. Let's go, you two, and Nelson. Professor Slughorn opened the office door and greeted them to change places. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, and I cleaned up a field on the lawn at their junction. You can take any test you want. Haha, Horace, there's no need. The young wizard followed Slughorn out of the office and followed his footsteps. This is the Patronus charm, not some dangerous high-risk spell. Nelson and Judge Shafik stayed in the office. Shafik gave Nelson a deep look. Nelson, who hadn't looked at him, turned his head and looked at Shafik, as if he had sensed the sight. After a while, he made a pleased gesture. Judge Shafik nodded and walked out behind the young man. Nelson closed the door and hung behind to approach the Forbidden Forest. The students passing by were full of curiosity about this strange combination, but seeing Slughorn with a serious face in new clothes, no one dared to stop Nelson to ask what was going on. Walking out of the castle, the closer you get to the Black Lake, the fewer students you can see, but Judge Shafik's interest in Nelson becomes stronger, and he starts to chat with Nelson casually. Williams, did you really unleash a complete Patronus? He glanced at the two people who were shoulder to shoulder in front of him, and then waved back to Nelson, letting him get closer. Isn't that what you came to me for, Judge Shafik? Nelson replied, and if so, what reward will the Wizengamot offer? Reward? Judge Shafik asked suddenly with a serious face. Don't you know that using such a high-risk spell without permission is a serious violation of the secrecy law? I don't know, Your Honor. Nelson asked in a low voice, following Judge Shafik. Will the Wizengamot subpoena be sent directly to Hogwarts? Whether the judgment day can be chosen on the weekend. I don't really want to influence study. Judge Shafik couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Nelson was just a nerd who was dumbfounded by his studies. It made him happy for nothing. Judge Shafik's thinking even began to diverge what Nelson was thinking when he cast the Patronus charm was not your own perfect test paper. He cleared his throat and said, as for your situation, we will discuss it later. We must not tolerate wizards who violate the secrecy law. Thank you, Nelson agreed, nodding his head. You are right, especially the wizard who manages the Dementors in the Ministry of Magic, who sent this dangerous creature to Hogsmeade without restraint. If I hadn't just happened to be there, it's really hard to imagine what kind of attack the express train would encounter. While talking, Nelson shook his head regretfully. Other than me, the only passengers on that train were old, weak, women and children. Even if I wasn't in Hogsmeade at the time, I might have chosen to stand by, because I was afraid of the secrecy law. Just imagine what the consequences of that would be. You said, Judge Shafik discovered the blind spot, and the kid behind him clearly understood the secrecy law, but he had been acting strangely here since just now. Could it be? Judge Shafik's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head quickly, calmed down, cleared his throat again, and continued. Given your record of defeating Dementors alone and your age, the Wizengamot will agree to give you some rewards to encourage students to learn advanced magic. There is no need for a reward, Your Honor. Just send me the compensation. Nelson shook his head, politely declining. Compensation? I received a white paper on the regulations on emergency management of fantastic beast hazards at the Leaky Cauldron. The regulations give British wizards the right to conduct unlimited defense when they are harmed by magical animals, and in the case of magical animal disasters, they are officially hired. When a magical animal is injured, the victim has the right to claim compensation. Justice Shafik, the Ministry of Magic has a lot of money to pay. Judge Shafik cleared his throat again. Today, there seemed to be a mouthful of thick phlegm in his throat that couldn't be cleared. As the justice of the Wizengamot, he even forgot about this white paper. Strong discrimination. The entire Ministry of Magic currently does not have a single employee other than humans, and even the cleaning work is handed over to some squibs, and even the house elves refuse to hire one. Unexpectedly, this young regulation was brought out here today. Judge Shafik cleared his throat again, and the foreign body sensation in his mouth became more and more intense. He felt that there was always something weird about this yin and yang boy in front of him, but he was relieved after all. Maybe his character is like this. Let's go, Williams. He waited for Nelson for a few steps and led him to a flat grassland between the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. Professor Sloan and the judge who was walking with Judge Shafik, young people standing together. A cube covered with a black cloth is placed beside them. Nelson felt trembling in his heart. He knew that his dean had always been wild, but there shouldn't be a living dementor under the black cloth, right? Chapter 175. Will you suddenly appear beside the tree stump by the lake? Hello. My name is Nobby Rich. Nice to meet you. The young wizard who was staying with Professor Sloan saw Nelson and Judge Shafik approaching and trotted up happily. The curly brown hair looks very natural, and his face is full of spring. It is hard not to make people feel close. Minister Rich nodded to Judge Shafik, then extended his hand to Nelson. Nelson raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw his outstretched hand and shook it gently. Master, hello. There's no need to call it Mr. Minister. I came to discuss things with Professor Sloan today. I heard that Hogwarts had an outstanding student, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a talent. Minister Rich took Nelson's arm familiarly and led him to Professor Sloan without despising him at all, because Nelson was a student, and said as he walked, to tell you the truth, I just learned from he graduated from Hogwarts and has few years of work experience. Don't underestimate yourself, Nobby. If you don't even have work experience, then Fully should really find a tree and hang himself, Professor Sloan said cheerfully when he saw the two approaching. Spreading his hands, he said, you were ordered in a crisis, but managed the messy Ministry of Magic in an orderly manner. This is an achievement that many ministers can't achieve. Besides, Britain is now the safest country in the world. Professor, the Ministry of Magic is not as bad as you say. Minister Rich shrugged and tilted his head to explain to Nelson, the work of the Ministry of Magic has always been in order, and each department performs its duties. A little bit of personal matter, the Ministry of Magic is very short of people now. We welcome outstanding Hogwarts students like you to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Minister Rich raised his eyebrows at Nelson and added, of course, I mean if I was still in office at that time. I think you will be re-elected. No one will refuse such an excellent minister. Nelson complimented while looking at the surrounding environment. He rarely came to Black Lake until he saw a familiar tree wooden stake that was the place Mag liked to squat after he became a cat. His eyes stayed there, but his mouth was not idle. After all, even a student like me who doesn't care about current affairs knows about your deeds. I think other wizards have no reason to keep their eyes open. But the tree he loved to sleep under was gone, and Nelson kept licking his lips, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that things were different. You can really talk. Minister Rich nodded comfortably after being photographed. I think you can consider the Department of Legal Enforcement after you graduate. I used to work there. I just heard about you and Shaffi. Mr. Keschat. The current wizards only know about duels. They are too impetuous, and there are too few people who know how to protect themselves with the law. Isn't that what the law is about? Nelson replied with a rhetorical question. Few people or protection? Minister Rich was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. There is no need for such a complicated interpretation of the words spoken by a student. He patted Nelson on the shoulder and said, that's right. Alright, kid. Nelson stayed put obediently, waiting for the old judge to approach. Cough cough. Judge Shafik walked for a while before finishing the few steps. He coughed as soon as he stopped. The judge is back, his symptoms relieved a lot. He glanced at Nelson and asked, Nelson Wertling Williams, are you ready? Get ready for what? Although Nelson had some guesses, no one told him what he was going to do. Very good, huh? Judge Shafik pulled Minister Rich, asked a few words in a low voice, then cleared his throat, and said seriously, according to the regulations of the Wizengamot, every wizard who masters difficult magic both need to be registered in order to manage magical disasters in the UK. Does the Patronus charm have to be registered? Nelson asked with an expression of disbelief. Isn't it only Animagus that needs to be registered? Huh? How do you know what we are discussing? Judge Shafik squinted at him and explained, "That's right. We also feel that this kind of regulation is a bit inefficient. In fact, I also think that only the register those high-risk spells a Patronus charm can't hurt anyone. After all." Nelson nodded in approval. "It's like this," Minister Rich explained. "This regulation was established hundreds of years ago, and at the same time, there are also disguise magus, animagus, divination, etc. that are difficult to master or innate. Advanced magic, such as the Patronus charm, is too difficult to learn, and even the auras of the Ministry of Magic may not be able to master it all. At that time, it was the chaos of the Dementors, and in order to deal with the Dementor disaster faster, to make it easier for wizards to call for help when encountering Dementors, the Ministry of Magic has established this regulation." "Dementors, are they still in chaos?" Nelson asked. "Haha, that's the old almanac hundreds of years ago," Minister Rich smiled. "The guards of Azkaban are Dementors, and they will never rebel. So the meaning of this regulation now is provide a chance for wizards who have mastered advanced spells to show themselves. After all, even for famous wizards, this is a great honor." Minister Nelson tried to interject, but couldn't. "There is a prize of galleons, and the Wizengamot will also award the recipient a third-class medal of the Knights of Merlin. In addition, we will also give the awardee wizards work, housing, life and other issues, and certain preferential treatment." Minister Rich finished the long series of words like a salesman who was afraid that customers would not pay attention to him if he spoke slowly, and finally took a deep breath and added, "Of course, before you come I discussed it with Master Shafik, and since you are a student, learning this level of magic spells is enough to prove your learning ability, and we will exempt you from one of the Newt's exams. Nelson, a curse of this degree. I'm afraid you don't know what the patron saint world will look like in a few decades. Should I chant the spell now?" Minister Rich looked at Nelson and found that he had already drawn out his own spell, ready to go. "Of course, they won't just let you cast spells." Professor Slughorn stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, the black cloth covering the cube disappeared. Nelson saw a man in a tattered black. The tall and thin figure of Boo was huddled in a narrow and slender glass box in a strange posture, standing at attention, staring at himself. Professor Slughorn proudly introduced, "It is also very lucky to say, it's been a long time since wild Dementors appeared in the UK. I didn't expect to meet one last night. This Dementor without ethnic group was a little weak, just caught by me." "A wild Dementor?" Nelson raised an eyebrow, his tone full of suspicion. "That's right, Nelson, you don't know this kind of creature. Almost all Dementors are dressed in simple black rags," Professor Slughorn explained patiently, pointing to the Dementor in the glass box. "Look, there is a silver metal ornament on this Dementor, which is enough to explain the difference between it and other Dementors." Nelson looked at the silver ornament and put his chin back to its original place. He didn't know what to say for a while. That silver metal ornament was exactly what he had been using as a transfiguration material all year round. The small ball, he still remembered, was the small ball that he specially created to house possible enemy corpses, and sometimes it could also be used to store garbage or seal difficult enemies. Nelson's shock at this moment is hard to describe in words. On the one hand, he was amazed at the wizard's sloppy scientific research method. A metal ball created a group, and on the other hand, he was shocked by the Dementors who had been roasted by fiend fire for so long. "I admire her vitality and will to survive. What's the matter, Nelson?" Professor Slughorn asked with concern, when he saw that the students were a little strange. "Nothing." Nelson looked at the Dementor, then at Slughorn, swallowed, and said, "I was still a little shocked when I saw the Dementor for the second time. This is normal. When I first discovered this wild Dementor, I was no less shocked than you." Professor Slughorn stepped back and made a pleased gesture to Nelson. Minister Rich and Judge Shafik also stepped aside to enjoy Nelson's performance. As for Nelson, he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. All he could think about was to finish the damn spell quickly and escape from this embarrassing place. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would develop a spell called Call the Plague God in the future, and the casting material was to recall the most embarrassing moment in his life. Nelson believed that the development of this spell, coupled with after such an experience, I will definitely be invincible in the world. Professor Slughorn called out, "Nelson, are you ready?" "I'm ready." Nelson stood there like a quail, digging at the soles of his shoes with his toes. With a wave of his wand, Professor Slughorn opened the east, west, north, and south sides of the glass box, releasing the Dementors from their shackles, while he raised his wand, always ready to deal with the possibility of the Dementors getting out of control. What puzzled Professor Slughorn was that the Dementor, which was about to charge up, when it saw people in the past, unexpectedly floated in place without any other movements. Staring at Nelson, Professor Slughorn could feel the hostility and malice emanating from it, but its behavior puzzled him. But he immediately became excited. This wild Dementor was different from its lack of reason. The abnormal behavior of the same kind is enough to publish a paper by himself, gain fame and earn a lot of money at the same time. Call God, guard. Nelson raised his wand and pointed it at the Dementor who stayed in place. He tried to recall those happy fragments in his memory, but failed. At this moment, his heart was filled with embarrassment, and a cloud of radiance emanated from the tip of his wand. The thin smoke of white light dissipated quickly with another pop, as if the wand had farted, which made Nelson feel even more embarrassed. It's okay, Nelson. Even a famous wizard cannot succeed in such a difficult spell. Professor Slughorn thought that Nelson was a little nervous when facing the two senior officials, so he stood aside to cheer. Nelson closed his eyes, shielded this embarrassing voice, and let go of his heart. He recalled the scene of seeing several people standing at the gate of the castle to greet him when he returned to school. He opened his eyes, flicked his wrist, and saw a silver falcon flapping its wings and rushing out from the tip of the staff. It straightly rushed towards the Dementor floating opposite Nelson. He suddenly realized that he hadn't recited the spell, so before Falcon left his wand, he quickly added the phrase "Call God to protect." Minister Rich nodded with a smile, stood in place and applauded dignifiedly. Judge Shafik, who noticed that Nelson's voice and pictures were out of sync, raised his eyebrows, but quickly applauded. Professor Slughorn's focus is different from everyone else's. He found that the Dementor showed complex emotions comparable to human beings when he saw Nelson's patronus. These emotions include, but are not limited to, helplessness, speechless. It doesn't matter. It feels like the whole Dementor has been emptied, as if being emptied of happiness by another Dementor. It becomes depressed and painful. The silver falcon let out a long, sharp and clear cry, piercing through the Dementor's chest as fast as lightning, and shuttled back and forth at a speed that the four wizards present couldn't see clearly. Soon, the black rag covering the Dementor's body, it became full of holes, and the frustrated Dementor fell to the ground with a poof. The patronus flew back to Nelson, spit a small ball into his hand, disappeared into his wand. Williams, with the liberty of asking, "What is your patronus?" Judge Shafik asked. "I don't see it, or could you release it again for us to see?" "Sorry, Judge Shafik, it's a falcon." Nelson shook his head and tucked the ball into his sleeve. "It's a bit arrogant, and sometimes I can't handle it." "Yes." Judge Shafik nodded, expressing his understanding. "Does the patronus have a personality?" Minister Rich asked curiously, and quickly closed his mouth, pretending that he had never asked this question. The patronus is much more intelligent than most creatures summoned by spells. They have their own personalities and behaviors. It is not a spell specially developed to expel Dementors, but the emotional ability of the patronus can just expel Dementors, Judge Shafik explained. "Of course, Rich, there's nothing shameful about not knowing the patronus charm. It doesn't prevent you from being a good and promising minister." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.